There was a mistake. It's not they. Like one no, there's a mistake. Then it says receipt, and then I forward directly to me. And let me check. I get to. It's not really. I don't understand. But I can show you.
Sit.
I send it to 804. Oh no. Like I send it as soon as I get it. So I can also reach out to you and say sorry for the inconvenience because then my mail can take your email and I'm having to listen to you.
I'm sorry about it. If it makes you feel better, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And also, if I'm not allowed to get into the food,
What?
in regards to coming into the Zoom, who decides that I can get
Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing.
apparently I have 8 out, so I will have to go.
That's okay. I like this one. Mohammed,
I really want to like.
Hello? Okay, it's all right.
You need anything to be point.
Hey, Adana, again, people who do not have their voting cards, please raise your hands and keep them raised until I reach you with your voting card. Okay, I see you. Anybody else who does not have their voting card?
Don't have your voting card? Get your Zimbabwe. Wait, I'll go get it. One, two. Hey. Do you have? One. Hey.
We are going to start? Are you ready? Are you starting?
Can the OC approach the plenary team for Wi-Fi or a hotspot? Can the OC please approach? Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, that's all right.
And I will, yeah, I think it's their name because they was made and it's a recognition that she did the work in a way of being recognized, so I will do that. That's not for her, but Sarah. It's Ariana Michela. I'm going to watch many on your screen. Yeah, so. And do I need to wait for that or? For the minute. Yes. They didn't give you a. Okay, can we? I need someone to give my secretaries a hotspot, otherwise we cannot get to the roll call. Okay, thank you. When we're doing the presentation, the count and link, I just have to open the link. I forgot that. Can we check? This one. Oh, this one is sticking to. This one for I think. We can keep this as a sorry.
Okay, so internet connection is restored for us. We have quorum. This is our worst plenary, but also on our side, starting a little late, 31 minutes, but I open plenary 3. And we will start with some general comments for me. So first of all, for the Wi-Fi instructions, as I explained yesterday, if you have one device connected to your Wi-Fi, that works better than if you have 3. So if you have Wi-Fi issues, please try to disconnect your other devices. Secondly, I wanted to explain to you that the plenary team faced some mild inconveniences today. Some of us are getting ill and are not able to be present today or at least during this part of the plenary. And we are also very much grateful for those who helped out last minute. That will be the TO during the candidatures, Saif Ali from IFMSA Egypt, Jose from ANEM Portugal, and Anina from IFMSA Sweden. Okay, is this better for the back? And otherwise I will, okay. So I went through Wi-Fi instructions, which you already know. I explained one of the reasons, but not the entire reasons why we started late, that we have less people in our plenary team today, that we received many presentations quite late. And I'm thanking those who are helping out now to make this plenaries possible, who are not formally part of the plenary team, which is the TO, Saif Ali from IFMSA Egypt, Jose from ANEM Portugal, and Anina from IFMSA Sweden. Thank you very much. So other than that, yesterday I misread some of your NMO's name. So please forgive me for that. If you thought it was rude, it was really not my intention. I will do my best. It's a very big plenary room. I cannot always read that back. Also want to reiterate that where you're seated, I want to only have 2 persons per NMO, because if there are more, people are sitting at the back and that's not fair. Lastly, you know, today are presentations, and during presentations, I want you to be really silent and to listen to those who are presenting their candidature and present and may possibly earn new leadership. Be silent and do not leave the room during presentations. People will be guarding the doors. And lastly, kind reminder that the deadline for the motions, regular motions for tomorrow is at 23:59 tonight. That being said, we can go to the first agenda item, which is a motion. Which is I want you to give you the opportunity to open a speakers list if anyone wants to. And I see that IFMSA Australia wants to open a speakers list. So IFMSA Australia will be on the speakers list. Do we have anyone else that wants to be on the speakers list? Point of order, which precedes the speakers list.
This is working? Yes. Okay, so this is Simon from the CCC. Point of order. It has recently come to the attention of the CCC that one of the Secretary Assistants, Ariana Michelle Pozo Lopez from IMP Ecuador, is not eligible to have a position in the plenary team, as she is currently serving in one of the international teams. And per the decision of General Assembly in August meeting 22, IT members cannot have a second position by being part of the plenary team. Thus, her appointment as Secretary Assistant is deemed invalid, and she will no longer be part of the plenary team.
Okay, so thank you for that point of order. And Ariana, I really want to thank you for your work so far. It was really not your mistake to be appointed while invalid. So thank you so much. And you're still helping us out at this point. So I'm also thanking you for that. Then we proceed with the speakers list, if that's it. So I only have IFMSA Australia. I see a card raised. If a returning officer could maybe read the cards. Silence. And the CCC. So okay. IFMSA Australia, you have the floor and we will count down from. Yes, you can start now.
This statement is on behalf of IFMSA Australia, IFMSA Austria, SISMS Italy, IFMSA Taiwan, BMSS Bangladesh, and IFMSA Quebec. We would like to extend a very big thank you to everyone who worked on the hybrid meeting mandate. The outcomes that you have delivered are beyond what we were initially expecting, and we are very impressed and thankful for all the work you have done. The reports delivered are of a very high quality and provide a clear pathway into the future of hybrid meetings for IFMSA. The process of creating and sending the plan of action with clear deadlines and assigned responsibilities, including a full review of regulatory documents, has ensured that thorough work has been done on the mandate. As we are working towards implementing BCPs for hybrid meetings, we hope that the process continues to be consultative with NMOs and that a detailed handover is provided to the new EBTO as they take over the work. We hope to implement guidelines that future IFMSA General Assemblies can not only profit from, but also further facilitate informed, inclusive decision-making. We can move forward from just adequate representation from NMOs towards General Assemblies with diverse, equitable representation that IFMSA prides itself in. We look forward to collaborating with you on the proper regulations of hybrid meetings until August meeting 2024, promoting the accessibility and principle of equity in our organization. Thank you.
Thank you. IFMSA Thailand.
So this statement is on behalf of IFMSA Thailand. So basically, the IFMSA General Assembly is one of the largest international decision-making event for medical students. So members of medical students from all around the world is involved in the informed decision-making process, especially the democratic process of plenaries. And the most representatives should be more mindful that they do not only have the right to vote, but the responsibility to vote. So waiting almost an hour for quorum during the CD plenary should not have occurred. Moreover, members should also be more motivated to take on tasks that maintain the sustainability of our organization, especially the democratic process of the plenary. So having a plenary, more people should be taking on roles such as a plenary team. So it shouldn't be having people taking on double roles as IT member and the plenary team, which makes it impossible for them to fulfill their task fully. So as current representatives of our respective NMOs, we should be the beacon of promoting democracy in this forum of future physicians and take on our duty to vote as well as our right to vote seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, IFMSA Thailand. CC.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC. So before this plenary, 5 additional NMOs have completed the requirements to gain voting rights and thus gain voting rights in this plenary. The NMOs are ASER-MDS Azerbaijan, IFMSA Japan, IFMSA Joe, IMP Ecuador, CASMSA Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Okay, then I just wanted to show you the plenary 3 agenda as per 2 procedural motions yesterday. We will start with the presentations of the candidates for the hosting of the 73rd General Assembly March meeting 2024, then the adoption of the reports of the IFMSA programs, and then the agenda as it was adopted originally. So I would like to move forward with the next agenda item, which is agenda item number 23, presentation of candidates for hosting the 73rd General Assembly March meeting 2024. As per lottery, AMPP Ecuador starts first. It's not true. We also have received their presentation and it is there. So AMPP Ecuador, you can come to the front and present your candidature. And while you can come here, the CCC has a point of information.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC again. So before this plenary, IMP Ecuador has paid up their debt to IFMSA and thus removed the last reason for invalidity. So the candidature to host the next General Assembly is now valid. Also, I forgot to say the total amount of NMOs with voting rights is currently 90, meaning the quorum is 30. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Dear IFMSA family, we are going to project the slides.
We are having some connection issues, really sorry.
No.
Can you zoom in?
Technical stuff, can you zoom in?
No, thank you.
Oh, and the zoom may be lagging. And now we're out.
But you could open, you were able to open the camera. It's just linked. We were just linked. Yeah.
I mean, I can send it.
No, like you can present, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, no. That's how they send it, so it's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Some counter reach the silver file.
But also send yeah.
Yeah, that's. Okay.
Can someone provide the plenary team with a hotspot?
The file?
Yeah.
The file. It's down.
Yeah, that would be great because they would be loading eventually.
Second,
We are missing brain. Right now, I'm just looking for RENA.
you let me.
Okay, so we will.
Like that. Then we should take a break.
Okay, so we take a 5 minutes break, technical issues.
Don't forget I need SCOME. Because we need the same card. That's not a, for example, you, it doesn't show. We have here that. Now it's a video. No, this is the video. Yeah, they want to apply for this like you.
But then in the meantime, I will take a check.
Okay. We can start again. Okay. The presentation is loading. The problem is they have to take it out. Okay. Yes, we will resume. You have 15 minutes. Please be silent and seated, and you cannot leave the room.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Dear IFMSA family, for us, it is a great pleasure to present our candidature to host the
Point of order by the
73rd.
CC.
What?
Is Nimza Nigeria in the room? Okay, I'm sorry. Can you leave the room? And someone else to go with them, preferably from the TO. I'm sorry, that's my mistake. Yeah. And if someone from the TO could stand by the doors and hold them, it would be very helpful. Yeah, it's because we didn't work. No, it's just.
¿Tú crees?
Okay. Is there someone at every door? Yes, thank you. Okay. Sorry for that.
No worries. Okay, dear IFMSA family, it is a great pleasure for us to present our candidature to host the 73rd March meeting 2024 General Assembly. This meeting, as you know, you can pass the next slide, has been designed following the recommendations of the Sustainable and Eco-Friendly Meeting Manual of IFMSA. And we are going to commit basically on 4 points. First of all is reduce the footprint in transportation, reduce to the minimum of plastic wastes during pre-GA and the GA, and we will include the spaces for recycling at the venue, and smoking will be forbidden inside the venue. Next slide, please. We are going to present the organizing committee, and here I have the pleasure to have the head of the OC, Alexi Ruilova, and one of the vice heads of the OC, Ariana Pozo. We count with also with our pre-GA coordinator, Mari Carmen Yabor, our head of logistics, Ligia Villamagua. Next slide, please. Our head of finances, that is Davis Bermeo, our head of sponsorships, that is Jocelyn Velez, our post-GA coordinator, that is Luis Jimbo, our visa coordinator, Alexandra Cando, and Carla Villavicencio, the head of the social program. All of them will have a team to coordinate all of their activities. Now we are going to present the city. Ecuador is located in South America, and the GA will be developed in Quito, our capital. In Ecuador, we talk basically two languages, Spanish and Quechua, and our currency is American dollars. As you know, well, the voltage is 110, 120 volts. This is located in the equatorial line, also the zero latitude. And we have also for regions, the coast region, the Andes, the Amazon region, and the Galapagos Islands. And next slide, please. When we talk about Quito, Quito is the capital of Ecuador, approximately with 2.6 million people living there, and is the oldest city of South America. This historic center of Quito is the largest in South America, and also this is located in the heart of the Andes. And Quito is also called the Light of America. Next slide, please. How you can come to Ecuador. Ecuador and Quito, our capital, has the Mariscal Antonio Jose de Sucre Airport, and this is located 45 minutes from the hotel. This year, the airport was named the best airport in South America, and as you can see the slides, we have several and too much airlines that will be in this airport for transporting all of you. Next slide, please. According to our venue and accommodation, we have chosen the Hilton Colon Hotel that is located in the heart of the city, next to the Elegido Park. Here in front of this beautiful hotel is the Casa de la Cultura Museum, just a few streets away. This hotel counts with 350 rooms and a capacity of 1,000 members to be in the General Assembly. Also, we have a 14 conference room and a big ballroom for our plenaries. That is approximately, to compare, like 2/3 of this of the room.
Okay. Hello, I'm Mariana, Associate Vice Chair. Now speaking about the pre-GA. The pre-General Assembly will be in Ambato. It's a city 2 hours far by bus from Quito. Maybe now you are asking, why Ambato? The answer is really easy, because it's one of the most cultural city in Ecuador. No, it's knowing its carnivals and excellent gastronomy. Next slide, please. All the workshops will take in the Uniandes University. That's my university. This university will provide us all the spaces and it's in its new campus and meet with all the requirements of our participants and trainers. And of course, they will provide the transportation. Oh, before, yeah. They will provide the transportation from the hotel to the university. And the accommodation will take place in Ambato Hotel. It's a 4-star hotel. It's located in the downtown of the city, and the maximum capacity of this hotel is approximately 250 pax. And now we are going to take about the post-GA. As you know, Ecuador is one of the most biodiverse countries around the world. We have 4 regions: the coast, the highlands, the Amazon region, and our amazing Galapagos Island. Do you know that Galapagos Island was an inspiration for Charles Darwin? So our post-GA team are working with a travel agency to make 4 different trips, one by region. So you are able to choose if you like mountains, if you like jungle, if you like beaches, or if you want to go to the Galapagos Islands. To be honest, going to Galapagos Island is going to be a little bit more expensive, but we promise you to arrange the best price for you. Oh, okay. The participant fee is going to be with the country categorization as every year, so it's not going to change.
The next one.
Hi, everyone. For the budget, the minimum budget for this event cover around 279,250, and the final result around 276,216, and the maximum of the total of this amount around 426,650 and 429,924 respective. The next one. The advantage of this ballot is worth mentioning that we have a lot of sponsors, and we have several, such as Cámara del Comercio de Quito, Ambos and Lecturio, Editorial Panamericana, Elsevier, Edimenter, and Pacari is a world-renowned company for organic chocolate in Ecuador. In addition, we have some private university that the advantage of it that have provide scholarships for any students that were or participate for war events like this year, for example. And this university that will provide us with a significant extra financial support. Also, as well as there are facilities, the transportation, and the space of them. Finally, we have spoken with the municipality of Quito, and it is a major help us because they give us the transportation for all medical to the airport, to the hotel, and offer an exclusive and safe space in the for the Hilton Column. Next. This is for next. Next one. Okay, for register, the initial registration will be until the 1st of December, with which we meet the deadline according to the bylaws, begin a single payment. The late register of the event will be 1st of January, and finally for the pre-8, the deadline will be between these dates, December 20. The next. And finally, for the visas. The most countries have free enter for Ecuador, but for the 34 countries, we want to tell you that the process is not complicated. And in support of that, we have had direct communication with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Mobility of our country, and they told us to facilitate this process. Don't forget that everyone can enter our country, Ecuador, except us to their countries. So your destination is Ecuador, open to all. The purple. Not the purple.
Actually, now we are in India, so maybe we are going to see you in Ecuador. So, ¡Viva Ecuador, carajo!
¡Que viva!
This was supposed to be a video of our OC saying welcome to Ecuador, but internet issues, but you are so welcome to our country and we want to see you there. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you so much for your candidature. We will have room for questions now, which I will take 2 by 2. And I will start by looking at the Zoom. Are there any questions from our online participants for AEP-MPP Ecuador? I see none. So do you have any questions? Anne France, VVMD Germany. Anne France, you go first.
Elodie Brum for Anne France. Thank you for your candidature and this wonderful presentation. I have a question regarding your budget plan. We saw that you plan to get 25,000 euros from private companies. Could you elaborate more on what type of companies?
VVMD Germany.
Nadia, BVMD Germany, she, her. Thank you so much for the presentation. We have a question regarding the LGBTQIA plus rights. How's the situation in your country? Thank you.
Thank you. So you have 5 minutes to answer the questions. And time will go now.
Okay. According to the budget of the private companies, as my mate, the head of the seat told you, we have several sponsors such as Lecturio, Ambos, Editorial Médica Panamericana, Elsevier. You can relate it to Clinical Key. Also Pacari, that is an organic, renovated brand of organic chocolate, organic cacao in our country, and also a Cámara de Comercio de Quito, that is a private company that manage almost all enterprises in Ecuador. Basically, those are the private companies. And according to the other questions about the LGBTQIA plus rights in Ecuador, the constitution of our country guarantee rights for the LGBTQ community in our country. So we are pretty sure we will not have so much problems in our country with this. We will guarantee, and also one thing that we didn't mention is that we will have a gender watch committee along with the COCC in this meeting.
Thank you. So I can take other questions first from the Zoom, if you have any. No questions right now from the floor. Sweden. Other? Yes, Sweden. Are there other questions? I saw another card just now. Helmsick, Greece. So Sweden can start and helps with Greece.
Yes, hi, Sharon from IFMSA Sweden, she, her. So I was just wondering, have you signed any contracts with sponsors as of yet? And also regarding the visa, is it possible to obtain a visa upon arrival, or does it need to be arranged prior to the GA?
Thank you. Helmsick.
Hi, Helmsick Greece, Vienna, see here. Thank you very much for your presentation and your candidature. I would like to ask if you have an agreement already with the venue and the accommodation, and if not, if you have a plan B.
Thank you so much. You have 3.5 minutes left. Can you repeat the question, Hams and Greece, shortly?
Okay. Yes, if you have already an agreement with the venue, and if you not, if you have a plan B.
About the contracts with the sponsors, that question, I will tell you that we have almost all contracts with the sponsors and the amount they will give us and what we are going to do with them, but not even one of them had been signed yet because we are not host yet, so we have to take care of that for our organization. About the visa.
Okay, about the visa, you are not able to get a visa when you are arriving in Ecuador, so you have to do it before. But the process it's an easy process, but it is a process. So our visa team is going to help you in everything single step. So don't worry, you can come to Ecuador with any problems.
And okay, about the agreement with the venue, we signed a first contract that with the lawyer that our NMO has, and this all that is about that if we are selected as host of the March meeting, then we will sign a true contract with them, beginning in the month of October. To begin the preparations for this meeting, but no real agreement has been signed yet with the hotel.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Zoom or online? IFMSA Kurdistan, IFMSA Iraq. IFMSA Kurdistan first, then Iraq.
Okay. Hello, Alan from IFMSA Kurdistan. My question is, what are your plans for hybrid sessions? Do you think you have the facility to conduct seamless sessions so that we don't go through the same difficulties that we're going through right now?
Iraq.
Ru'a Kawari, IFMSA Iraq speaking. So regarding, is there any possible agreements or sponsorship with any airlines? If that's possible or has been considered by you?
Okay, so about the hybrid meetings, the hotel is going to provide all the requirements or give us the facilities to arrange a hybrid meetings, but to be honest, always is going to be struggles with the online things. So we are going to try our best to give you the best experience in online and presential things, but everywhere or every time is going to be some struggle. So we are trying to do our best.
And okay, about the sponsorships with airlines, we are not in contact with one airline, but we prefer to have a contact with a group of airlines like the SCOME team group, like the Star Alliance group, so we can reach like an agreement for cheapest flights to all of you, because we really would like to have more accessible meetings to all of you, to all of your members. So as answering the questions, we are in contact with these groups, not with airlines like that, with the group of airlines like Star Alliance groups, the Sky Team group.
Thank you. I have room for one big or two small questions, so I'll look at you. Wait. Poland? And another question. Okay, no, just Poland. I can't see it in the back. IFMSA Thailand. So Poland and IFMSA Thailand.
Hello, Victoria Andrzejewska, IFMSA Poland, here speaking. I would like to ask you to elaborate on the cuisine and actually to answer how spicy is your food. Thank you.
IFMSA Thailand.
IFMSA Thailand, Ting sure. So I would like you guys to maybe elaborate more on the public transportation and the places to visit if we decide to go earlier.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
Okay, in Ecuador, for the cuisine, they are not spicy. We have a advantage for the vegetarian people because we produce a lot of fruits, a lot of vegetables, and we have a lot of and salad or another preparation with vegetables for the vegetarian people. And for the other, we have a lot of kinds of dishes that that we can prepare for you with fish, with meat, with chicken. We have a lot of dishes for that. And for the public transportation and the tourist places, Hilton Colón Hotel stayed in the center of the Quito.
Thank you so much for your answers. So if you want to elaborate on further answers, you can do that over the email. And thank you so much for your candidature. Okay, I'm going to ask you to leave the room and for NIMSA Nigeria to enter the room. Okay, so I want to confirm that the doors are being closed. And please be seated so that we can continue and quiet. Okay. So, NIMSA Nigeria, I would like to invite you to the floor. You have 15 minutes. Are you here? Yeah. You can come. You have the presentation.
Hello, dear IFMSA family. This is NIMSA Nigeria, and we are very excited to present our bid for the host of IFMSA March Meeting 2024. Next slide, please. Okay. Next slide. This is not.
This is the PowerPoint, sorry. This is the PowerPoint that we received. This is the PowerPoint of today. And then we have another one. And that's this one. Sorry. What I have this? Oh, this is, okay.
Yeah, I shared this. I shared this one. I even shared it to you. I even shared it to you. That's laptop no gets
He said it.
Whatever you have.
Yeah, they send us presentation.
They send
but
us to them.
yeah, no, like I can share it, but I don't have the right presentation. Sorry.
What I just said. Is the right one? I don't know. Send it to me.
Oh. Can you just check it with them, please? Or actually, yeah, you can do it. Oh, I think. Alright.
Internet. Now we have it. Yeah. Okay. Can you, sorry, is this the correct one? Let's make it true.
Okay, so attempt number 2, we will share the slides. Okay.
Okay. Hello again. Okay, so we can have the next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Awesome. So this is just a little about IFMSA. Next slide, please. And about NIMSA, the Nigerian Medical Students Association, NIMSA, is the umbrella of all medical students in Nigeria and also the student arm of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA. It is the oldest and foremost student organization in the Federal Republic of Nigeria and was established in 1968. It has a membership capacity of over 65,000 medical students across the 57 medical schools in the country and has been a full member of the IFMSA since 1970 and has contributed with several team of officials and regional assistants over the years. NIMSA has hosted an IFMSA General Assembly in 1988, also ARMs, and we are currently hosting the SCORP Africa Bootcamp from the 21st to 25th of September 2023. Next slide, please. About the IFMSA March meeting. The IFMSA General Assemblies are among the biggest youth-led events around the world, held twice a year, once in March and once in August, and they are attended by over 800 medical students from 100 plus countries. NIMSA last hosted the IFMSA March meeting in 1988. Next slide, please. These are some of the members of the organizing committee. We already have a team composed of 11 members, extended OC, a logistics team, a fundraising team, a pre-GA team, a post-GA team, and some volunteers. Next slide, please. We would like to invite you all to explore Nigeria with us, the giant of Africa. We have a population size of over 200 million people. And we are currently the 32nd biggest country in the world. Our capital city is Abuja, where we hope to host the IFMSA March meeting in 2024. Our official languages spoken are English. English is the official language, and we have 3 main tribal languages, Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. The local currency in Nigeria is the Nigerian naira, but it's very easy to convert from euros, dollars, or pounds, or whatever currency you come with to naira. Nigeria is located in West Africa, and our time zone is GMT +1. Next slide, please. Okay.
Thank you. The opening ceremony, we intend to have that at our International Conference Center. It's an event that has been packed with a lot of activities. We hope to bring a lot of people to that event. As a matter of fact, we've been given preliminary assurance that the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will be present at the opening ceremony of this event. So I invite you all to look forward to that. So we have magnificent structure, that is the International Conference Center. It's a structure that is that in the past has played host to several international conferences and can accommodate over 3,000 delegates at a spot. The pre-GA event, we intend to host that at one of the private universities in Abuja, the Base University. It's a university that is located in the center of Abuja. It has the capacity to accommodate delegates in all their 4 campuses. One of the best conference venues in Abuja is located in that university. It has about 30 minutes drive from the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. And the campus hostel has over 750 beds with capacity to host 1,000 plus delegates during the pre-GA. The General Assembly, we intend to have that at SCORP Hilton Hotel. The accommodation and the events proper will be happening in that hotel. The SCORP Hilton Hotel is easily the best hotel in the capital city, Abuja, and the top 3 in Nigeria, actually. It's a 5-star luxurious hotel, which offers over 667 state-of-the-art decor rooms, 1,200 person congress hall, and 20 meeting rooms in that facility. Venue will be exclusive for MM24 moving forward. With the facility has Wi-Fi connectivity. It has a very huge swimming pool, a VIP bar, and a nightclub, and every other facility that it requires to ensure that the IFMSA March meeting is top-notch is in this facility. Next slide, please. the post-GA. I invite you all to take a visit to Nigeria. There are events that we've lined up for the post-GA. Zuma Rock is one of the tourist attraction in Nigeria capital city. It's a large natural rock, an igneous intrusion composed of gabbro and granodiorite. It's a local. It's located in the western part of the Nigeria's capital, Abuja, along the main road from Abuja to Kaduna off Madela. It's sometimes referred to as the gateway to Abuja from Suleja. The Yankari Game Reserve is a game reserve that is located in a town up north of Abuja, about 3 hours drive from Abuja. It has a large collection of wildlife, and it's located in Bauchi State, Nigeria. Next slide, please. The National Mosque in Abuja is built in 1984. The mosque is among 50 most beautiful religious centers in the world, according to Honked survey. It has a gold-colored dome and 4 mineral facilities within the mosque, which include conference center that hosts about 500 people. Aso Rock is the seat of power in Nigeria, and we intend to also visit that place. All these and many more await you as you arrive Africa's giant capital. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is Zuma Rock. This is a collection from the Yankari Game Reserve in Bauchi State. Next slide, please. Sorry. Next slide. Then how to get to Abuja. Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport with IATA description of ABV is an international airport serving Abuja in the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria. It is the main airport serving the Nigerian capital city and was named after Nigeria's first president, Nnamdi Azikiwe, who died in 1996. The airport is approximately 20 kilometers west of Abuja, and it has an international and domestic terminals that share its single runway. Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport is located less than 40 minutes from Transcorp Hilton, and I can assure you that transportation will be provided from the airport to the venue and back. Next slide, please. Social events. The National Food and Drink Party, Abuja Nightclub Tour, Toko and Cubana Nightclub, and social programs will be best IFMSA has ever experienced in the last couple of years. We will work very hard to ensure that you have the best as far as the social events is concerned during the MM24 meeting. Next slide, please.
Okay, I'll run through the visas. Usually visitors to Nigeria require a visitor visa unless they come from one of the visa exempt countries. For the purpose of this document, countries will be categorized into 3. Category A, this includes countries whose nationals do not require a Nigerian visa to visit Nigeria. This category includes only member countries of the ECOWAS community of West African states. Category B, this includes countries whose nationals can obtain a visa on arrival, that's the VOA. It includes all countries who are members of the African Union. Category C, this includes countries whose nationals require a Nigerian visa prior to visit. It includes countries who are neither members of ECOWAS or AU. We are, however, working on getting a visa on arrival for all delegates. So to be clear, visas to Nigeria is easily accessible. It's something we are already working on. And I am currently in charge of that as the visa coordinator. And I assure everyone that if we actually get this bid, visas will pose little or no issues for everyone here. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, the budget.
All right, so let me quickly run through the budget. We've sent this earlier on. I'm sure you must have gone through it. Next slide. I don't want to talk much on the income, but let's just look at the expenditure. From our budget, we have made budget for minimum participant and maximum participant. The minimum participant, we're looking at 750 delegates, while the maximum participant, we are looking at 1,000 delegates. For the maximum participants, we have about 410,500 euros. Please note that all budget here is in euros, so take note of that. While the minimum budget is 305,200 euros. Next slide, please. Good. So these are possible, these are sponsorship that we've secured. Some we've secured, some we are in talks with them. And from this, you can see that we've gotten a total of 56,000 euros that has been either been promised at this point in time or commitment has been made. We've gotten some from our patron, who is a very big traditional ruler in Nigeria, a chief in Nigeria. He's our grand patron. We've gotten also commitment from the Nigeria's Ministry of Health. We've also gotten commitment from the Nigerian Medical Association, that is the NMA. We've gotten commitment as well from the president of the Nigerian Senate and private companies. There are private companies that currently NIMSA is working with. In fact, one of them, very prominent, is 7-Up Bottling Company. You guys can go online and check them out. We recently had an event with them to mark the World Hand Hygiene Day, and then we signed an agreement with them. We brought this before them, and they've given us commitment to this. And also, we have other corporate partners that we work with. We have hospitals and universities that they've given us commitments in terms of support as far as the MM24 is concerned. And then we also have our alumni network that has also promised to give us maximum support in this bid. Next slide, please. So this is the summary of the budget. From this table, you can see that the minimum budget has a surplus of about 4,975,000 euros, while the maximum budget has a deficit of about 2,975 euros. This is something that is an amount that NIMSA can chase if at all it gets to this point. So I can assure you that as it stands now, NIMSA has set aside about 7,000 euros for this event, for in case of any eventuality, so that I can cover for some of these things. Next slide, please.
All right, thank you very much. As the immediate past MPU, I can assure you that NIMSA Nigeria is taking prominent steps to ensure environmental sustainability of the General Assembly. And this is beginning from, our choice of venue. Green venues, we will be using Transcorp Hilton Hotel, which I can assure you that since 2009, Transcorp Hilton has been paving the way for leading to reduce the net economic loss and also managing waste, reducing waste, water stewardship, and as well promoting energy efficiency. And this has led to Transcorp Hilton receiving the Sustainability Leadership Award from the Dow Jones Sustainability Foundation and the Gold Medal recommendation from EcoVadis. In addition to this, we can also assure you that there are eco-friendly measures which we are putting in place. We are going to ensure that we have electric buses for transportation. If you do follow NIMSA Nigeria, you would also bear witness to the fact that having removed the recent fuel subsidy policy, we are moving towards electric buses as a country. And this is rightly positioning us as the giant of Africa in ensuring green cities and sustainability. And Abuja, as the city's capital, is also a city that is in line for a green city, and so is within trackable distance. We're also going to ensure that there is no use of plastic bags. We're going to reduce we're going to reduce plastic components within the General Assembly and the pre-General Assembly, just to ensure that we are reducing CO2 offsets. All of that and more things you can be guaranteed as part of our sustainability measures.
Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you all to take a visit to Abuja. Thank you. Let's have the giant of Africa himself, Burna Boy. He has assured us that he's going to grace the opening ceremony of this event. So I invite you all to give us this opportunity to serve you better. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your candidature, NIMSA Nigeria. We will have room for questions now. We have 5 minutes. I'll look at the Zoom first. If anyone wants to ask a question there. Okay, no, so I see here IFMSA Brazil. I see Homesick Hungary. So IFMSA Brazil, you can go first.
This is Vitor, IFMSA Brazil, Thank you so much, NIMSA Nigeria, for your candidature to host our next GA. Actually, I'm gonna bring the same issue that was brought last March meeting, that is regarding the LGBTQ people. When you guys were questioned about this issue on last March meeting, you basically said that you guys knew some people from the government and that all it's supposed to be fine. But considering that Nigeria has laws that punish LGBTQ people from 3 to 12 years of prison, I guess, how are we supposed to trust that we're gonna be safe there? So I'd like to state clear and concrete actions you made so far or that you intend to do in order to guarantee that our community will be safe there. Thank you.
Thank you. Hungary.
Hello, this is Fujina from Hamburg, Hungary. Thank you so much for your candidature. I would have a question about your finances. Could you elaborate on, please, which parts of the sponsors are already you already talked to, or how sure are these sponsorships? Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes for all the questions.
Thank you, Brazil, for your question. While your concerns are very valid, given that on paper, there are laws against LGBTQ in Nigeria, but Nigeria is a very diverse country. We already mentioned our size to you, and we're a lot of people. And as it stands, Nigeria has a lot of prominent LGBTQ members that you can easily find on Google. They are popular, they are celebrities, and none of them has gone to prison or been arrested or anything for that, right? And this is an international event that we have gotten permission from the government for. So we can assure you that any international event being hosted in Nigeria, every single participant is going to be protected by the government. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. In addition to what my colleague has said, we at NIMSA Nigeria also believe that EDI in IFMSA is a progressive culture, and we do not believe that we should not be inclusive of NMOs who are struggling to establish the culture of LGBTQ acceptance while we are trying to achieve more acceptance. So what we believe is that through this meeting, it's a progress, it's a step forward in our promoting acceptance for LGBTQ within Nigeria, and we do believe that we would achieve much by having you in Nigeria and in our advocacy efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the second question, I have to be very specific now. There are companies that have given us commitment already. Like I mentioned earlier on, 7-Up Bottling Company. It's a company that will have bilateral agreement with them. You can go online and check. We recently organized an event that they gave us full sponsorship. So we brought this before them, and they've given us commitment of 5,000 euros already as it stands, with the promise that if need be, that can be reviewed upward. So that is one of the companies that have given us assurance in this regard. It's a privileged company. You can check them out. And I'm sure it's not going to violate IFMSA ethics on sponsorship. That is one. Secondly, our grand patron, the Oni of Ife, you can check him out as well. He's somebody that has been the father and mentor to NIMSA for a very long time. We brought this before him, before we came for this August meeting. And he assured us that whatever it's going to take, we should come back and give him whatever the deficit is going to be from the budget he's going to sponsor. And this is a first-class chief in Nigeria. So you can also check him out as well. So that is that. Also, NMA, that's our parent body. We do not just do this on our own. We are an affiliate of NMA. So whatever we're doing, in fact, our coming here was sponsored by them. So whatever we're doing is in agreement with what they've asked us to do. So they've promised us that they are going to give us 5,000 euros as far as this MM24 is concerned. And also, we have hospitals that are owned by prominent former NIMSA and alumni that we've approached already. In fact, some of them were past NIMSA presidents, and they've attended events like this, and they've hosted some of those regional meetings and the likes. So they've also assured us that they are going to come in handy. No specific figure for them yet, but I can assure you that they are in with us in this bid, and we're not just doing this alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I have room for more questions. from online first? Any online people that want to ask questions? I see none. And then Portugal and let's go Oman. And then Portugal, you can go first.
Hi, NIMSA. First of all, thank you so much for your presentation and especially for the improvement that you made on it regarding the previous times that you presented your candidature. So thank you so much for that. We only have one question with quick research to try to understand your sponsors because we don't know much about Nigeria. There was some stuff that popped up in the internet regarding some allegations about scandals like fraud, corruption, and sexual harassment, especially regarding both your grand patron and the president of Nigerian Senate. So since we don't know the reliability of this information, we would like to know if you have any information on that or if you could elaborate on these allegations. Thank you.
So, Apollo Loati from Matsko Oman. So just a quick question. First of all, thank you for your presentation. Could you please elaborate more on the city, if it's safe in general? Like, can we go out at night, like to explore it in general? Because this is a big concern when we, hear sometimes about Nigeria and so on. So please elaborate on the safety factor, like, and transport in general. Like, is it safe to take a taxi and so on? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. To answer your question about the issues surrounding the Senate president, those are internal issues and political issues. I'm sure you are aware that recently Nigeria transited into a new government and a lot of things are happening politically. In fact, some cases are even in the court as we speak. So those things do not affect us as and it does not affect our partnership or our work as student or youth advocates in Nigeria. So that is that. For the safety of Abuja, I want to assure you that a former NIMSA president, who is currently a permanent secretary, Ministry of Defense, has endorsed this bid. And he has assured us that the safety of every delegate, as far as we are in Abuja and outside of Abuja for the post-GA, is guaranteed. He has given us his assurance that he's going to send military personnel to guard the event venue from the beginning of the event, from pre-GA to post-GA. And for transportation, we've made transportation arrangement from the airport free of charge to the venue and back to the airport. As a matter of fact, also a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Transportation is also a former NIMSide. She's a doctor, and she has been of help in the past during our international our health week and other events in Nigeria, but providing us with buses and all of that. And also she's in with us in this bid. So you can be rest assured that transportation will never be a problem as you land in Abuja. Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you. Okay, so after these first candidatures, I hope we can ask AEMPP Ecuador back into the room and also ask you to prepare yourself for a vote. So please log into Nemo vote because we will have a motion in the next agenda items. Door can be open again. Please let Ecuador back into the room and log into Nemo vote. Yeah. And if you have internet issues, please raise your voting card. The OC is ready to help you out. I see the first voting card being raised. And you show me how many people are. Okay, so you're going to the next. Okay, so please get seated and quiet. No. People, I want to vote. We are already really late and it's going to take forever. Now the time schedule sets 1 a.m. and we have many technical issues ahead. So prepare yourselves, get seated and silent. And I'm going to the next agenda item and I want you to be silent. Adoption of the reports of the IFMSA programs. So the agenda, the motion 40 reads, to adopt the amended combined annual programs report submitted for the 72nd IFMSA General Assembly August meeting 2023, proposed by the IFMSA Vice President for Activities. Do you want to explain? No. Do we have any seconders? Then in Brazil. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? I see none. Motion passes. Niemand contra. Okay. Then I would like to ask you if anyone wants to open a speakers list. Does anyone want to open a speakers list before the candidatures? IFMSA team of officials. Anyone else want to be on that speakers list? Okay, MSI India. Anyone else? Zero elect, right? Yeah. Okay. And EB elect, I think. But please raise your hand. Yes. Okay. Okay. So, and IFMSA Iraq. After IFMSA. Okay. More on the speakers list. Helmsick Greece. Okay, I think that's it. Helmsick. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So it's going to be MSI India, IFMSA Iraq, Helmsick Greece, EB elect, and IFMSA TO. MSI India, you have the floor for exactly 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. This statement, so yeah, MSI India, I'm Aboli Boseshi here. This statement is on behalf of BMMSS Bangladesh, LEMSEC Lebanon, CHIMSA Indonesia, IFMSA Spain, IFMSA Thailand, IFMSA Quebec, and HMSEC Hungary. Dear NMOs, for the next couple of hours, we will be witnessing the candidature presentations for the representatives who will lead our beloved federation for the coming year. Each candidate has invested considerable effort and courage to stand before us and present their vision and plans for the future. It is essential that we show them the respect and attention they deserve. We understand that long plenaries can be exhausting and it might be tempting to lose focus towards the end. However, let us not forget that each candidate's ideas, vision, and dedication are essential for shaping the future of our federation. Every candidate deserves an equal chance to present their proposal and make their case. By offering our undivided attention, we can gain a comprehensive understanding of what each candidate brings to the table. This will enable us to make informed decisions about who will lead us in upcoming years. Our collective commitment to listening attentively will foster an environment of respect, encouragement, and fairness for all candidature. Together, we can ensure that this process remains inclusive and dignified, upholding the values that our federation stands for. Thank you for your considering and cooperation. Let us approach this plenary with an open mind and a keen sense of responsibility to make the best choice for our federation's future. Thank you.
Thank you, MSI India. IFMSA Iraq. IFMSA Iraq?
Yes, Ru'a Kawari, IFMSA Iraq. So if anyone agrees with us, you can raise your voting card. So finding a GA host has been a continuous struggle for our federation. Therefore, we believe that when an animal has the motivation and are willing to put in the effort to host us for a GA, it is only fair and our responsibility from our part to look at their candidature and ask them questions that are only objectively and relative to hosting a GA. Asking questions that are completely irrelevant to their candidatures and to hosting a GA cause only nothing but harm to that animal. And asking offensive questions does no benefit to anyone. So please look at them in an objective way. And we need to make sure that our questions have an actual aim other than just pointless, honestly, sorry, but possibly offensive questions to the animals that are willing to put in the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, IFMSA Iraq. Helmsick Greece.
We would like to call all people attending the plenaries, especially today, to be more empathetic and respectful towards all people presenting. Candidates have done a lot of hard work and exposed themselves, their ideas and passion in order to offer to our federation. Talking loudly or laughing during the presentation, as was happening in previous agenda points, is disrespectful and, in our opinion, against the spirit and the principles of IFMSA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helmsick Greece. EB elect. EB elect. Can they have a mic? Yes. IFMSA TO.
Okay. Hello, dear animals. In a few moments, motivated IFMSA members from across the world will soon have a special opportunity to present themselves before you, either in person in India or virtually, and passionately share their visions for the positions they have applied for. We want to emphasize that this process is incredibly challenging, both mentally and physically, as candidates strive to pursue their dreams and secure a once-in-a-lifetime chance to serve the Federation. They have dedicated their time, energy, and thoughtful consideration to prepare candidatures that reflect their aspirations and ideas, not only for their positions or animal, but also for the entire Federation, encompassing the multiple roles and responsibilities of the position of an IFMSA official.
Therefore, we emphasize the utmost importance of displaying respectful behavior during all presentations. We kindly request your attentive silence, refraining from any inappropriate comments, facial expressions, or gestures. Our equal and encouraging applause for all candidates will manifest your respect, appreciation, and support. We extend our congratulations to all candidates for their unwavering efforts and dedication to serving IFMSA, and we wish them the best of luck. Embrace this unique moment in your IFMSA journey and showcase your passion and ideas. It takes immense courage to develop and submit candidatures, and even more to present them to the General Assembly. We encourage you to make the most of this opportunity. Once again, best wishes from the team of officials. We do trust that you will do your best to contribute to the development of the Federation that we all truly love and care for. Thank you for your attentions, your team of officials.
Thank you. EB elect. No, can we please get a mic to EB elect?
This statement is on behalf of the Executive Board elect. Dear teams of official candidates, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge you all who have stepped forward as candidates in the upcoming elections. This is a significant moment for our Federation as we entrust the future leadership of IFMSA into capable hands. Each one of you brings a unique set of skills, experiences, and perspective to the table. Your passion for advocacy, your drive for positive change is truly inspiring. The energy and enthusiasm you bring to the table have already made a significant impact on IFMSA, and we have no doubt that you will continue to do so in your future roles. Having gone through this experience in previous meetings and sittings, we understand the courage and effort it takes to present the candidature. And that's why we stand today to thank you and congratulate all the candidates for taking this decision of running for the term 2023 and 24. As you prepare to present your visions and plans for the organization, we encourage you to embrace this opportunity fully. Embody the principles of transparency, inclusivity, and collaboration that IFMSA stands for. Remember that while the journey may be challenging, it is also immensely rewarding. Embrace the process, learn from every experience, and grow both personally and professionally along the way. Once again, we extend our sincerest wishes for success to all the candidates. We anticipate that this experience will provide you with the chance to advance personally and professionally, as well for the growth of IFMSA. Thank you, IFMSA Executive Board elect.
Thank you. So we will move on to the next agenda item. Agenda item 25, presentations of candidate point of information by IFMSA EB.
Okay, point of information by IFMSA EB. We will let the first row available for the EB elect to sit to see their future TO members present their candidatures. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to continue to read the agenda item, which I didn't yet, I think. Yeah, so if for the next time, let me read my sentence and then you can give your point of information for such matters. Agenda item 25, presentation of candidates for the IFMSA Executive Board for the term 23-24. We have received one candidate, Daniel Paul Zemir von Metznitz from AMSA Austria, who is already on the floor. So we will share his presentation, and this may work with this computer. We can try it. Okay. Okay. So, Daniel, good luck. You have 5 minutes. What do you want? You want the mic? Do we have a mic for the candidate?
Perfect. Am I audible in the back? Perfect. Okay, we can start the clock. Perfect. Hello, everybody. Hello, IFMSA family. I am Daniel Zeimer von Metznitz, and today I stand in front of you to present my candidature as Vice President for External Affairs for the term 2023-24. Over the past 4 years, my journey within IFMSA has been exhilarating, challenging, and rewarding. From actively participating in GAs, in small working groups, being head of delegation, being part of workshops, I've worked intensively in various capacities in external affairs on different levels. I've led teams and engaged in meaningful youth advocacy, all of which shaped my perspective and my passion for this organization.
Zoom is lagging sometimes.
I just wait. Perfect. I extend my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for enriching my life in ways I could have never imagined. IFMSA stands unique in the world, a platform like no other, offering opportunities, fostering personal growth, and creating friendships around the globe. It is a place where the saying unity in diversity really becomes true. Well,
It's the Zoom, I'm sorry.
it's Zoom. Oh, now, perfect. We're going to go on with the plan of action. Yeah, together we're advocating for about 1.5 million medical students worldwide. However, there are areas which I think we can improve our work. I've written it down for you in my plan of action in these 10 points, and I'm going to go briefly to all 10 in the next 3 minutes. First, I plan to refine our policymaking process, ensuring that our policies are robust, relevant, and reflect of our collective aspirations. 2, by aligning strategic goals with our mission and the need of you, our NMOs, we can ensure that our actions and initiatives drive meaningful impact. 3, I fully believe in the power of our external affairs team. I plan to create an environment that fosters learning, collaboration, and constructive feedback, enabling us to excel our external affairs initiatives. 4, documentation is key for our work in external affairs. By upgrading our practices, we can improve transparency, accountability, and efficiency. Number 5, I plan to leverage research to inform our decisions and strategies, enabling us to be more responsive and effective. 6, capacity building is key to our growth. I aim to develop programs and initiatives that enhance our skills and capacities, preparing the whole external affairs IT for the challenges ahead. 7, fundraising is crucial for our operations. I plan to explore innovative and ethical fundraising strategies that align with our values. 8, boosting impact through strengthening our media relations and communication strategies, boosting our external affairs visibility and influence, amplifying our impact. Number 9, I plan to enhance our campaign strategies, ensuring that our campaigns are impactful, engaging, and aligned with our strategic goals. And last but not least, number 10, effective delegation preparation is key to our success in external affairs. I aim to streamline delegation preparation strategies, ensuring that our delegates are well equipped to represent us.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now have 3 minutes for questions. I will have a look at the Zoom first. Are there questions from online? I see none, so I'll take questions from on-site delegates. And then Portugal. IFMSA Sweden. And in Portugal, you can go first.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, for your candidature. We have a small question. You have a point on boosting impact and media relations. So do you have any metrics that you think could be used, and how would they be used to measure this impact? So if you could elaborate on that a little bit, it would be great.
Perfect, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
questions go two by two. So IFMSA Sweden.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Sharon from IFMSA Sweden, she, her. So in your role as Vice President for External Affairs, how do you intend to address challenges and potential ethical concerns related to fundraising while still maximizing opportunities for financial support?
Yes, thank you. You can answer.
Perfect. So regarding the question on boosting impact with media relations, generally speaking, measuring the impact of our external affairs is a really hard task as a variety of factors are involved. When it goes more specific on the question about media relations, for sure, there are clear metrics which are like already measured in some of the delegations we're having. It really depends on the media we are using. If it's online, it's easier to track the reach. If it is like more traditional media, then you have to rely on like the analytics they are giving to you. Yeah. Regarding ethical fundraising, I also received some questions via email beforehand on that. Let me be here really specific. This is not a thing the VPE decides by his own. It is a multilateral approach you have to take here. You have to involve all different parties, the whole EBTO, OCs, past OCs, and US NMOs for sure. But as written, I'm open for the discussion and directly going into the gray areas we currently have with our ethical fundraising framework. Like way forward, as I've written, maybe would be in small working group, working directly on precisely like writing on these gray zones, then providing recommendations for next March meeting so we could discuss it properly and all together as NMOs and EBTO. I hope that answers the question on ethical fundraising to an extent.
Thank you. We have 50 more seconds, so I can take 1 to 2 questions. IFMSA Spain, and I don't see the card in the back. Can you, IFMSA Thailand. IFMSA Spain.
IFMSA Spain, David. First of all, I would like to say you thanks not only for the incredible presentation, also for the motivation and the efforts. I would like vale. Okay, sorry. I would like to ask you about how are your plans about the global priorities and if you have any plans to work on it in the external level. Thank you.
Just to clarify, with global priorities, you're talking about the IFMSA global priorities? Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
So I'll take the second question. IFMSA Thailand.
IFMSA Thailand, thinking she, her here. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question that's concerning the past investigation. So there has been concern that there might have been potential damages done to IFMSA's relationship with external partners. As the next VPE, if this is the case, how do you plan on amending this issue if it is the case?
Can I have 30 seconds discussion? IFMSA Thailand, could you maybe repeat the question?
IFMSA Thailand here. So during the SUPCO report that was released, there is concern that there might have been potential damages of IFMSA external relation. If this is the case, how do you plan on amending this issue?
Okay. So you have 50 seconds for both questions.
Perfect. So regarding IFMSA global priorities, it's also mentioned in my plan of action point on strategy. I find global priorities are key for us forming the strategy for the past for the future term. This without priorities, we don't have an aim where to go. So yeah, this is like you can, when you want to dive into that topic, dive into the topic of the strategy part of my plan of action. Because we're short on time, about the question about the SUBCO report.
Thank you. Time is up. Unanswered questions can be answered over the NMO server. Okay, so before we go on to the next agenda item, I have a question to you, and that is for the coming candidates, do you prefer them to be hidden a little bit by this pretty Barbie Oppenheimer plenary team? So do you want them to present on the stage, or do you want them to present in front of us? So if you want them to present on the stage, please wave your voting cards. Wave if you want them to present on the stage, the candidates. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to count. Okay, and if you want them to present in front of us, please wave as well. Okay, by this vote that is not approved by the CCC, we will let them present on the stage. No. Okay, CCC was luckily not paying attention. We will go on to the next agenda item, 26. Presentation of candidates for the IFMSA officials for the term 2023-2024. And as per the bylaws, we start with the regional directors and with RD Africa. For those, we have two candidates. The first one is Eric Nyongira from Mesa, Rwanda. The second one is Kenfu Paknu Kelvine from Kamsa, Cameroon. As per lottery that was performed today, Eric will start. So I will ask Kenfu to leave the room. I will also ask the team of officials to guard each of the door and someone to go with Kenfu. Kamsa, Cameroon. Can someone guide the candidate out of the room? Point of information. You can approach the chair if you want. Yeah, me. Okay, so we wait until the first candidate leaves the room. What? Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to.
I will show your slides. Oh, really? Because there are people on Zoom, so they won't hear you. Yeah. For the slides, but sometimes there's a delay, and I count the time. So if the person is today, I'll like compensate it. You can also say skip. That's a parallel. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, can someone confirm that the second candidate left the room? No. Okay. Yes. Okay. So Eric, you can go on the stage and yes. Yeah.
Dear IFMSA family, dear beloved Africa region, I'm Eric Nyonjira, currently serving as the General Assistant for Africa. And I'm truly honored as well as humbled to present to you my candidature as I vie to serve our beloved Africa region. As I went back on my journey in IFMSA, starting as the RORA and NORA, ANMO president, the development assistant, and now the general assistant for Africa, I still recall vividly all the memories I've been able to acquire. I can proudly testify that the retail experiences and the growth I've been able to have from the work I've done are all attributed to the Africa region. As I went back on all those memories and experience I've had, I forever feel indebted to give back for the region of Africa that has attributed much, much more to even more than I could ever ask for. As I vie for the regional director post, I envision the region that moves together, working on a number of issues to address some of the challenges we have had as the Africa region, and also gaining the unit and strength from our diversity towards a vibrant region that there is working for the promotion of the development of the members. Next, please. Thank you so much. The next slide again. If I get the trust of the African members to be the next regional director, this is the plan of action I'll be basing on. The first is the gaining the strength from our team, and the second one is the development together as the Afro animals, and also the third one is the Africa on the spotlight, and the third one is the fourth will be the Afro animals beyond the medical school, as well as sustaining our gains. As I was saying, starting the second pillar, if I can say, of course, Africa region has had different challenges, especially for sustaining the membership and also having a few representation of the animals in the region. If I get elected as the next regional director, I will, based on my previous experience as the DA and also the GA, to make sure that there is an active recruitment of the members and also helping the current members to keep their membership through the personal approach of helping them to sustain their members and also filling the membership requirements. The second one will be the cultivating the seeds of collaboration amongst ourselves. Of course, if we want to work together as the Afro animals, we need to have the peer mentorship that can, based on working on the solutions that have been implemented in different animals, that can be scaled up in the others. I believe we can.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now what will happen? We will go to the question round. That you will have 2 minutes for your answers, and I'm taking questions 2 by 2. Yeah. Okay, so does any delegate online have any questions for the candidate for RD Africa? I see none. Someone from the floor? Oh, can someone read that for me?
Okay.
Sudan?
The Medicine Sudan.
Yes, Medicine Sudan. Other questions? I see none. So Medicine Sudan, you have the floor.
First of all, thank you very much for the dedication for the application.
And can you speak up because we can't hear you?
First of all, thank you very much for the dedication you displayed in your application.
In your candidature, you indicated your desire to utilize peer mentorship in developing the different animals in Africa. Do you have any concrete ideas as to how the region can work to accomplish that?
Thank you. Yes. As I said that I'm intending to work on the animal peer mentorship in the African animals. So some of the ideas I already had is the grouping of the animals according to the current sub-regions we have, according also to the similarities some animals have already. This will work on President's Weekend initiative, where presidents will be meeting on a weekly basis to discuss some of the activities that have been able to implement in their animals. This will help to transfer ideas and also foster collaborations between those animals on how they can work on some of the projects, the corrective projects, but also sharing the solutions that have been implemented in their animals. This can help some of the animals to get those solutions that can be scaled up in their countries as well. I can say that we have already started to work on this. As I was the GA, I've been able to foster this collaboration between two animals in East Africa, and that is TAMSA Tanzania and also FOMSA Uganda. They have had so far 2 activities together where 100 medical students from Uganda have traveled to Tanzania for an exchange partnership, and also some of the activities have been conducted in TAMSA Tanzania during that activity. I intend to leverage on that and also transfer the idea to the other animals in the region so that they can work on the same. This is going to be feasible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions online or from the floor? I see none. So Eric, thank you so much for your candidature. So you can leave the room, find, I guess, the BPA there, and Kenfu can enter the room again. And if someone again can confirm when the first candidate is outside, that would be good. Kelvin. Thank you. Okay, Kelvin is back. And can someone confirm Eric has left?
He has left.
Okay, thank you. Back here, the mic and the pointers are. Kelvin, yeah. Yes. Okay. So before you start, when you point, sometimes there's some delay on the Zoom. I won't count that as your speaking time. Okay. So you have 3 minutes for the presentations, 2 minutes for the questions. Maybe you can put the mic up. Yes, works. It works.
Okay. Hello. Can I start?
Yes.
3 years back, sitting here for the very first time for president sessions in IFMSA, I saw people standing in front of thousands of medical students presenting their candidatures to join the TO. And the first thing that went through my mind was like, wow, these people are courageous. Today, well, here I am. I'm Kelvin Kenfu, and this is my candidature to become your regional director for Africa for the term 2023-2024. A briefing about my experience in IFMSA. This is my 5th GA, and I have been involved in 3 small working groups, and today I count more than 120 publications, which I have done on the behalf of the region. Since I took over the communication platforms of IFMSA, we left from the server being at 500 members to today counting more than 120 and 1,800 members. Apart from being the PRCRA Africa, I am also the editor-in-chief of the Oscotate magazine, which is our regional magazine, co-coordinator of the IFMSA brand usage small working group, current animal president of CAMSA Cameroon, and is past vice president for internal and external affairs. These are some of the publications which I've been involved in, including our Africa Regional newsletter, which has not been existent for the past 5 years. These are the major improvements that we've had in terms of communication in our region. Apart from being the PRCRA Africa, I have many times involved or acted as a DA for members' engagement by sharing important information with animal presidents, which I as an animal president knew this would be key for their engagement. I have sometimes acted as general assistant because we did about 4 months in the region without one, and I co-coordinated a lot of our regional team meetings and also compiled a lot of reports. I also acted sometimes as DA for diversity and inclusion because I was also a liaison person between the regional team and animals speaking only French. For my plan of action, I have these 4 main pillars, starting by the first one, which is strengthening African regions. The very first thing which I intend to work on is that I want to be the DA that ensures that our members are capacitated before they apply to go for IT or TO positions and do not get unnecessary rejections that will work or be negatively impactful on their mental health. I also want to promote animal joint collaborative activities. Redefining exchanges within IFMSA to me means that I will go beyond SCOPE and SCORE, improvement of their qualities within Africa, and promote SCORE exchange gap and FEX. For GAs, I will ensure that our animal presidents are very well prepared before coming to GAs. For example, in Africa, we'll have 27 animals and currently only 12 have voting rights. That's a problem. Within the TO, I will ensure that I am very collaborative, I attend terms, and I give relevant inputs. Within the regional team, my main focus will be mental health of my regional team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so what we will do now is questions. I'll take them 2 by 2, and you have 2 minutes to answer. So do we have questions from online delegates? I seem to see none. Do we have questions from the floor? No questions from the floor? Okay, no questions from the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no, just someone clapping for you online. I thought there was a question online. Okay, so thanking both of the candidates for RE Africa. Eric can come back in. And meanwhile, I will read the next candidature. So we will have the candidatures for RD Americas, for which we have 4. And they will be in the following order. First, Lily Michelle Brown, Fonseca from IFMSA Panama, then Linda Carolina Prato Navas from FESICOSEM Venezuela, then Adrian Alejandro Moreno Mares from AMEF Mexico, and then last, Santiago Vladimir Bravo Jaramillo from AEMPP Ecuador. So everyone but Lily, I would like you to stand up, find a WPPA, and leave the room with him. And meanwhile, I would like to ask the tech support if you are ready to present the video. Yeah. Are you ready to present the video from Lily Brown? Okay, not yet. Not yet. Did the other candidates leave the room? Yes. Can someone confirm that the other candidates left the room? Okay, there was confirmation, so the video can be put up, and we have Lily here with us on Zoom. Can you put on the candidature video from Lily Brown? Will it work, or do we have to try? So Lily, I know you're there online. The tech team is figuring out how to present your video, so that's why we're waiting.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you are. Later, when we don't have pictures, very nice. We can also try, but our Wi-Fi is a little bit less stable. Okay, so we will do this one, and then we will see for the next video. We will try to do this one. It's not loaded. Only loaded here, so we. Yeah. Okay. So we are waiting for the tech team still, because I'm hearing myself somehow. Because otherwise it will lag later on in your candidature. No, because it's only loaded for 10 seconds, and it will lag. Huh? We'll have many breaks tonight. It's good. It's sustainable. Do you need a 5 minutes break? I don't think so. Only tea. Oh, some people in the back. Yeah, you can stretch your leg for 5 minutes. What? They can stretch your leg. They can. No.
Are the videos here? Videos here?
Okay. So we will start soon again. So if you leave, you may not get back in. So that's your own responsibility if you do not get back in. It's not like you can leave, but then you cannot get back in. Because as soon as I have the video, I'm starting. Okay, so we have the video. I need you to be back in your seats exactly now. So I see people here that are not moving. I want you to move. Please. Okay, so it seems to be working. Lily, somehow I'm getting. Okay, so we will play the video now. Then I will say, like my family. Oh. I want to say the silent and then you start. Okay. Okay, so we will start. Be silent, and Farah will start the video. 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 Start the video.
Brown. I am a 24-year-old medical doctor from IFMSA Panama, and I've been working in IFMSA since 2017 on the local. Maybe now you can turn off. Now you can turn off the mic. Hello, Americas. My name is Lily Brown. I am a 24-year-old medical doctor.
Like the question is how to make the sound come to the Zoom, you know? That is what the question.
Why? You said that.
Hello, Americas. My name is
Okay, so she will try. Yeah. Okay. So
Hello, Americas. My name is Sue Brown. I am a 24-year-old medical doctor from IFMSA Panama. and I've been working in IFMSA since 2017 on the local, national, and international level. Since I was a first-year medical student, I was involved in IFMSA. However, I'm not the person that I was 6 years ago, and that was thanks to IFMSA and inspiring people that I encountered all the way. So now it's my turn to give back to my region and help our members to be empowered and work together for a more inclusive Americas and a region that is more engaged in all of the opportunities that IFMSA can offer to us. My plan of action is divided into 5 areas of work for members. To understand their needs, we will conduct one-on-one meetings with the NMO president and their teams so that we can help them improve in the needed areas. Secondly, continuous communication with our members through meetings called Catching Up with the Americas to increase members' engagement in external opportunities. Third, implementation of new communication channels for the Americas, such as a Telegram group, and then tracking of NMO development to help our NMOs develop their strategies and their annual work. Partnerships for greater impact. First, we will develop a stakeholder mapping at the beginning of the term to objectively work on our needs. Secondly, we will follow up on current partnerships so that our members can make the most of them. And third, we will ensure that our partners are involved in the regional meetings. America's representation. Our baseline assessment will include a section where our members can talk about all of the main difficulties that they have regarding external representation so that we can take it into account for our work during this term. Secondly, we will find new funding opportunities for our NMOs and we will capacitate them in fundraising and then guiding our newest NMOs in application processes. Regional meeting. We will ensure that we conduct the first meeting between the OC of the regional meeting and the regional teams as a priority from day one, and we will work with a shared work spot for both teams. We will also prepare our members beforehand with a preparatory meeting, and also we will ensure that all of the information as survival kits are sent with reasonable timing for our members to get prepared. Our regional team competency model would be conducted at the beginning of the term to ensure accountability and transparency of the team. We will present bi-monthly reports and we will have a regional team work spot with all of the task distribution for the term. We will have midterm reflection meetings with all of the team members, and we will also ensure the mental health by implementing availability sheets and mental health checks before all of our meetings, and have a resources sheet available for our members during all the time. And remember, leadership is not an expertise. Leadership is a constant education. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your video and for the sharing, Lily. So what we will do now is we will have a round of questions. They will be asked 2 by 2, and you have 2 minutes in total for the answers. So I'll take questions now from the online participants first. If there are any. I see none. From the floor. Colombia. Any other? Okay. So Colombia, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Well, the question is, what is your plan to follow up on communication between array and its nationals? Thank you.
Did you hear the question, Lily?
Yes.
Okay, I see another question online. Just let me check. IFMSA Panama. So it writes, IFMSA Panama says, which are your plans to improve the presence of the Americas in the GAs? So those are your 2 questions, and you can start answering them now.
Thank you. So regarding the first question about RAs under communication with the national officers, I believe that communication is the key for a successful work for our region. So I will always take into account this topic in the bi-monthly reports that I said that we will be presenting. All regional team members would have to present their bi-monthly reports and include the communication part in the reports, how smooth it has been. And also I will always include this in our meetings so that we can follow up on the communication that they're having with their national officers. And also if any of the national officers have any concerns about the communication with their RAs, they can always reach out to me. And I will try to help them out as much as I can. And then regarding the Americas presence in GAs, I think this includes many areas of work. First, letting our members know what is going on and what are the opportunities that they have so that they can get prepared financially, mentally, and that we can have like a specific plan for us to work and to have a presence in GAs. And I am proposing, and as I said in the video, meetings online with our members and NMO presidents, where we can update them on what are the plans for the upcoming months so that they can get prepared. And yeah, I think it's empowering them, letting them know what is going on and how they can get involved, and trying to be as communicated as possible with them so that we can all work together for Better Americas. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 5 seconds left. I can ask another question, but I don't think that's very feasible, if that's okay with you. You would have 5 seconds to answer.
I don't know if I can make it, but we can try.
Okay, so does anyone have a question for a 5-second answer? I think that the floor is sparing you, Des. So thank you so much for your candidature. Another round of applause, yeah. Yes. So I'll ask the online returning officer to say goodbye to Lily for this part of the candidatures and let us know when she has left. And then I will invite the next candidate over, which is Linda. So if someone can make sure that Linda is coming back in, very much appreciated. You can, or you can download it.
The door is closed.
Okay, so okay, so you can find a mic and a pointer on the stage, but we will scroll through your presentation. Just let us know. You send a PDF. Yeah. Oh, but you have to put everything in the device. You download it there as well. The device, they download everything. Oh, okay. So we can scroll through the presentation, or we take the seconds and we get it from them. Like some time and we get it from them and they download it. Yeah, of course. So, but also there will be a lag anyway because it is a lag. So when you click, you don't get directly. That's with everyone. You don't click.
Can you check the pointer? And then.
No, it doesn't work. It takes some time as well, so some seconds. Can we drag the Morgan? Yeah, but it takes. Okay. Now it should work.
And point towards the computer, download this one.
Yeah. It will take some time. Otherwise. Yeah, it doesn't seem. Yeah. Okay. I will try.
Okay.
Okay, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So Linda, you can start whenever you're ready.
Oh, check the other one. Yeah. For this, yes, it's connected. But the point is lagging. It just worked. It just worked. Yeah. It just worked because you clicked start, it was slow. Work on a PowerPoint, not a video. Okay. No, it does. It has worked.
Yeah, and now she actually clicked one, but it's like that's the problem.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do it for you. We will do it for you and start when you are ready.
I can use it next time.
Next. Voila.
Right.
Ready? Okay. So hello, everyone. I am Linda Prato, and today I'm presenting my candidature for Regional Director for the Americas. So the next one, please. Okay, so everything has a meaning if you understand the context. And I am a daughter of a single mother who was born in, the next one, please. Caracas. The next one, please. A city from Venezuela. A beautiful country that has waterfalls, please. Beautiful beaches, please. And a social, economical, political conflict. And this had led to a lot of violence in my country, which, like the next one, please, had led to conflict in college students and thereby medical students. No, please. Well, yeah. Okay. So even though we have been through all this conflict, we have been like facing really difficult situations, I found motivation to fight for something that I want to advocate for, that is equity. And I wanted to advocate for equity in my sector, health. The next one, please. When trying to advocate for health equity, I found medical students organizations. And there's where I found a really nice place to advocate for this. The next one. I started with my local committee, then my NMO, then IFMSA, and I'm here, where I found out that there is no matter of the level that you are advocating for. It could be local, national, or international, and it doesn't matter the setting that you are in. It could be physically or virtually. If you fight, if you advocate for what you are passionate about, you will find that you will be generated a greater impact. So that's why, after 4 years of work in my NMO and 2 years working in IFMSA, I am considered that I am ready to share with you my support, experience, and strategies to find the growth, to find out how to improve the work in our region and the growth of our region. The next one, please. In my candidature, you will find 5 pillars and 1 special point related to regional meetings. The first one is America's well-being. So we need to focus on the mental health of our regional team. Why? Because if they are mentally healthy, they will be able to provide help to our whole region. And how are we going to do this? Ensuring that they have a guide on how to work in their roles and what is the support system that we will be offering there. Also, they will need to improve their skills and find personal growth in our
in their roles. The next one is NMO organizational development, because we need that our NMO presidents and EB are prepared to lead their NMOs. And how do we ensure this? Not only by providing NMO management skill, focusing on also the standing committees, management, and financial management. We will be doing this by the NMO president's competency model. Okay. Wait, but like, okay. Engagement and communication networking. So we need to provide effective communication channels to ensure that everyone has a space, an inclusive space for networking. And the next one, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We will have time for 2 minutes of questions now, taking them two by two, asking online participants if they have questions first. I see none, so I'll take from the floor. Any questions from the floor? Colombia and IFMSA Brazil. So Colombia, you can go first. If someone can give them a mic, they're here up at front. Can you raise your voting cards? Raise your voting cards. Yep.
Hi, Linda.
Hello, Lilo.
Okay. What is your plan to follow up on communication between RA and its nationals?
And I'm sorry?
What is your plan to follow up on communication between RA and her or his national officers?
Okay, so
No, two questions at once. Sorry. So IFMSA Brazil.
Vitor Rihem, IFMSA Brazil. Thank you and congratulations on your candidature, Linda. I was wondering if you could explain a bit more about your plan of action.
Okay, thank you. So should I start?
Yes.
Okay, so for SM called Colombia, so the plan is that ensure that DRAs has contacted all the national officers that they have to contact it, because sometimes that is some kind of difficult. So we have to ensure that if they cannot contact their national officers, we can contact the NMO presidents to allow them to have a communication with them. Also, we're going to create strategies to allow that everyone should be able to ask for a meeting for the regional assistant that they are interested for, like through a forum, so they can submit as solicited for that through a form. Also, we need to create like promoting spaces for communication, because sometimes what is difficult is to promote the engagement of the national officers. So like by doing activities, interactive activities that like will help us on that, we will be ensuring that. The second one? Yeah. Okay. So the last part that I wanted to explain is also the work in the capacity building, that we need to ensure that super-regional trainees are not a burden for our NMOs. And like by creating a CB support system in the region, we will be ensuring that the CB structure in our NMOs are like healthier and bigger. So also when we talk about external work, we need to capacitate our members in their abilities to engage with external affairs, and also like offering the opportunities, like being closer to them, to offering the opportunities of the external IFMSA opportunities. And finally, for regional meetings, we need to ensure that we have high quality meetings for those who are attending online and physically. So creating spaces for network for those that are online, and also sharing the agendas really on advance, like even before we before that what is established on our regulations, it will be better for them to understand what it will be going on our regional meetings.
Thank you so much. It was exactly the time it was needed.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if Linda can leave the room and someone can get Adrian back, that would be very helpful. And then we can go on to the next candidature. Okay. Can someone give us confirmation that Linda left the room? Yes. Okay. So on the counter, you find a mic and a thing to click, which didn't work last presentation, but you can try if it works for you. Just a second to your sharing. If you use that, there will be a lag because in Zoom we have a lag, so because of the connection.
Oh. Which one?
Just try both. Okay, the other one? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So first of all, I would like to ensure that I'm audible. Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay. So hope, resilience, and opportunity. These are the values that endorse our region. We are strong and we're passionate. We are the Americas region. My name is Adrián Alejandro Moreno Mares, and it's an almost honor to me to be here present in front of you to present my candidature of the next regional director for the Americas. A brief introduction about myself. I'm a 25-year-old former medical student from AMEF, Mexico. And through my 4-year-long IFMSA journey, I have held multiple positions that have provided me with enough insight, ideas, and perspectives of the strengths, but also the needs of our region. Now, after 8 positions held, the 10 national events and 8 international events, I know that I've gained enough local, national, and international experience in order to lead our region. It doesn't work. Next, please. Yes. So my mission as regional director is very clear. I will constitute the regional team as the proof of the leadership of our region. Together, the regional team and the NMOs will work to lead our our members to become health leaders and medical professionals. Next, please. My plan of action is divided into 3 main focus areas. Each one has its main pillars and specific points of action. Next, please. The first one is external, internal axis, and one of the points of action that I would like to highlight the most is our flagship event, the regional meeting. So I will work closely with the organizing committee in order to ensure that every attending participant has the best experience ever. And I will do this by working in inclusion, member participation, and quality sessions. Next, please. The second focus area I have as priority the IFMSA Americas strategy. I will work closely with the outgoing regional director in order to create a final draft on what would be the next Americas strategy 2025-2028. Next, please. And last but not least, in order to help our NMOs, I will foster an environment of what is collaboration and communication. And I will work closely with the NMO presidents, scheduling regular meetings with them in order to gain insights into their needs and challenges. Next, please. Now, as I previously mentioned, I am a former already graduated medical student. So if elected, I will compromise myself 100% to be full-time regional director of the Americas and to attend every main event that we have and any external event when needed. Next, please. So this is the length of my candidature. This is a phrase that has followed me
Thank you so
across.
much for your presentation.
Can I just read the?
No, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will have time for questions, taking them 2 by 2. Do we have questions from the Zoom? I see none. Do we have questions from the floor? Chile? IFMSA Chile, and SCOME Colombia. IFMSA Chile.
Hi, Camila, she here, IFMSA Chile. Thank you so much, Adrian, for your candidature and your presentation. But as we could see in your CV, you have always had exchanges position in IFMSA. So how do you plan to manage this lack of experience in other areas as RD?
Okay, SCOME Colombia.
Thank you. Hi, Adrian. I am Liana from Colombia. Well, the question is, what is your plan to follow up on communication between RA and its nationals officers? Thank you.
Thank you. You can start.
Can I ask the question? The Colombia question, do you mean RD to presidents or RA? Okay. So thanks for your questions. IFMSA Chile. I know that my IFMSA journey career has not been related to what is like all my positions have been to SCORP related positions, but I have also held the local president positions in one of the biggest NMOs, AMF Mexico, and my local committee is one of the biggest LCs also in my NMO. So I have held this position for 2 years. I work in this position as efficiently as possible. So I know that together with my regional position and the local president and my other opportunities, I know that I have the experience to hold this position as regional director. So the question for SCOME Colombia, thank you for your question as well. To ensure communication between RAs and their national officials, I know that it's very hard to get like very regular meetings because, well, due to the different time zones and the different school year levels. So what I plan is that every regional team member plans at least one bi-monthly meeting with their fellows national officers or representatives in their NMOs in order to assure a good communication with the RT, between RT and NMOs.
Thank you. We have room for 1 to 2 more questions. AMSA US. And any other question? No, so I'll give the floor to AMSA US.
Thank you. Pratyush from AMSA US speaking. So I have one question. So what plans do you have to support the reconnection and sustain NMOs like AMSA US, which are so differently evolved in terms of structure and function with respect to other IFMSA NMOs in the region? Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other questions, so you can answer this one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, AMSA USA. So I know that this is a hard task when I'm trying to activate new NMOs. What my plan is that we have already 25 NMOs in our region, but we have 35 countries in Americas region. So what I plan to do is to contact the main universities in those countries in order to provide all the information related to IFMSA to try to activate those NMOs in our region. I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you. We have 5 seconds left. Do you want me to ask a question for 5 seconds? No. Okay, so thank you so much for your candidature.
Thank you.
Okay. So as Adrian is leaving the room and Santiago is coming in, we will slowly continue. Would you like to need a break after this? Can you no, okay, so I see some people, but if you want, can you waiver your card so I know? Okay. No? Okay, so we are in for a long sit. We have accepted that. Okay, can someone confirm to me that Adrian left the room?
Yes.
Okay, Santiago
Santiago is in.
So
The door is closed.
And the door is closed. Amazing. I will. Yes, so
So you find Michael or pointer. For most candidates, pointer doesn't work. So you have to say next slide because there's a lag. So you can try. I can check it. Pointer. Yeah, check it out. It's the one. To the computer. To the computer. It doesn't say that. Okay, that's fine. We will stop with the pointer because it's just wasting time. Yeah. Okay. Well, no, wait. Yeah, and start when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hi, guys. My name is Santiago Bravo Jaramillo. I'm the NMO president of IMP Ecuador, and this is my candidature for regional director for the Americas. This is my fifth General Assembly for IFMSA. I have been in 2 regional meetings, and actually, I kind of feel proud because I started the WHO relations in my NMO. So, next slide, please. We have like 5 pillars. The first one is regional development and sustainability. Next slide, please. And here we're going to talk about that we need to follow up the Americas strategy and also see what we need to do to accomplish there by 2025. Also, we have to include voluntary national reports of our country to draft the regional priorities for our region. Next slide, please. Also, we consider the CV structure of our NMOs the backbone for everything they want to do. Also, we are going to promote the use of the sustainable and climate-friendly meeting manual for the American Regional Meeting and also the NMOs events like their NGAs. Next slide, please. When we talk about memberships, next slide, please. We are going to talk with BPM first. To recruitment of the non-represented countries in our region. We are going to conduct a baseline assessment with not only with the NMO representatives, but also with the national officers in every area. Also, we are going to create 2 organization development assistants that will replace the internal development assistant, and these ODAs are going to focus on financial, membership, and NMO structure. Next slide, please. As I said, with BPM also, we are going to classify our NMOs with a risk factor of losing membership, like traffic lights in green, yellow, and red, and the risk of losing membership. And also, NMO collaboration will be crucial because we can learn in every area with the experience of the NMOs. Next slide, please. When we talk about transparency and approachability, next slide, please. We are going to create America's Linktree page for access of all the documents of the region for our NMO presidents. We are going to have a double calendar for online meetings whenever the NMOs need a meeting with the RD. Also, 1/3 of the regional team meetings will have an open call for observers. Next slide, please. When we talk about the regional team, next slide, please. As I said, we are going to have 2 organization development assistants that will assist BPIs, BPMs, and BPF and provide support, capacity buildings, and
Thank you
activities
so
guidance.
much for your presentation. So I will ask questions 2 by 2, and then you have 2 minutes to answer them. So do we have questions from online? I don't see any. Do we have questions from the floor? Colombia and IFMSA Brazil. Colombia, you can start.
Hi, Santiago. I'm Leana from ASEMCOL Colombia. Well, the question is, what is your plan to follow up on communication between RA and its national officers?
Hey, Santi, this is Vitor. Hey, IFMSA Brazil. I would like to know a bit more about your history in IFMSA and in IMP Ecuador. And I'd also like to know if you have ever been a member of the regional team, and in case not, how do you plan to overcome any issues or difficulties for not being part of the RT before being RD? Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can start.
Thank you. The first question, can you repeat? I forgot. I'm so nervous. Sorry. Okay. Okay, thank you. That was part of my candidature. And first, we are going to create a sheet where we are going to have, with previous authorization, the name of the homologous position at the international team level and in the national officer level. And in this way, it's going to be better for communicating between the IT, the homologous position, with the national officer. And also the question of IFMSA Brazil, I have been in my NMO for 4 years. I have been local VPE, national VPE, now NMO president. I have been, as I said, in 5 GAs. I started the relationships between my NMO and signed an MOU with a WHO, with the public health minister of my country. That was one of the main focus plans of my candidature, to support the NMOs to have these relationships with PAHO and public health ministers. And I think the handover will be the main part of how I will overview how the regional team works. The handover with the previous RD will be basically my main resources to know what's going on, and all the baseline assessment, the reports on regional priorities, the reports, the bi-monthly reports of the regional team, and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have room for one more question. Are there more questions from the floor? AMSA US.
Hello, thank you for your candidature. Pratish from AMSA US speaking. So my question is, what strategies do you plan to put in place for the reestablishment and continuous growth of NMOs such as AMSA US, which exhibits distinct structural and functional differences compared to other IFMSA NMOs? Just for example, like we do not have any standing committees. So how do you think that the communication channels could be established with us so that we are able to engage in all the activities of even the standing committees and other bodies of IFMSA? Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat? I couldn't follow the question.
So,
sorry.
So basically, I just want to ask.
We can't hear you.
So I want to ask on how do you plan to, establish the communication channels so that an NMO like AMSA US, who does not have the structural and functional, the IDs of like standing committees and everything, so that we are able to engage in all IFMSA opportunities equally as well.
Okay, thank you. So according to that, NMOs have certain autonomy to have certain structures, but the main part of my working plan was also to evaluate why NMOs don't assist basically to our meetings, mainly regional meetings. What are the reasons for them not to engage so much with the federation at the regional level and the general level, and what we can do with them to support them and to engage more with them, with the federation, and how the federation works.
For your answers.
Thank you so much.
Okay. As this was the last candidate for the RD Americas, all RD Americas candidates are invited to go in, and we'll go to the next RD section, which is the RD for Asia Pacific 2022-2023, for which we have 2 candidates. First to present is Rena Santos Malilin from AMSA Philippines, and the second one is Chun Lam from FMS Taiwan. So if someone could ensure that the second candidate can leave the room or the Zoom. Both of those are videos. So Kenneth is not in the Zoom. He's in the waiting room. So we can share the first video, hoping it takes a little less long than the last one.
Hello everyone, I'm Rina Malilin and I am running as the Regional Director for Asia Pacific. I am currently a fifth-year medical student and I just finished my MBA last year. My journey has been marked by a series of enriching experiences that have shaped my dedication to the cause. From serving as the IFMSA APRM 2023 Organizing Chairperson to the National President of AMSA Philippines, I have embraced the spirit of leadership and service. Through my involvement in 4 IFMSA meetings from 2019 to 2023 and various small working groups, I have demonstrated a commitment to fostering positive change. As a plenary chairperson in APRM 2021 and the first ever student representative in the school board of my university, I have honed my skills in bridging people together and facilitating meaningful discussions. With your support, I aspire to lead with passion, striving to create an even more impactful Asia-Pacific region. Guided by 3 core values, sustainability and synergy, efficiency and rigor, commitment and or 2 MAGIS. My plan of action is built upon 3 pillars. Pillar 1, sowing seeds of sustainability and collaboration. To ensure long-term sustainability of the region, a seamless handover process is crucial. I will diligently review the RD handover manual and provide comprehensive handovers to the incoming regional team. The annual working plan will be aligned with the Asia-Pacific regional strategy. To address the challenge of timely RD positions filling, I will establish contingencies such as reallocating workforce and leveraging the strengths and weaknesses of the existing team to ensure that essential tasks are carried out effectively. In order to foster healthy working relationships and manage workloads effectively within the regional team, we will establish communication channels within the team, enabling all members to keep each other informed. This ensures visibility into each other's responsibility, promoting a culture of shared accountability. As the bridge between the APNMOs and IFMSA EBTOs, I will advocate for the interests and concerns of our region. Active involvement in EBTO discussions and meaningful collaboration with other international teams will ensure positive relationships and effective representation. Hashtag data-driven decisions will be at the core of our approach. By conducting thorough needs assessments among NMOs, we will develop individualized support strategies for membership sustainability and expansion, fostering effective engagement and collaboration. Bi-monthly reports will keep the region informed and updated on our progress. Speaking of assessment, we move on to Pillar 2, nurturing growth and empowerment. We'll assess alignment with the regional strategy and engage NMOs in discussion as we continue to reinforce regional priorities. As we revitalize AP View, our official newsletter, we have exciting plans to enhance its impact and engagement. Introducing the NMO Features segment, we aim to provide NMOs with a platform to showcase themselves. This will foster cross-learning and collaboration among members, promoting a deeper understanding of each NMO. Lastly, the third pillar, blossoming advocacy efforts where we will shape a more dynamic and responsive region. As we transition to more face-to-face meetings, it's time to revamp our SIGs. Building on the IFMS 8 SWG recommendations, we'll prioritize the Asia-Pacific regional goals. Our focus is on regionalizing international policies, creating a cohesive framework to address our unique healthcare and education landscape. Additionally, we'll empower NMOs to develop their own policies while encouraging proposals for regional policies that align with our needs. I am committed to enhancing AP representation in external opportunities. I'll coordinate inclusive delegations, facilitating engagement in WHO and APMEP, constant communication with BPE, LOs, and EAIP will promote calls for participation addressing potential challenges. We will grow our pool of external partners through stakeholder mapping, solidifying existing connections, and establishing MOUs to foster sustainable collaboration with relevant networks and NGOs. Ultimately, my plan of action embodies a comprehensive and strategic approach towards sustainability, growth, and empowerment in the Asia-Pacific region.
Stop. Okay, first of all, the second candidate cannot be in the Zoom. So you raised a point of order, but you cannot.
No, so I was reallocated in the waiting room, but someone let me in suddenly.
Okay, thank you for raising a point of order about yourself. And please do not allow, there's some clapping. Can please someone remove Kenneth again? We will restart the video a little bit back. Okay, who is host of the Zoom? And please.
Kenneth, that we will be moving from the meeting, and I will text him to.
But if we.
He joins, right?
Okay. Okay. So Kenneth, just somehow you get in. I don't know who's approving you, but can you leave the meeting and the vice chair will text you when you can get back in? Is it okay? Okay, but okay, he will be. He's gone. Okay. So we will go back to the video. And can you go back 15 seconds?
Facilitating engagement in WHO and APMET, constant communication with BP.
Go back.
Networks and NGOs. Ultimately, my plan of action embodies a comprehensive and strategic approach towards sustainability, growth, and empowerment in the Asia-Pacific region. By prioritizing collaboration, communication, and data-driven decision-making, we will create a thriving community of medical students dedicated to making a positive impact in the future of healthcare. For more details on my candidature, you may visit the QR code as seen in the slide. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you, Rena. Okay, Rena, are you here with us? Yes, you're here.
Yes,
and
hello.
So I'm going to take questions 2 by 2, and you have 2 minutes to answer them in total. And I'll ask you if you have heard them as well. So do we have any questions for Rena from online participants first? No. From the floor? Kyrgyzstan, Amza Kyrgyzstan? Right? Yeah. And IFMSA Thailand. So Kyrgyzstan, you go first.
Hello, Rena. Thank you for your candidature. My question is, as a regional director, how do you intend to facilitate the capacity building for the new and developing NO within the region? And what the specific measure do you encourage to NMO collaboration, particularly among those organizations that are early stage of the development? Thank you.
Thank you. IFMSA Thailand.
Hi, Reina. Thank you for your presentation. So we're wondering about what is the concrete plans of advocating for the AP region as a TO member? Thank you.
Okay, so Rena, you can answer these questions now. Did you hear them?
Sorry, I wasn't able to hear Thailand's question. Can you repeat that, please?
The first or the second?
The second.
Okay, I might have, maybe it's best if you reiterated Thailand. I can try otherwise. Can you repeat the question? Thailand? I can say Thailand?
Yep. Okay, so as a member of a TO, so I was asking, what are your concrete plans of advocating for Asia Pacific as a TO member? Thank you.
So what are your plans for advocating for Asia Pacific as a TO member? Okay, you have 2 minutes to answer the questions.
Okay. Hello. Okay, so I'll answer the first question first. And so first with the capacity building, I'll facilitate with the capacity building and developing NMOs. I actually did this in my NMO before, where we encouraged observership from one NMO to another NMO in their CB sessions in order for them to get best practices from other NMO. So and I would like to get their the NMOs priorities on which CB sessions or capacity, on what aspect of capacity building that they want to prioritize, so then we can allocate any say we can allocate these NMOs to observe and other NMOs who have already established capacity building departments. Yeah.
Thank you. So we have,
okay.
Yep.
So I still have time to answer the second question.
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Okay, so for the second question, with the concrete plans on advocating for the AP region, so we start with the RD handover first, so we can get a feel with the current situation of the AP region, and then the needs assessment, of course. And then as we move on throughout the term, we get each of the concerns of the AP region, and we will bridge this gap by communicating these concerns or to the sorry, to the EBTO. We will have consistent OLMs with the NMOPs, and I will make sure to communicate these whether these issues or whatever concerns that the AP region has to the EB.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rena. Okay, so if someone can remove Rena from the Zoom and invite Kevin back in, that would be really helpful. So we are asking Kenneth to come back because we removed him before. Kenneth is coming back. Kenneth is back and Rena has been removed. Okay. Kenneth, yes, I see you. You're here. We are going to share the video.
It's been lucky to be part of the Asia Pacific region where I found home and family. Dear IFMSA animals and AP family, it's my utmost honor to present you my candidature for Regional Director for Asia Pacific.
Please be seated and silent in this room. This is rude. I don't want to see it again, okay? I don't want to interrupt presentations. This was a video and I don't want it to happen again. Yes? Philippines? So I can't read it. Turkey?
Miss Turkey Melike Şiher, we were wondering if it's okay to remove the other candidates when we are live on YouTube. Did you get our question? Like it's live on YouTube, right?
Yes.
No?
Oh, you mean to remove the point of order from the YouTube?
No. Yes. But
the other candidates completely from the Zoom, but they could still be watching it, which is why usually we have them in a breakout room if they return the to the online person. Put them in that.
I'm sorry.
So that we can check that they.
Thank you for that.
Point of information. So what Turkey wants to
Wait,
say.
wait. You have to be granted a point of information and I will grant it to you.
Okay, thank you. Pratyush from the US, what Turkey also, the NMO from Turkey also wants to say is that while the candidates are waiting outside and the presentation inside is already, streaming on YouTube live, it's very easy and accessible for the other candidates
Yeah.
to,
Yes.
see the presentation.
Yes, so thank you for raising it. Thank you for raising it, Turkey. And we are working on it now, right? Or we are discussing it at this point. EMSA Austria. If EMSA Austria can get the mic.
EMSA Austria, Daniel Hume speaking. I just want to make sure the live stream is regulated in a hybrid meeting guidelines, if it's even possible to stop it.
No, we're not stopping the live stream. We are asking the other candidates to join the waiting room with a returning officer so that they are like in a room, like people are in the room outside. Yeah. And we are in contact with Rena. She's getting connected.
Not the greatest good idea. Not what I was. Where are we going? No. I'm getting there. Actually, no, it's like we have been delaying. Okay, from now. 3 or 4.
So the returning officer from online, can you go in a breaking room with Rena? Johanna, can you go in a breaking room with Rena?
Are you hot? Are you hot? What's the best version? And the
online. So we're asking the CCC to join Rena online. Thank you, CCC. Okay, so CC. Okay. So I don't know. But you cannot. You can, okay. We have settled the matter that IFMSA Turkey has addressed, of term 6, sorry. And I will ask you again to please get to your seat because we can start again right now. So IFMSA Egypt, please seated and silent. And other animals that I can't call out also. Okay, ready? We will start the video. 5 minutes? Okay. Can we start from the beginning because I interrupted the video? So from the start.
It's been lucky to be part of the Asia Pacific region where I found home and family. Dear IFMSA Animals and AP family, it's my utmost honor to present you my candidature for Regional Director for Asia Pacific. I'm Kenneth, a 6-year medical student from FMS Taiwan. I started my IFMSA journey and continue with 3 years of international team experience, joined the 6 General Assemblies, 3 APRMs, and 2 TOMs. In the past 3 years of continuous involvement in the region, I witnessed and understand AP members and animals' priorities and struggle from a perspective of a general member, animal president, and a regional team, which helped me to formulate my 5 main pillars in my plan of actions. So these are my 5 pillars of my plan of actions. I would like to highlight the 2 important action points in this presentation. The first focuses on APRM, which falls under the first 2 pillars. In supporting APRM 2024, working as a regional team and ensuring smooth communication within the team and make decisions together. Also providing mental health support to individuals during the hectic preparation period. I also commit myself to support the OC by facilitating discussions, suggesting solutions to difficulties faced, and also sharing past useful tips and resources. Recently, there has been a lot of discussion on APRM futures, including hybrid setting and registration fees. I plan to create spaces that involve all relevant stakeholders to make appropriate decisions collectively and invite those impaired on these changes on future regional meetings. Lastly, the future of APRM depends on finding a host, and my role is to support interested animals and provide guidance when exploring the possibility of hosting. The second highlight is on the reforming of regional priorities, which fall under the internal development and external affairs pillar. The current format of the regional priorities started 3 years ago and experienced some difficulties such as limited participation, transforming outcome for advocacy work, and lack of linkage with other regional affairs. I hope to adjust the direction and outcome for our regional priorities, which create a bigger impact in capacity building and regional advocacy work. I start by suggesting topics related to WHO priorities and voted by members in the baseline assessment, which further established the special interest group. The SIG aims to have advocacy-based outcome and involve IFMSA organization members in the formation. The outcome can showcase our work when meeting regional external partners such as Healthcare Without Harm, Youth Voices Count, and even WHO Regional Office. Finally, empowering sessions will also increase members' understanding towards WHO-related topics, which will be beneficial when applying for IFMSA external opportunities. If you remember the 5 pillars of my plan of actions, by taking the first letter of each pillar, it forms the word family with a missing Y. By adding you, the AP family is united. With you, we can build and shape our family together. Thank you. In case if you want to learn more about my candidature, feel free to scan the QR code or reach me out through email and Instagram. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. So we will take questions from the floor and from online 2 by 2. I want to look at the online the most first. Do you have any questions for Kenneth? No, I see IFMSA Thailand and MSI India. IFMSA Thailand, you can go first.
Hi, thank you for your wonderful presentation, Kenneth. So this is a question from IFMSA Thailand, Ting Ting Shi here speaking. So we would like you to clarify on a point in your candidature package. So for supporting AP animals waiting for APRM, so we were wondering how do you propose to do this to promote the best form of transparency to prevent any bias from happening and to make this all equitable for AP animals bidding for the APRM? Thank you.
MSI India. Can they get the mic? Raise your voting card, please.
Thank you, Kenneth, for your presentation. My question is, how will you as a regional director for Asia Pacific will facilitate discussions in cases of disputes between two organizations in case one is already an IFMSA member and second organization is applying for IFMSA membership from the same country? Thank you.
Did you get the questions, Kenneth?
Yes, I think I get them. Like, can I just recap them, make sure that I didn't misunderstand anything? The first one is about avoiding bias when assisting APRM potential hosts, and then the second one will be on like the dispute of two organizations, which one of them is already originally an IFMSA member already. Did I get that correctly?
Confirmed? Yes. You can start the answers.
So thank you very much for IFMSA Thailand for the question. So in the candidature package, I did mention that I will be assisting animals that are interested. So at first, it will be assessing by the start of the term, having one-on-one consultation, and in the baseline assessment, assessing which animals are interested in hosting APRM. And then there will be some guidance given to those animals that would like to or interested to be part to host APRM. So to avoid biases, so it was a transparent mechanism because every animal will got the question in a baseline assessment, and then there will be also spaces where animals can ask questions to the regional team. They can always approach the regional team for any questions. So the regional team never show any stance to any host, but similar to what currently the IFMSA EB does as well, that they provide input, they call for the host for like GA hosts, and then they would contact interested animals. So that's the similar plan or mechanism of the support to give to potential animals that would like to host APRM. Thank you very much for MSAI India for the question on the split organization. I mean, I believe that intra-animal argument is not something new within IFMSA. So as the regional director, it's really a lot of mediations do, trying to find a common ground for two organizations, such as the opportunities of combining or representing through one animal. But yeah, like the main point is, as a regional director, is trying to mediate and find a common ground. Yeah, so that's the answer for the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you're just in time, 2 seconds left. So I will presume that you will not ask me to ask another question. Thank you so much. Okay, so we move to the next set of RD candidatures, which is RD for the EMR 2023-2024. Want to check that we have Sami Saif Al-Din with us. Yeah, but is he here? Okay, I see we have the candidate with us. Welcome. So we will share your video.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sami Al-Hourani, a sixth-year medical student from the Jordan University of Science and Technology. I'm gladly presenting my candidature for IFMSA RDEMR 2324. And if you're seeing this video, then that means that I'm probably being held up at the pediatrics department. Nonetheless, I'll be available in person on the 5th of August. To give you a brief background on who I am, I joined the IFMSA in 2018, where I served as a LORP, a NORP, and NMO president for IFMSA Joe, and thus I was raised in the region, and I am intimately familiar with its healthcare challenges, and thus I'm committed to serving the region and the IFMSA in hopes of creating a significant positive impact. I'm a person who's data-driven, so you can see that my candidature starts with a SWOT analysis, and we'll be going through the highlights of each section in this presentation. Our SWOT analysis reveals that we have 18 animals that are strongly committed to EDI, regional opportunities and exchange programs. Nonetheless, we have high turnover rates and financial issues and inflation that can infringe on our EMRs. Yet, we have to work on 3 potential animals such as Saudi Arabia, Djibouti, and Syria. We also have to continue our work on the regional priorities reform and create an IFMSA EMR alumni database in collaboration with the IFMSA president. As for the general guidelines, I will be constantly available to hold meetings with the regional team, animal presidents, and anyone on demand. Moreover, I will ensure that there is proper provision of mental health, and I will be leading by example by upholding constitutions and bylaws, the strategic plan for the EMR, and upholding the IFMSA mission and vision. For animals membership expansion, we'll be starting with a baseline assessment, followed by implementing a mentorship program and collaborating with the animals by placing proper financial strategies, ensuring that strategic planning is being done, ensuring that external affairs are being properly implemented in the animals and so on. Moreover, we'll be recruiting new members through strategic positioning of the IFMSA within the regional affairs. And we'll also be planning to create an animal leadership transition kit that will really guide the future animal presidents and TO of different animals. As for internal and external affairs, we'll be focusing on regional priority reform, standing committees, choosing the right regional team, and even working on our external affairs to capitalizing on digital health as a regional priority to further consolidate our work with our partners. We aim to foster inter-animal and regional collaborations, and through our collaborations with the TO and especially the VPE and LOs, we aim to ensure proper outreach and approvals for external affairs on a timely basis. As for the RMs and GAs, I'll be available in person to assist the EMR 20 organizing committee. Moreover, we'll be launching a pricing focus group to ensure the sustainability of EMRs, pre-EMRs, and so on. As for capacity building, we'll be creating an SRT sheet that will ensure that there's no overlap in the SRTs in the region. Moreover, we'll be encouraging potential trainers and facilitators to enroll in the trainers pool, and we'll be connecting the CB divisions in animals with the CBRA, and we'll also be evaluating regional TB opportunities. Finally, in all our opportunities, we'll be focusing on inclusivity, equity, and progression towards diversity and liberation. We'll be providing accessible material that is translated, inclusive culture, and a framework free of systemic barriers. Thank you all so much for listening. And if you have any questions, do reach out to me at any time.
Okay, Sami, thank you so much for your presentation. We will go to questions now. I will take questions 2 by 2, and you have 2 minutes in total to answer them. So do we have any questions? I see none online. I see IFMSA Egypt and IFMSA Kurdistan. IFMSA Egypt.
Okay, we would like to start by thanking Mr. Sami for his candidature and to wish him good luck. We have a question. How will you help NMOs from the EMR region to start again hosting IFMSA GAs? Thank you.
Okay, IFMSA Kurdistan.
Hello, Sami. This is Alan from IFMSA Kurdistan. First, I want to thank you for taking me through such a beautiful experience while reading your motivational letter, and I thank you for your candidature.
Please.
I have many questions, but I've chosen 3, which are all in the EDI pillar.
1 question.
Okay, then I'll save the others for the debate. So my question is, how will you make sure that the EDI reflects on your regional team, especially diversifying your regional team? And thank you, and wish you best of luck.
All right. Thank you all so much for your questions. Am I audible?
Yes.
All right. So for the first question regarding the GAs and how I'm planning on implementing a plan to really help the EMR region, the EMR animals to really bring GAs again. So first of all, it's very important to drive our actions based on data. So first of all, we need to have a baseline assessment to really understand if we are willing to host GAs. So, you know, one of the most pressing issues towards hosting EMRs, which is considerably a smaller scale meeting, is financial issues. So I think that to really bring up the GAs to our EMR, we need to understand what are the financial capacity of our region in general, and to really provide a long-term financial capacity building series, providing you know, tools and resources to really get on board with our external affairs, and you know, trying to get sponsors and so on. So I think that would be the first thing that we'll be targeting throughout the term, to really get GAs on board. One of the GAs was hosted by Egypt. I think it was 68, I believe, and I'm sure it was very challenging. So I think we need to solve the financial capacity to begin with. As for the second question, again, thank you so much. So to ensure that we have, you know, equity, diversity, and so on, so I'd like to treat it as a ladder or a pyramid, because you can't have diversity unless you have equity and inclusivity. So what we're trying to do in this term is to really provide equitable opportunities by disseminating accessible material to everyone, whether it's translated to different languages or even sign language and so on. So I think that would be the first step. Moreover, you have multiple checklists and guidelines that will be created based on the National Youth Council checklists that have been released.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we will continue with the next set of candidatures for RD Europe 2023-2024, for which we have two candidates. First, Zoe Erna Verloo from IFMSA Austria, and second, Liana Enne from IFMSA Belgium. Yes, so we are waiting for the second candidates to leave the room. We want to have people at the door, and I want confirmation when the candidates left the room. Meanwhile, I'll instruct Zoe. There are pointers, so you can inform Farah. Want you to sign in 10 seconds, I think. And you have what? No, because it's in the hybrid guidelines, so I cannot. Yeah. How do I do this? Can someone help? Okay, so start when you ready. Or just let me confirm. Did the other candidate leave the room? Can someone confirm that? Yes. Okay, so doors are closed and Zoe can begin.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today and present my candidature for Regional Director for Europe.
Louder.
Closer. Hi. Okay, can you hear me in the back now? Yes, great. Okay, so I'm Zoe. I'm very happy to be here today and present my candidature for Regional Director for Europe. Next slide, please. So first of all, I would like to tell you a few things about myself. So yeah, I'm 23 years old. I'm a medical student from Ghent, Belgium. Currently, I am Membership Development Assistant in IFMSA. I previously was NMO President, and I've held many other different positions on a national level. Next slide, please. So for this presentation, I only have 3 minutes. So sadly enough, I cannot go to my entire plan of action. So I picked a few main points to talk about. Next slide, please. Right. Oh, it seems like I moved a little bit. So the first thing is membership engagement. I think the European region is very active, very motivated, but sometimes we do have difficulties to find people for specific opportunities, such as the plenary teams or the European Sting articles. I think part of the issue is that these opportunities don't always get to the people who are the most interested in them. So recently, we've been talking about making a regional Instagram page, and I think this is something that could help with that issue, because we can directly promote things to the people who may be interested and hopefully engage more people like that. The National Officer Weekends and the NMO President's Weekend, which is open to all EB members of your NMO, are in-person events that are super motivating to attend. It's one of my favorite things I attended this year, so I really want to focus on organizing all these weekends. And lastly, I have monthly NMO President meetings, which are super important for NMOs to share ideas and collaborate, so I want to ensure these happen as well. Next slide, please. Right, so then we have teamwork. The team as regional director I would be working in the most is the Euro team. So I want to ensure to create an environment that's comfortable, supportive, where everyone feels acknowledged for their work. And the team of officials, obviously the same, but additionally, I want to really work in the decision making, work in all the meetings and everything like that. Positive team environment. So I want to really create a place where everyone feels comfortable. I think the current Euro team has done incredible work regarding mental health and showing the importance of taking regular breaks. So this is something I would really want to continue in. Additionally, I really believe in leading by example. So everything I would be recommending in any of my teams, I would ensure to do myself as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so the European region is very diverse. So the support that each NMO needs is very different. To make sure everyone has these needs fulfilled, I want to organize regular one-on-one meetings. Not regular, like meetings, one-on-one meetings at the beginning of the year and at the middle of the year. In addition, I want to offer meetings on request as well, which I could use to make sure that everyone can have help with all problems they might have. It's many meetings,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so as per usual, we'll take questions two by two. Are there any questions from online? I see none. I saw a very eager question here, but I've given you quite some. But also IFMSA Sweden and in Portugal.
Hi, Sharon, IFMSA Sweden, here. First of all, thank you for your presentation, Zoe, and for your candidature package. So my question is, what are your thoughts about that you haven't been on the Euro team previously, and how you, your thoughts on like handling, how do you say? Well, the difficulties that could come with that. Thank you.
Thank you. And in Portugal? Do you have a mic? And if not, please can someone get them a mic? And raise your voting card if you have no mic. That's a general comment.
Francisco Martins, him, and in Portugal. First of all, thank you for your candidature. As expected by your experience, it ends up focusing more in the NMOs. Could you elaborate a bit more on what your experience can be helpful regarding team management in the Euro team and what your main focuses would be?
Thank you. You have 2 minutes in total.
Okay, and thank you so much for both questions. I think they're quite similar, and it's on team management for Euro team. So yes, I have not previously been in the Euro team. However, I have worked in many different teams. In my own NMO, I was in the TO and the executive board for 2 years in different positions. So I've learned to work with many different people. I was coordinating national officer as well, since in IFMSA Belgium, when you're president, NMO president, you're also national president. So that goes together. And I also have some experience in the international team as in the VPM IT, which is where I really learned to work in the more virtual setting and how team management in that worked. So I do believe the collaboration of those things, in addition to the small working groups such as the MRC and intersectional IFMSA in which I worked, do give me the experience to lead a Euro team. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Ex-Catalonia, IFMSA Spain. Ex-Catalonia, you can go first. Please raise your voting card if you want a mic, until you have a mic.
First of all, thank you very much for your candidature and your motivation. We wanted to ask if it was possible to give some clarifications regarding the NMO signature of your CF, since from our understanding, you're attending as a delegate from one NMO, but your CF is signed by another NMO. Thank you.
IFMSA Spain. Raise your voting card if you want a mic. The mic doesn't work. Oh, it works.
Hi, David from IFMSA, him. I will also thanks for the presentation. I would like to know if you have any strategy to improve the collaboration between different NMOs, not only in the European region, also with different regions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for both questions. So I'll start with the one about my CF. Right, so it's quite a long story. So if I don't finish it now, you can always come approach me and I'll explain it. It's no issue. But what happened is the other RD candidates, obviously Eliana is also from IFMSA, and we both wanted to apply. So we talked about it together. This was in April. We approached our EB and our subco nationally about it. And in the end, we kind of decided that we would only be signing one CF from IFMSA, since candidating is a super stressful process. So we thought it was really important that the delegation would be there for the candidates and would be 100% supporting them. So what happened is they had an internal vote and they decided to vote for Eliana. For the details about that and how that happened, you can contact IFMSA and they can give you all the information about that. After that, I was really happy for Eliana. She's one of my best friends, but I was also like very disappointed for myself, obviously. So I didn't really know what I wanted to do next. But after a few days, I did decide to resign from my position as president, as I didn't really feel comfortable anymore. And after that, I thought more. And then I thought like, okay, this is something I really want to apply for. And if I don't do it, I will regret it, which is why I approached AMSA Austria.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Zoe. Zoe will now leave the room and we will have the presentation by Eliana, who will enter the room now and she can come forward and I can give some instructions. And if the OC or the VPA could give me some updates about the question raised earlier about logistics. Oh yeah, then that was. Okay, then we have comprehension. You can, I can give you some instructions. So we out now. So you have a mic there. You can present there. There are pointers that don't work, so you need to say next time to Clara. We will click through the presentation. Okay. 3 minutes spent over 2 minutes discussion. Yep. Can someone confirm me that Zoe has left the room? Yes, I see confirmation. Please take your seats and please be silent because I don't see that people are sitting in silence. Please take your seats and please be silent. Some people are not taking it. Okay, so you can start whenever you want.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ileana Ene. I'm a final year medical student in Brussels, Belgium, and I am here in front of you today to present my candidature for the role of Regional Director for Europe. Next slide, please. So I will start today by telling you my why. For the past year, I've been working as the SCORP Regional Assistant for Europe. And as much as it was a challenging year, it was one of the most incredible years that I had. I learned a lot about the Federation, events, and mostly about myself. I want to continue to grow in this matter, and I want to do this by helping members from the least to the most experienced. In my vision, the European region will benefit from having a reliable point of reference in order to build a strong foundation that allows creativity, new ideas, and finally, progress. This is what I can offer you. This is what I can offer the European region. Next, let's go to my how. Next, for the team of officials, I will be actively participating in this, next slide. Actively participating in discussions and decision makings in TOMs and GAs. I will also collaborate with the VPE, the liaison officers, as well as regional directors in external affairs and much more. Next, for NMO support, my first priority is developing the concept of one-on-one startup meetings in order to bridge the gap in knowledge as well as in skills. This will be done with the help of the core Euro team. Next, we'll be doing, I'll be organizing monthly NMO presidents meetings where there will be a space to share for the region as well as the Euro team and the OC of the Region 2024. Lastly, we will have guests from the BTO in accordance with the region's needs. Next slide. Last but not least, Euro team. I think the formation of the team is one of the most important parts of the term. I will be working on having a clear and representative task description for all the candidates that are working on Euro team. Next, my first priority for the Euro team will be mental health. There will be a mental health watch in every monthly Euro team report. And lastly, if elected, I will do everything in my power to ensure a functional, happy Euro team for themselves, for the European NMOs, and for the Federation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So we have 2 minutes for questions. Do we have any people that want to ask questions? So I have Bulgaria, IFMSA Bulgaria, Northern Cyprus. Okay, Bulgaria.
Thank you. Hello, Stiliana Shiher on behalf of MSB Bulgaria. Thank you so much, Eliana. So our question is, what are some of the key global health challenges you believe our region should prioritize? And how will you mobilize our region's medical students to address these issues effectively? Thank you so much.
Okay, MSC and Northern Cyprus.
Thank you for your presentation first. Secondly, my question is, how do you plan on engaging European NMOs into international opportunities? And what's your priorities on this matter? Thank you.
You can start.
Okay, so thank you so much for your questions. Regarding the global health challenges and the way to involve medical students in these, I believe one of the most important, at least that we have in our region right now, are some of the ones that we just voted as regional priorities. So I was mainly thinking about access to healthcare. I plan on working with the regional team and Euro team in order for every RA to try to include these regional priorities, both of them, in their work with the national officers in a way that also NMOs can develop activities and collaborate between themselves in order to advance and work on these regional priorities that are also global. For the second question about engaging European NMOs in international opportunities, I think my priority here is to prepare NMOs and prepare members as best as possible. If they are prepared, they will feel more engaged and more they will be more motivated to apply for these opportunities. I will also, of course, try to share them by the Euro team, as well as myself, if elected through the animal servers and the European server.
Thank you. So we have 15 seconds left for questions. So I think I can ask another question. IMCC Denmark.
Clara, I'm CC Denmark. So you've never been an NMO president. How will you ensure to be able to put yourself in our shoes and guide us through the problems we might meet?
Okay, you have 15 seconds.
Okay, I'll be very quick, but I believe I do have some of the experience that I need as an NMO president to be able to help SRD, but I will also try to have as many NMO presidents in the core Euro team to help me in this matter.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you for your candidature. Okay, so we will have 2 more candidatures before dinner break. And we go to the next set of kind of candidatures, which is standing committee directors, starting with the SCOME D. We have 2 candidatures for SCOME D. First one that will be presenting is Gras Nicole Huertas Vilca from IFMSA Peru. Second one that will be presenting is Gada Hussain Shamski from IFMSA Iraq. So Gada, I will ask you to leave the room with the VPA or any other person that is in charge of that. I think, I don't know, the VPA. And meanwhile, Gras can come here and I can give you grace. Sorry, I'm half French, so whenever I can. You can try if it works better, but it's also about the connection.
I also have a situation because I'm not being able to reach your Canva presentation at the moment.
Because of internet.
I would share it, but my connection was.
Yeah. I can download it.
Yeah, don't we have it? Oh, they didn't download it.
Oh, maybe I can look. Actually, thank you.
Oh, it's Canva.
You can try to put it here.
Just put the link into the presentation.
We can try because sometimes it does reach, but I think it's about angles.
Okay, so what do we do?
And you look, do you have camera access on that?
Could you just share it with her? The one that you shared.
Point of information. Hi.
Point of information by whom? IFMSA Thailand?
Yep. So I was wondering, like, how are we proceeding with the how do you call it, lambda? The sequence of the presentations.
So we will have the SCOME D candidatures, and then we will have dinner. And I sent you the sequence of candidatures over the NMO server. In yellow are the intended breaks. Not quite keeping up with the schedule there, but we're trying. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you for your clarification.
And we are having internet issues, so we cannot open the presentation. That could also not be downloaded because it is in Canva. So we are figuring that out at this moment. The VPM request to ask something to people to everyone. In the meantime, I will allow it.
Hi, everyone.
your IFMSA VPF is too shy to do this herself, but she needs a computer charger for an Acer computer. It's not the USB-C one, it's the round one with a little yellow bit on the end. If anybody has one, please approach the VPF. Thank you.
Thank you. And can someone from the OC provide the plenary team with either a SIM card or a hotspot, because most of us are struggling at the moment? At the back. Okay, so I really want to be a kind chair, but I'm getting complaints that people in the back are not silent. And I thought that we had an understanding that if you are present here today, you are silent. And I want everyone to be able to be hearing the candidatures that we are sharing today. People have put a lot of efforts into these candidatures. They deserve to be heard. And it's also about choosing the next leadership, and people that want to listen to that deserve to hear them. So if you cannot be silent, please go away. Thank you.
Right now, since it's a kind of a presentation, I don't have access to it. I know that's usually they require one to be able to, and also to edit the camera. And also internet has been struggling a little bit. Which one? It is connected, yeah. Oh, we need more. But we can't even reach. Doesn't have accent. It can, if I get for the other yeah, the thing is, I got lost in now. No, I'm getting it now.
I have the access, but I don't have access.
Yes, we can. Just give me a second. It's loading. It's getting very slow, unfortunately. But that's what they will be after. And the link to choose. Yeah. I was okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we are getting there. No, I mean, thank you for your patience.
And I have a Canva in another language, so I'm trying my best.
Oh, this costs a lot of internet as well.
And should be.
This is what which laptop is this? This is German.
Yeah, and this is 1.5, right? Sure. Do you know which one? So I think this one. This one. I think this one. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Yes. Perfect. Okay, I will just share with the phone.
Okay, we're almost ready. Prepare yourself to be silent for 3 to 6 minutes. We asked them and they preferred up. So it's fair as well. Okay, so Grace, whenever you're ready, you can start. You have 3 minutes.
As a medical student, I have faced different challenges through the whole career. When I was in my second year of medical school, I was supposed to take more than 8 courses. So I remember I felt overwhelmed. And after my anatomy exams, I went out running because I was crying, feeling like I was a failure. After that, when I was in my first year of medical school, I got encountered by the pandemic, as much of us were. And I remember that I was supposed to have surgery course. So you know, this is a course that is supposed to be practical, and we're supposed to learn some skills. However, my school, as several other schools, created a Zoom account and start delivering sessions like for 10 to 12 hours and give us more tasks. So this way we can try to approach these skills. When I wanted to implement some tools and I shared them with some of our academic coordinators, they muted the Zoom call and also they disabled the chat. So I didn't let this challenge define me. And I felt that I had the strength to continue my advocacy journey because of the SCOME. So hello, my name is Grace Huertas, and I'm your candidate for SCOME director for the term 23-24. Through my journey in IFMSA, I'm so sorry, I cannot continue the slide. Okay, so I'm sorry, but it's the internet.
There's a slight lag always on Zoom.
Okay. So through my journey in IFMSA, I gained skills, and also I learned how to be passionate. I learned how to be a collaborator, and I learned how can I be an advocate. So my plan for this term has 5 pillars. The first one is leadership and collaboration. Sorry, we're going back to my experience because of the slide, but I just wanted to highlight that I was a LOMI. I was a NOMI and I was an NMO president, and I've worked for this SCOME international team as general assistant and also as a SCOME public relations and communication assistant. I attended 6 general assemblies, 4 regional meetings, 1 team of official meeting, 10 NGAs, 1 AMI and Ottawa conference, and 1 pre-WHA and WHA 76. Also, for my pillars that I was talking about, I have 5, and the first one is leadership and collaboration. So I want to embrace technology into the SCOME IT management. I want to plan because for me planning is key, and I will establish the SCOME internal schedule to allocate important commitments. Hanover structure is really important for me, so I will create a checklist and a 101 online meeting, but also joint online meetings. I will work to strengthen dynamics with external affairs and collaborate with other standing committees in global priorities related. I will also work in sustainability and management, creating a baseline and needs assessment based on how we want the data to be presented, and put it on a Power BI dashboard for more active.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I will take questions 2 by 2. Do we have any questions from the floor? I see IFMSA Quebec. I see, I can't see the details on your flag and many, no.
Sudan and UK.
No. Okay, I will give UK for now. Yes, Quebec.
Hello, I'm from Quebec, Camille speaking. Thank you so much for your candidature, Grace, and your presentation as well. So my question for you would be, how do you plan concretely to help new or NMOs that do not have SCOME active, but like the new NMOs that are not SCOME active, to activate their status? And what are your action plans to engage more NMOs to enroll into the SCOME community? Thank you.
Thank you, SFGH UK.
Hi, Grace. Thank you for your candidature. In your action plan, you talked
Speak
about
up, please.
Your action plan, you talked about how it's important for SCOME to involve external partners and create more opportunities for students. Can you talk about how you think that might happen, how you would be able to create opportunities for students?
Thank you. You can answer.
Okay, so for have more active NMOs, I think it's really a key important process to involve the BPM in the process, because we need to establish an active, not only for SCOME, but for other standing committees. So collaboration is key for me. For the questions related to how to involve externals, I think the best option is to involucrate them into the capacity building workshops that we have, so we can upgrade the workshops and we can upgrade the frameworks, and we can actually share skills with the students that are proved to be evidence-based by externals. Thank you.
Okay, so other questions? Can you turn your flag around in the back? Okay.
It's Sudan.
That's in Sudan. Okay, IFMSA Brazil.
Amr Kamal, Medicine Sudan, he, him. Hello, Grace. I'd like to thank you.
Please speak up.
Amr Kamal, Medicine Sudan, he, him. Hello, Grace. I'd like to thank you very much for the detailed candidature. Your plan of action has various points covering member engagement and members' capacity building using different methodologies. How do you plan to ensure that this many initiatives doesn't affect the mental health of yourself and your IT and their efficiency during the term?
Thank you. IFMSA Brazil. Oh, can you repeat the last part of your question? Medsec Sudan. The last part of your question. Can they have a mic? I think they have a mic.
Can you hear me? My question was, how do you plan to ensure that this many initiatives does not affect the mental health of yourself and your IT and their efficiency throughout the term?
Yep. Okay, IFMSA Brazil.
This is Vitor, him, IFMSA Brazil. Dear Grace, I know you have such a quite long history in IFMSA, so I'd like you to develop a bit more how you think this could help you on your term if you get elected as a SCOME. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. You can answer the question. 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Okay, so regarding mental health, I am now currently available because I've just recently graduated from med school, so I will be 100% available. I just need to defend my thesis, for that's all the commitment that I have for the university. So I will be there for my SCOME international team. As a former NMO president, I've realized how different perspectives work with different members. And I think that it's important that I can conduct one-on-one online meetings to understand how are they working, how are they doing, how are they feeling. So that will create more collaboration between us, and we will try to identify clearly what is when something is arising regarding mental health. And thank you for the question. So my history in IFMSA is related to SCOME, but also to management and organization, because I've been a BPM and also I've been working as NMO president. So these two main positions gave me this overview on how to manage a team and how can I work with different styles. So I think those are the best positions that I could use to make this standing committee upgrade and to have a better impact for our community and to have our members engaged. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Grace. And while you are leaving the room, Gada can come in. And you can come to the front and we will give you the instructions. Okay. So, you have sent the normal PowerPoint, right? You have sent the normal PowerPoint. Okay, that's great. So you find a mic there. There is something to click. You can try. For most people, they don't work. So if it doesn't work, you can ask Farah to click to your slides. And I want to like this. Next slide. And disclaimer, there's a lag between the computer and the server. So it will take some time for the slides to come up here.
in the worst case, if you're presenting here, you can try to aim at to look over here, so you know that it's copied. Do you want me to let you know if you have 10 seconds left? Or one more, like, if there is 1 minute left. Okay.
Good luck. You can move, but you have to be on the stage, that's all. But you can. Can we confirm that the other candidate has left the room? Yes. So Radha will start whenever she's ready. There's a mic that you can take. You don't have to stand there. Yeah, if you want.
Dear IFMSA friends and family, 5 years ago, I was a frustrated medical student, disappointed with her medical education system, yearning to make a change. But it was only through IFMSA and SCOME I get to discover the true power of meaningful student engagement, collective action, and a sense of united community. Today, with unwavering determination and a deep purpose, I stand before you humbly, yet resolutely, to present my candidature for the SCOME Director 23-24. I am Ghada Hussein, a final year medical student from IFMSA Iraq. And yes, you heard it right, a final year medical student who will graduate next September 2023, which gives me the ample time availability to attend to my SCOME D role, and therefore I plan to attend the majority, if not all the times, to maximize my availability during February and July, and attend by default the 2 GAs, at least 1 regional meeting and 1 SRT on my own expense. During my IFMSA journey, I get a lot of position, from a local officer on medical education to a national officer assistant to a national officer, and now serving as a SCOME general assistant, which makes me in great contact with the SCOME director and regional assistant. I plan to reflect all my experiences, not to coordinate a SCOME for the next term, not only from a global perspective, but also on a regional level, by tackling regional struggles. For example, Africa struggles from language barrier, especially French-speaking NMOs, and changing infrastructure. Americas from time zones, Asia Pacific and EMR, members' engagement and retention, and Europe from timeline-related issues and other issues, of which I'm planning to tackle on a customization style with the relevant regional assistant. Moreover, as you read in my candidature in terms of SCOME management and development, I plan to explore IFMSA global priorities and translate them from medical education standpoint into an actionable action points tasks to be executed by the SCOME IT throughout the term. These tasks can be campaign, small working group, and any other capacity building initiative. Speaking of capacity building, whenever we talk about medical education, we talk about capacity building. I have been part of 7 medical education workshops, 2 on a national level as a coordinator, 5 on international, 3 as a trainer, and 2 as a participant. I also plan to reflect that on my annual action plan for the next term by implementing at least two online capacity building workshops, one at the end of the first quarter and the second at the end of the second quarter of the term. Moreover, I plan to develop and implement the first ever NOMI competency model, which is a comprehensive framework of essential soft skills and medical education competencies that every national officer should know about. Moreover, I also plan to introduce the first ever SCOME camp, which is a set of medical.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we will have time for 2 minutes of questions, which will be taken 2 by 2. Do we have questions from online or from the floor? Yes, Quebec and IFMSA Kurdistan.
Hello, I'm from Quebec, Cameo speaking. Thank you so much for your presentation, Gada, and for your candidature as well. So I would like to ask the following question. What are the concrete actions that you are envisioning to take in order to engage more NMOs to be SCOME active? And what are your plans concerning this subject? Thank you so much.
IFMSA Kurdistan.
Thank you, Ghada, for your beautiful presentation. This is Alan from IFMSA Kurdistan. My question is that, as you may know, this year in Iraq, many universities were trying to obtain accreditation. I want to ask, how involved were you in this process? And how do you think your involvement in these efforts will reflect on your position as SCOME, and how will you make sure that many other colleges in the world will be able to accreditation? Best of luck.
Can I answer?
Yes, you can answer.
Thank you so much, IFMSA QPEC. When it comes to SCOME active status, I've been actively involved in this as a SCOME General Assistant. And it's on one of the preliminary sessions agenda for the NOMI's competency model. I also welcome any invitation to attend monthly OLM with NMO president and discuss and present the SCOME requirements and help them through the process. When it comes to accreditation, on a national level, I actually one of the student coordinators for a student committee on accreditation in my own university. I have also attended 2 workshops and facilitated many sessions on that behalf, not only for IFMSA, but also for my own medical school. I will encourage and support every workshop coordinator or national NMO that's working on this topic and personally advise them through the process.
Thank you. We have room for more questions. So are there more questions from the floor? Can you show your flag or someone read it? I must say Spain. More questions? Are there questions online? I see none. IFMSA Spain.
Pedro, IFMSA Spain. So we wanted to ask you if you have any specific strategy or plan to help NMOs with low engagement from local to nationally to develop their member engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. As you can see in my candidature, I plan to develop a target-specific communication and engagement plan. So for example, the general assistant and regional assistant will be mainly responsible for engaging the national officers, while the PRCA with general members, while the CBDA with medical education trainers. And I myself will be coordinating the one-on-one OLM that the regional assistants have with the NOMI, so I can be aware of and the creation of the specific development plan of each NMO.
Thank you. I have still 35 seconds left for questions, if there are any online or in the room. I see none, so thank you so much. Okay, so as announced before, we will have a dinner break of exactly 1 hour. We have quite the night ahead together. So let's make it really 1 hour. I want you to be back at 20:57. There will be a fast track, I suppose. Is it right outside the plenary? Or can someone confirm that from the OC or the VPA? 20:57. And voting cards, right? Voting cards. Please return your voting cards to the CCC before you leave the room. Please return your voting cards to the CCC or you may lose voting rights before the end of the GA. And be back at 20:57 sharp, ready to listen to the next candidature.
So we will be joined by Yakut. So no problem.
Yeah, if they're in the room or on Zoom. Okay, but are they on Zoom?
No.
So if you can text them? Become.
None of them are.
Yep, thank you. Is Margarita here?
No, none of them.
And then Portugal, can you text your candidates?
She's in the waiting room.
Okay, thank you.
She's in the waiting room, they said, Margarita. I don't get the, I'm
Can
not
you
a
make,
co-host.
can you make her co-host? What is your name? What is your name?
Wat zou je doen nou en dat zeggen?
Ja, ja,
No. Okay, so we'll set them all, and then
you accept them and then you put them together in a room with you put for now only Hamid in a room with the returning officer because Margarita is gonna start. Okay. And you can say that to them first.
and
you can let Thomas in.
yes.
And the secretary is
I don't know.
Ah, that's you? Okay. I'm really bad at this thing with waiting rooms. Let's see.
Where's the
Which returning officer?
Jonathan? John.
I don't think he's here.
Stacey, do you have the capacity to be semi-returning officer again? Like if you want, like if you have a capacity, otherwise I'll ask you. Oh, it's fine. Yes. So literally by the room we have Francisco, he's returning officer, and Anina,
The one in blue.
one in blue, and Anina.
She has my t-shirt. She was here also.
What's her name?
Anina.
Anina. Okay.
Waiting room and
So I'll just say, John will log in now in Zoom.
Okay.
And then you put them in the way. Okay, so please get seated. If you haven't already, log into NemoVote just for the quorum, which I'm sure we will have reached by now, but just to be sure. And the rest is walking with Mike.
But
they have to be in the Zoom because they don't have to be in the waiting room because we have to put them in a breakout room.
I don't have
What's her name?
Vice chairperson.
Okay. You want to okay. I will ask. And let me know when you leave. Okay, so I have the last request and slash opportunity, but really a request. If in an hour or so, if I would like to have another person walking with a mic who is not officially a returning officer, but because it's going to be a long plenary and we need to take shifts, and two of them are sick. So if you are a person that in more or less 1 hour, 1.5 hours is willing to help us out, please approach the chair. I see someone coming. Thank you so much. And there may be similar requests later. What? 1 hour, 1.5 hour. What's your name? Matt from? Okay, I will thank you. You're gonna call me? If you could leave your number with that returning officer, then he will contact you. Okay. Yeah. Abdullah. Okay, so we have quorum. Can IFMSA Ethiopia, are you here? And can you confirm that your candidate is here? Candidate from Nanati, are you here? I just want to confirm that all the candidates are present before you start. Yes, okay, amazing. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, we will start plenary 3 again, and we start with the agenda item where we left off, the section of candidatures for SCOPE D 2023-2024. And first, I would like to thank some people that have just, that are helping us out. That is Francisco from ANEM Portugal, and later Mark from Switzerland that will be helping out with the mics. Thank you so much. You're making this plenary possible. And then I would like to discuss with you the order of the candidatures. So for SCOPE director, we have 3 candidatures that have been received. The first to present is Margarida Herdero Alves Jubilo Leal from ANEM Portugal. The second one to present will be Nanati Jemal Aliye from IFMSA Ethiopia. And the third one to present will be Hamid Ur Rahman Himat from SLOMZA Slovakia. So, Nanati, I would like to ask you to leave the room, and Hamid, I would like to ask you to join the breaking room together with our CCC member, John. And once Nanati and Hamid have been in their real/online breakout room, I would like to have confirmation from John and Abdullah. So I have confirmation from John. Abdullah, did Nanati leave the room? She did. I received confirmation. I do not see people standing near the doors. Can you stand near the doors? TO or EB elect. Can we have people near the doors so that they keep closed, all the doors? Yes. Okay, I received confirmations for that. So Margarita, you can come forward. I can give you some instructions and then we can start. Oh, sorry, it's a video. So we will start the video. You can start the video. Yes, and please be silent, yeah? You are not silent at this moment. Be silent.
This time allowed me to work with meals, quality, and analyze multiple document scoping, as well as establish communities as a team. All the time by about 6 months back for the federation that takes my recovery by finance directly. Let me read some information.
My plan of action consists of 5 pillars. The first pillar is my main focus as SCOPE director, as a highly motivated and united SCOPE IT is the key to achieving the 4 pillars of the SCOPE strategy. Starting from the ground, maintaining the structure of the SCOPE IT will contribute to the sustainability of each position and a more effective handover, essential for the empowering of each IT member to their full potential. Regarding team dynamics, I aim for a more mindful annual working plan drafted simultaneously with the SCOPE IT calendar and working framework, and my main focus will be the mental health and well-being of the team. Therefore, I plan to organize a mental health safe space, implement mental health watch, and tri-monthly team buildings to restore the team spirit, being mindful of all members' availabilities and time zones. CB accessibility will be a priority with an investment in the Moodle platform, new competency model, regional city initiatives, and implementing an exchange trainer request mechanism, bringing the national and local exchanges team closer to the international scenario and diminishing the language barrier. Regarding accessibility, the attention needs to be focused on sustainable activations with a concrete guide for recently activated NMOs, with capacitation and monitoring for the complete establishment of scoping, recruiting at the same time new NMOs and assessing the NMOs at risk of deactivation. Meanwhile, this is the time to use the pilot phase to regulate and implement scope initiatives and continue the growth of FECs with scope, as well as continue the work on visa issues. When it comes to sustainability, providing the NEOs with more tools for handover and the NEOs working calendar with financial knowledge and proper database usage will contribute to the quality of our exchanges. But its credibility and outreach needs to be assessed both at internal and external levels by directing our internal efforts towards the improvement of scoping regulations and restructure of the new report, while aligning them with our external efforts with the LSR, working on academic recognition, global health framework, and exchanges impactful presence in external events, and of course, a remarkable image and effective communication. I plan to devote my year to Scopy and experience the standing committee until work to the fullest. I'll be highly available to attend meetings and other opportunities. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'm fully available for all your questions.
Thank you, Margarida. Can you confirm that you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
And can you say something so that we know that we can hear you?
Yes. Am I audible? Am I audible?
We cannot hear the candidates.
They're saying they're. Can you hear me now?
No.
It says it's audible in the Zoom.
Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay,
Perfect.
so we will take questions. You have 2 minutes for the answers, and I will take questions. So, do we have questions from online for Margarida? No? Do we have questions from the floor? I say Spain. More questions for Margarida? IFMSA NL. IFMSA Spain. Can they get a mic?
Yes. Pedro from IFMSA Spain, him. We would like to ask you, have you considered working with the to help NMOs activate effects? And if you have, which strategies or actions are you planning to use to help NMOs them?
Was that audible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, IFMSA Netherlands. IFMSA NL.
Mike. Okay. Dianta, IFMSA NL Data. I was wondering what was the biggest lesson you learned of the past term, and what you think you can still improve on in the next term that will help you if elected as SCOPD.
Okay, so just a second. if you're ready to answer, you can answer, Margarida.
Can I please ask IFMSA now to repeat the question, the last part of the question?
Yes, IFMSA now. Can you repeat the last part of the question?
The last part of I don't remember, sorry.
Can you repeat the question?
The question was also Laura IFMSA now. The question was, what did you learn in your past year in IT? And what do you still think you can improve upon if elected as SCOPE ED?
Thank you. Margarida.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for both questions. Regarding the first question, regarding FAQs activation, I would like to work on FAQs activation with the database and membership assistant together with the SCOPE IT, as well as try to collaborate more with the SCOPE director. So trying to also have more joint sessions during GAs and regional meetings will also help the NEOs getting more insight on the NPO work as well as NPO work on the NEOs. So the collaboration on FAQs needs to be improved from SCOPE and SCOPE sides. So therefore, I aim for this collaboration to start at international level. So it will go to national and local level. Regarding the second question from IFMSA NL, I've learned a lot during this past year as SCOPE IT. The first thing that I would like to improve is regarding NMO activations. That's why I mentioned it a lot in my candidature, as newly activated NMOs need to be more followed up in, and that's why I want to improve this part by having a checklist on NMO activations and providing more support to the RAs. And on the IT part, I would like to improve the communication between the IT members and have more team spirit within the IT, as IT members might tend to work a bit independent of each other. So I want to prevent this from happening and have a better team dynamics inside the SCOPE IT.
Thank you. We have 25 seconds left, so I can take 1 to 2 more questions. I'm CC Denmark and then Helmsick Greece.
Marissa from Denmark, thank you so much for your video. In this video, you mentioned the mental health watch. And we are wondering, should the mental health of your SCOPE IT members decline? How will you intervene and help them?
Thank you, Helmsick Greece.
Thank you very much for your candidature and your presentation. We would like to ask you, what do you believe are the biggest needs of the exchange program at the moment?
Thank you. You have 25 seconds for both answers.
Thank you so much for your questions. Regarding the mental health watch, I plan to implement it together with the GA. And if the members don't want to fill it in, maybe we can try an anonymous way of doing it, or reassess the need of the form of the mental health watch in order to make sure that the mental health of the team will be prioritized. Regarding the main focus on the exchange program, the main limitations nowadays are the rising prices of accommodation and also recognition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so Margarida, I will ask you to stay in the Zoom and you'll be invited to join the breakout room with John, our CCC member. And Nati can be asked to join again and come to the stage where we can give her some instructions. Margarida, you need to accept the invitation to, yes, thank you so much. Nanati, you can come to the stage. Is the second candidate here? Where? Okay. There she's coming. She's coming.
Yes, I think we want to discuss the question card, but it seems to be you ask for
Can we get a mic that's not fixed?
Hi. Hi. Good evening, everyone. I'm Nanati Jamal. I'm from IFMSA, Ethiopia, and I'm very happy to be here presenting my candidature for Director of Standing Committee of Professional Exchange for the 2023-2024 term. So this would be the table of contents.
Can you speak up?
Okay. Sorry. So, speaking from my motivation, I was just an LC representative trying to try out IFMSA and what it is about. And then that was when I met blue, like the color blue inspired me. And then I started out as an CP, Leo assistant. And then I went on to be a national exchange officer, a local exchange officer as well. Last term, I was SCOPE RA for Africa. As a NEO, I had academic recognition for all of my LCs at the time. As a regional assistant for Africa, I had 3 regions to be activated at my term. And as SCOPE general assistant, I have had a lot of achievements, but ones that I'm proud of is the SCOPE initiatives. The SCOPE initiative have been kickstarted in the pilot phase and will continue to be the most important phase of our standing committee going forward. So if elected, what do I plan to do with my candidature? The first thing is I would focus on sustainability of our exchange program. That would be next. Through activations and retentions. So how do I plan to activate? I will support NMOs that are not SCOPE active through guiding them through the activation process, having one-on-one OLMs with them, working with the RACE to guide them because we're focusing on quality of exchanges, quality of SCOPE active NMOs as opposed to quantity. Also with retention, although we have newly SCOPE active NMOs, they still need guidance and I will continue to guide them through the process. The SCOPE strategy. We'll continue to focus on the SCOPE strategy and aligning them with our working plan in the term. So the indicators that are supposed to be completed during the 2024 term will be completed during my term and will be in progress as well. The global health framework, which will be adopted in the SCOPE plenary, that will also be aligned with our working plan and will be our key focus going forward during my term. The other would be the SCOPE regulations. The SCOPE regulations are important regulation documents that we have in SCOPE, and henceforth it needs regular updating based on the scenarios that we face every year. And henceforth, we will have SWGs, we'll include the NEOs, we'll include relevant stakeholders in improving the regulations to the best could be so that it guides the standing committee. Okay, the other we have is public relations. Member engagement is also my priority during the term. So henceforth, in collaboration with the SCOPE PRC, we'll also have.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes of questions. I ask them in terms of 2. Do we have questions from online participants? I don't see any. Do we have questions from the floor? What? Rwanda, Metzar Rwanda, and Amza Kyrgyzstan. Rwanda, you can.
Yes. Thank you. This is Eric from Rwanda, him. My question to Nanette is this: how do you plan to support your SCOPE IT with their work and annual work plan, as you have a broad plan of action set out for your term?
Thank you. Hamza Kyrgyzstan.
Hello, I'm audible. Hello, Nanati. My question would be, with visa issues being as large as they are currently plaguing IFMSA and SCOPE in general, how do you plan to work on it in the next 10 years in terms of manuals or strategies? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. For the first question from Mercer Rwanda, supporting the SCOPE IT will start from the elect period. So during the elect phase, I'll focus a lot about handover. So that handover will help the SCOPE IT to better expect what to expect within their term, the challenges that the previous SCOPE IT has faced, and how they were able to cope with them, and they will take that as a recommendation as well. I'm always available to guide the SCOPE IT with whatever they need. Henceforth, I'll have quarterly one-on-one OLMs with each SCOPE IT member, and we'll also have room for IT reflections, and that will also be in progress. Mental health watch will also be my priority. So the mental health watch will also be individualized to each SCOPE IT member, and whatever way whatever plan or way they prefer will be adopted during the term individually. And if ever they require any kind of mental health break, and if they want to step out of the work zone and come back after a few time, as long as it's done with as long as delegation is done and we're properly informed, I'm willing to prioritize the mental health and self-care of my IT all the time. For the question from Amsa from Kyrgyzstan, so for the question in regards to visa issues, so currently the IT is also working in visa issues. We have visa issues reporting form. We'll plan to utilize that a lot, even using the data to figure out a solution in collaboration with the LSR as well as the SCOPE EAA. In addition, we also have visa issues manual we plan to adopt and publish during this term, and that manual will be effectively promoted to the NEOs, and whether the usability and the implementation and the impact of that manual will also be better assessed through NEO reports and the evaluation forms that we will have. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 9 seconds left. I think you can answer something. Do you want another question? Yeah. So let me check. Can you turn your flag? Iran. Yes, so Iran, you can ask the question.
Thanks for your candidature and your presentation. I have one question about what is your plan for educational activities promotion and collaboration with programs? Thank you.
That one for 9 seconds.
9 seconds?
9 seconds.
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. So in line with the SCOPE strategy, the educational activities will also be prioritized during my term, one of which will be also including evaluation forms.
Thank you so much. Okay. So thank you for your candidature, Nanati. You can leave the room again, and we can get Hamid out of the breakout room and Margarita to stay there for a little while. And we are preparing to share the video candidature of Hamid. Okay. Can we have silence in the room? Yes. Can we confirm that Nanati left the room? Yes, that is confirmed. Please take your seats and be silent because we will start the video now. So I'm seeing people standing. Don't do that. Sit and be silent. Okay. Yes, we can start the video.
Esteemed IFMSA members, I'm honored to present to you my candidature for the position of IFMSA SCOPE Director for the term 2023 and 24. My name is Hamidur Rahman Himmat, and I'm currently a fifth-year medical student from Afghanistan, currently living and studying in Slovakia. As outlined in my application, I bring to this position diverse experiences that have equipped me with the skills to lead SCOPE impactfully. From involvement with different organizations, I have cultivated strong empathy, resilience, leadership capabilities, and passion for global health and youth empowerment. Within IFMSA, I have served from contact person to new assistant in NEO and currently as a SCOPE capacity building assistant. These experiences have provided me with extensive knowledge of IFMSA operations and exchanges. If elected, I'm committed to working with all the stakeholders to implement initiatives that will focus on strengthening academic quality of SCOPE, enhancing capacity building in SCOPE, and fostering healthy team environment and collaboration. Also, I will ensure the endurance and continuity of SCOPE and promote transparency and engagement. To strengthen the academic quality, we will enhance the PDT and UAT templates and align them with Global Health Framework. Also, we will promote the educational activities database and utilize evaluation forms to assess the impact. Accessibility to capacity building is crucial, and therefore, it might be the time to consider having TNETs outside of pre-GAs. Apart from that, we will work on utilizing the IFMSA Moodle platform to provide competency modules for NEOs and also for STs. We work in IFMSA as a volunteers alongside with our professional and academic commitments. So it's important to take practical steps to ensure that ITs are mentally supported. I will also ensure swift collaboration among the respective stakeholders. To engage our members, it's important to stay transparent. And therefore, we will continue publishing our monthly reports, host cafes, and continuously review regulations and increase the SCOPE members' involvement. At the end, if elected, it would be an honor to serve as a SCOPE director for IFMSA, a federation that has given me a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amit, for your presentation, video presentation. We will move to questions. You have 2 minutes to answer them, and I will take questions in terms of 2. I see AMSB Bulgaria and AMSB Greece. So AMSB Bulgaria, you can the first one.
Okay, hello, it's Bulgaria. So my question would be, when it comes to conflict management, do you use supervision?
Thank you, Helmsik.
I'd like to ask you,
Okay, so can you repeat your questions and then the mic closer to your mouth? Both of you. So first,
Bulgaria? No, because you will have to answer Bulgaria first. Can you hear us, Amit? It seems to be...
Yes, sorry, I can hear you properly, but not Stiliana.
Okay, can you try again?
Hello, do you hear me?
Very slow. So I don't know what's the problem there. But if you can repeat the question, I'm in the chair, so probably that would be a better way to answer.
Okay, when it comes to conflict management between the years, what is your vision for being elected?
Okay, the questions are being typed in the chat. Okay. Okay,
Okay, maybe I can answer this question. I think I had, she said that, what's my vision for conflict management?
I'm sorry, we take questions in terms of two, that's per hybrid guideline. So I need to take a second question before you can answer it. Yes.
Sure.
I asked, what is, in your opinion, the biggest need of the exchange program at the moment?
The biggest
need?
Thank you very much, Stiliana and Himsik Grace, for your questions. So the first question for conflict management among the NEOs, we do have guidelines based on regulations that it's done if it's between two regions. So of course the RAs are involved and of course directors involved. My vision for that is that the good practices that we have from this term, that not to try to manage the conflict through calls and talk to the NEOs and have them resolve the conflict, not just delaying them by writing and so on and forth. The second question for the needs, scoping needs are it's very individual when it comes to regions, when it comes to sort of NMOs. So for example, for African region, the biggest need there is capacity building, and we will be working on that. For others, it's trainers and so on and forth. So depends on the regions. We have different needs and we have different solutions for those needs. I hope it answered your questions.
Thank you. We have 1 minute and 10 seconds left, so I'll take more questions. I see Kyrgyzstan and IMCC Denmark.
Hello, Ahmed. Rahul from Kyrgyzstan here. So in your presentation, you mentioned about TNETs outside of Gs. Would you elaborate more on that, and how do you plan to actually ensure quality and maybe make them happen, to be honest?
Okay, questions are also being typed. I forgot who I gave the floor next, but raise your voting card. IMCC Denmark, yes.
IMCC Denmark, thank you for your candidature. You have a very developed and how will you support skills with your supporting disabilities?
Okay, so whenever you're ready to answer the questions, you can.
Okay, thank you, Rahul, for the question. So TNET, I think we have achieved a huge milestone this time to regulating TNET, and hopefully in a couple of days we will be having also the manual out. So it sort of gives the pathway for workshop coordinators how to go and how to organize TNET. So we have done that stage this time. So I think we have the foundation for having TNETs outside, and to ensure the quality, we will make sure that the future CBDA for the SCOPE and SCORI, and also directors, us, the SCORI, me if elected, and also the SCORI director, to have extensive follow-up with the workshop coordinator, and if possible, be one of the workshop coordinators for the TNETs outside of GAs. For the second question, I did not hear it. I'm waiting for it to be typed.
Okay, it was not typed, so can you repeat it? I'm sorry. You can go slow when you speak and try to keep your mic as close to your mouth as possible.
How will you support the NEOs who appear to get a better responsibility with your plans for the journey?
You can go whenever you're ready. And you have 20 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. So for members development and supporting someone, it's important. The internal development is extremely important, and that's usually through capacity building, capacitating news. We have regional capacity building initiatives for each region. We have continued this term. For example, European X talks, and before also in other regions, we have different ones for each region based on the needs of the NEOs. And also we have now a couple of days ago.
The time is over. Thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm thanking all the candidates for the SCOPE director position, and Nanati can come back to the room, and the other candidates can get out of the breakout room if they want. And we will move on to the next section, which is the candidatures for SCOP director, for which we have received one, which is Julio de Oliveira Granella from AX Spain, Catalonia. You can come forward and I will give you some instructions. So you can either use the fixed mic. If you don't use it, don't put it on. You have a mic that you can just use, and you have the mic which you can walk, and then you have something that you can click with. There's delay and doesn't always work. So if you click, you won't directly see the next slide. You can look here, but it works. Okay. And if you don't want to click, but you want her to click, then you can just say next slide, and she will do it for you. But we can check if it works for you. So you can just check and then.
Here is the receiver box, and yes, and it should be only one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so please be silent and seated because we have a candidature presentation and we want to end at not too much of a disastrous time. So whenever you're ready, please be silent and seated. You are not silent, I'm hearing you. Kind of silent. You can start. We cannot hear you. Can we have another mic and remain silent, please?
No? Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah. Dear IFMSA, NMOs, SCOP heroes, I'm Julio de Oliveira, a recently graduated medical doctor. I'm proud member of AX Catalonia IFMSA. Today I stand before you to present my candidature for SCOP director for the next term. Next slide, please. Those who don't know me might wonder why I'm running for such a position. Next slide. Well, as the majority of us present in this room, I started my IFMSA journey in a small LLC, passionate about different topics, but especially climate change and mental health. Time went by and I moved from a local,
I'm
national
sorry,
position.
I will have to ask you to stop because we lost the Zoom and then the people cannot. I'm really sorry for that. So do you want to start at your motivation? Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so you can start.
No? Okay, no? Yeah, sure. Dear IFMSA, NMOs, SCOF heroes, I'm Julia de Oliveira, recently graduated medical doctor and proud member of Catalonia and IFMSA. Today, I stand before you to present my candidature for SCOF Director 23-24. Next slide, please. Those who don't know me might wonder why I'm running for such a position. Next slide, please. So, as the majority of us present in this room, I started my IFMSA journey in a small LC, passionate about different topics such as mental health and climate change. Time went by and I moved from a local and national position, working for my community, to regional assistant, working for my region and its NMOs. Now I am confident, if you allow me, to apply all this knowledge and experiences I collect and giving back to all the regions as SCOP director. Next slide, please. So how I'm gonna do it. Next slide, please. Aligned with the SCOF and IFMSA strategy and driven by our principles and values, having our members in the center of all my plans, as well as their mental health and well-being. Next slide, please. So what do I plan to do? Next slide. As a TO member, I would like to collaborate with other officials, such as regional directors, so I can understand and assess the situation of SCOF in all 5 regions, or, for example, the SCOPE and SCORE directors to boost the SCOF-related exchanges. Particularly with the LPH, I would like to create a work ethic where the externals and internals efforts are aligned and the standing committee is driven to its full potential. I would also like to enhance the sustainability and mental health IFSA frameworks and advocate for the mental health of the BTO in general. Next slide, please. So as the leaders of SCOF IT, I would like to create an inclusive and productive work environment where every member can feel encouraged to share their opinions and participate in the decision-making process. By assuring a proper handover and prioritizing their mental health by the creation of mental health watch forms and exploring the possibilities of taking days off or breaks. Seeing that in the next year will be the 2nd year since the adoption of the SCOF strategy, I would like to conduct a comprehensive analysis of its situation of completion and adapt my own working plan accordingly. Next slide, please. Okay, and as the guide of all the SCOF heroes in the world, I would like to fortify the capacity building by increasing the number of online opportunities and reassuring that there's a proper mechanism of feedback to all the applications. As per the members' engagement, I would like to bring SCOF closer to the members by sharing our work, our reports in a more accessible way and increasing our presence in social media. As per the SCOF-related exchanges, I would like to assess the barriers and the obstacles that the NMOs may be facing when it comes to its implementation and continuity. And last but not least, regarding the mental health, I would like to protect the mental health of all our members.
Thank you so much for your candidature. Okay, we will now move to questions for which you have 2 minutes to answer, and I will take them in 2 at a time. So do we have any questions online or from the floor? Please raise your hand online or from the floor. So online, I see something, but no question. IFMSA Quebec, and I need my Venezuela?
Yes.
Okay. Venezuela. Okay, IFMSA Quebec.
Okay. Sophie, IFMSA Quebec, she, her. We would like to know if you can give us some examples of how you plan to work on environmental sustainability in your mandate.
Yes, and then Venezuela.
Oh,
So hello, Julio. Linda Prato, she here from SCORP Venezuela. Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is related to the SCOP database. How do you plan to promote the use of the SCOP database, considering that you are like the SCOP director and you don't have like a real like direct connection with the MPOs? Thank you.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. Very briefly,
Yeah, one is about the sustainability and the other one is about the database, right?
can you raise your hands? Yes. Okay.
Yes? Okay. So thank you so much for the questions. Regarding the question of the sustainability, we are currently under a mandate for IFMSA and we are working on the sustainability framework. I am involved in that process, in the process of implementation. And we will need to see the results of our consultations and apply accordingly. However, one thing that I can assure you is that since we are the standing committee that is, let's say, more involved with environment and health, we reassure that in that sense, all the regions have a saying and all the regions work in the implementation, both of the framework, of the IFMSA framework and their own priorities. As per the SCOME question, so far, the database is really comprehensive, but I acknowledge that it has been difficult to share with all the general members. It's not only for NPOs, it's not only for the IT, but the general members to get all the information. We have a lot of manuals, a lot of handbooks, and some resources that can be really useful. So I intend to create, let's say, restructure the database and make it more accessible to all members and more complete. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a little bit more than 50 seconds left. Are there any more questions? I see Anne Portugal and PMSA Palestine.
Hi, Paul, and Portugal. Thanks for your candidature. In your candidature, you said you want to explore the possibility of including the WHO in the SCOP IT, and we want to know why do you think this is a good idea, and what would be the consequence for the federation and their external affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. PMSA Palestine. Can they have a mic? Please keep your hand raised.
Hello, this is Mohammed Jabir from PMSA Palestine. Can you please elaborate more on the strategies you will use to raise member engagement? Thank you.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer both, but answering to the LWHO, I acknowledge it may be difficult. It's something that, as I mentioned, the candidature, I'm willing to explore. I'm not necessarily sure if it will work. I would need to consult with both the LWHO and the rest of the EBTO. But I see it as a perfect opportunity to just, let's say, engage and collab and join efforts, because a lot of the advocacy, let's say, programs or initiatives we take in the WHO level are really related to SCOF programs. So I would like to work as a link between them and the SCOF heroes all over the world. Regarding the members' engagement, I explained further in the application, but I think that one of the issues that the members are facing is the accessibility to capacity building opportunities. So in that sense, I would like to address how this is going.
Thank you so much for your answers. Okay, so we move to the next section of the Standing Committee Directors candidatures, which is the candidatures for SCORP Director 23-24, for which we have 2 candidates. First one to be presenting will be Behnaz, I'm sorry for your last name, Raja Chafarabat from IFMSA Iran. And second one to be presenting will be Mehek Chima from MSI India. Okay. Okay. Can Mehek leave the room? Can we confirm that the other candidate left the room? Did the other candidates leave the room? Okay, I'm getting confirmation that she left the room. Yes. Okay.
If it doesn't work, self-highlight next time. There's delay if you do it yourself, so you don't see directly. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we say next time.
We are not sharing somehow. Okay, so you can start when you're ready.
In times of doubt and fear, Phoenix symbolizes strength, transformation, and renewal. Dear IFMSA family, I'm Behnaz Rahati, and I'm here to present you my vision on how SCORP can rise to higher grounds like through past 5 years, I was having and holding multiple leadership positions, GA and RMs, and active engagement in SWGs, plenaries, activities, and trainings. IFMSA gives me this self-confidence to come here, stand here, and believe that I can create the change we all want to see in SCORP, and standing here to show you I'm ready to make it happen. Next slide, please. I envision Build Back Better as a foundation of my plans for a strong representation, resilience, and sustainability. Next slide, please. So the major focus would be in internal restructure and team dynamic, reforming OLM and monthly reports, regular mental health checkup, personalized ITPC body system, and impact sheet for ITPC international activities. Next slide, please. As a SWG member of SCORP strategic plan, I'm fully aware of its potential. So I will align ITPC tasks with a strategic-based annual working plan, a comprehensive tracking sheet for follow-up strategic plan, and also regular update and sharing the update for transparency, and also addressing global priorities, but a situational analysis and impact assessment for post-pandemic recovery. Next slide, please. Coordinating different international campaigns, especially NORA Factory, helped me to have a close contact with NORAs from all over the board. So I have a realistic understanding of their needs and obstacles. I will support them by drafting a regional-based SCORP developmental plan with RA and RDs. We will have an analyzed program report and activities map in collaboration with programs team and VPA for promotion SCORP activities, and developing the tracking sheet for intra-regional collaborations. Next slide, please. For ensuring sustainability for the next generation of SCORP Angel, we will ensure to have second and third edition of NORA Factory, a special focus and support a capacity building, comprehensive capacity building for SCORP Exchange host NMOs since the beginning of the term, and SCORP Exchange fair for promoting NMOs efforts. Next slide, please. So IFMSA family, everything is here. And everything is ready. Motivation, experience, and plan. Phoenix and the flame. And I'm here, and I ask you to trust me to come back SCORP as a strong capacity building, as a strong standing committee to IFMSA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we will have 2 minutes of questions. I will take 2 questions at a time. So then in Brazil, and just checking if someone else wants to say something. I can say Spain. Then in Brazil.
So,
can you speak up?
Yes, we read the literature and we saw little to nothing regarding LGBTQ women. And since SCORP is not only about women, but also sexual rights and education, are you planning on any activities or things related to LGBTQ women?
Okay, thank you. IFMSA Spain.
David, IFMSA Spain, he, him. First of all, thanks for your incredible presentation. I would like to ask you about, because in your candidature, you mentioned the LRA, and to promote the external affair updates. But if you have another plan to work and to improve the engagement about the external affairs related to SCORA. Thank you.
You can start.
Okay, thank you. About the first question regarding the LGBTQ, thank you for a valuable question. It is really important to have the diversity and inclusion in IFMSA and give this self-confidence and safe space for the all community to feel safe in IFMSA. So the first thing is having a really capacity building for the all regions, and mostly important the regions who are having some sensitive about the LGBTQIA plus community. We will make sure to raise the knowledge about the LGBTQIA plus community by having capacity building and having a close collaboration with RAs. We will have a toolkit and promoting a toolkit to make sure that we will have the safest space and promoting this safest space in all IFMSA opportunities, and especially in GAs, to don't have any stigma or discrimination around IFMSA and escrow exchange and also professional exchange. And also we will have a special plan for campaigns regarding the International Day for LGBTQIA plus community and promoting the knowledge and awareness about their situation in medical health situation and in personal life. Thank you. And regarding the next question about the LRO, the first thing that we should give confidence to members that they feel they can engage in external affairs. The things that I heard a lot from members, the feedback that I gave, they don't feel confidence to be actively engaged in external affairs situation. So as I did in Nora Factory, I put a whole capacity building for raising knowledge of members about the LRA and the external affairs area, so they can feel that they know what is happening in this area and they can be more engaging. And also, as I told before, we will have promoted in social media.
Thank you so much for your answers. Okay, so we will ask Benas to leave the room and Mehek to come back to us again. Right. Okay. Yes. Yeah, you can come on the stage. You can come to me first. Oh, yeah. So you have the mic there, and you can take and have a handhold. We have a pointer. It works not so good. Some have used it, but you can tell Farah to take this device for you. Yeah. Okay. I think that's. Will it be possible to change the slide? No, it is possible, but there's a lag. So you can try. If it doesn't work, so can I find the correct? Yes. You can. Can we meanwhile confirm that Benas has left the room? I'm looking at the back. Can someone confirm to me that the other candidate has left the room? Thank you. And can we put on the slides? We are out of Zoom. So we're waiting to be back online again before starting. It's because we are out of internet. We need to share. Yeah. Sorry? Okay. What to do now? IMSA Iran, could you text your candidate to find the VPM because they need to be like with an official when the other candidate is presenting. So if you could text her, that would be super helpful. And then we will confirm when she has found the VPM. Meanwhile, Zoom seems to be back on. We'll wait for the confirmation, but you can check if your slides move when you want to. You have to face the computer. Try to click. Sadly. No. Okay, so Farah will click the slides. IMSA Iran, can you come to us maybe? Yeah. John is okay, so you can start whenever you're ready.
This is a condom, but shh, you're not allowed to talk about it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mehak Chima. I'm here to present my candidature for SCORA Director. Next slide, please. After 15 plus certifications, 145 plus capacity building sessions delivered, and more than 30 public health awareness programs, I am very proud to finally present my candidature for SCORA Director. Next slide, please. Having been a member of the SWG responsible for SCORA strategy as well as SCORA regulations, I believe in the sustainability of this standing committee. Focusing first on capacity building, I would like to work more on the things that I've already developed this term as the Capacity Building Development Assistant. These would include ABSRHR Summer School and SCORA Africa Bootcamp, along with the SCORA Trainers Database and of course, NEXI. Next. Follow-up and evaluation is very important as mentioned in all of our training sessions. And this is something I would also like to work upon, including SXA. Now, exchanges all over the world, including SCORA exchanges, have suffered a lot in the post-pandemic period, which is why I would like to bring about a SCORA exchange assistant with experience in exchanges as well as SRHR to work specifically on this area. Next slide, please. Innovation. We are nothing if not changing constantly. For image and visibility, I would like to work on SXC in the post-pandemic era, as well as SCORA with its various media channels. For capacity building, again, this term I was able to luckily work on online methodologies on bringing finally all the manuals for all SCORA workshops, but these definitely need updating. From 2015, a lot has changed in SRHR and that needs to be reflected in our manuals as well. Other than that, I would like to create competency modules and SCORA CB camps for the EMR as well as Americas. Next slide, please. Continuing innovation. I sincerely believe in intersectionality and international campaigns. SRHR is not simply a SCORA topic. It is the beautiful intersection between public health, medical education, of course, exchanges, and human rights, which is why intersectionality and international campaigns are so important. Next slide, please. Coming to transparency, as we all know, IFMSA is nothing but for the people, by the people, which is why transparency is so important. If you've used the SCORA database, you know how wonderful it is, but it needs to reach the people. Next. Lastly, talking about mental health and communication. My diploma in psychotherapy and counseling and 6 years of work in mental health have only made me realize that nothing is more important. I waited for this year, my gap year in medical school, to apply for SCORA director simply so that I could give this position the work, the time, and the love that it requires. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to you. I want to bring seamless communication to my IT, but also to the NMOs and the general members that make SCORA what it is. Next slide, please. Lastly,
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. We will continue with questions. I will take 2 questions at a time. First, Venezuela, and then Portugal. Venezuela? No. Oh, yes, a mic.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your candidature. Linda Prato, she heard speaking. So in your candidature, you mentioned the promotion of global research opportunities to compare and collect data on sexual rights in various countries along with the LRA. So how do you plan to work on this? Which areas of research would you like to explore, and will those opportunities be adapted according to the regional needs? Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, can you repeat the question? And try to speak a little bit up.
Okay, I'm sorry. So in your candidature, you mentioned the promotion of global research opportunities to compare and collect data on sexual and reproductive health, in various countries. So how do you plan to work on this? And will the opportunities be adapted according to regional needs? I think there is a.
Thank you. And then Portugal. You can start.
Can I confirm the second question first, please?
Yes.
Briefly. Your question was that SCORA exchange should be brought online. Was that the question? Okay. All right. Thank you. May I start? Okay. Thank you so much for your wonderful questions. First of all, to answer Venezuela, yes, research is a very important part of SRHR for me, having worked on role of men in abortion and also gender and colonialization. I understand how difficult it is to work on such sensitive topics. But I would like to reassure members that research in SCORA will not only be reserved for AME time. And I would also like to bring it throughout the rest of the year in different regions, especially in region-specific topics. Secondly, for Anne in Portugal, thank you so much for your question. Unfortunately, I did not mention bringing SCORA exchanges online. Instead, I mentioned online methodologies in capacity building innovation, which meant that I would like to bring SCORA on the IFMSA online training platform. SCORA exchanges, I believe, need to be done offline as other exchanges, which is why I would like to work with an SXE assistant for offline exchanges.
Thank you. We have a little more than a minute for extra answers. Do we have any more questions from online or on the floor? I see BEMSA Belgium. I see IFMSA Iraq. BEMSA Belgium. You have to speak up close. Yeah.
Hi, Edward, BEMSA Belgium. Thank you for your presentation. This year we've seen a struggle in filling the current SCORA IT. How would you deal with this issue?
Thank you, IFMSA Iraq.
Roa Kawari, IFMSA Iraq speaking. So thank you for your candidature. As someone who walked to IFMSA through SCORA and have been a SCORA angel for long, one of the things that I've learned through SCORA was safe spaces and the importance of creating safe spaces. So how can SCORA work on creating safe spaces in the GAs while at the same time respecting people's backgrounds and different cultures and making sure that people are actually comfortable in the sessions through all different kind of peoples and backgrounds. So yeah.
Thank you. Just give me a second. you can start.
Thank you for your questions. In case I'm not able to answer both, please contact me later. Firstly, regarding the SCORA IT positions, I would like to make sure that members understand the IT task descriptions very well. Secondly, in the call for applications for the IT, I would like to have a thorough interview with them to ensure that people are fitting for their positions. Secondly, for safe space, or I like to say safer spaces, I believe the EDI is already in place, but also especially for SCORA, discussing such culturally and sensitive topics in every region so far. I would like to make sure that these spaces are safe by including a buddy system during GA or making sure that the COC is present and visible during the SCORA sessions and trigger warnings are explicitly mentioned.
Thank you. We have 17 seconds left, so we can take one more question. Is there any more questions from you? Online? No, I see no further. Oh, I see one further question, and in Portugal. Speak up, please.
Taking account the history of local division in SCORP conditions, do you have any idea plan to prevent that from happening with the opening of the organization? Thanks so much.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Speak up, yeah.
Taking in account the history of local division in SCORP conditions, do you have any idea plan to prevent that from happening with the opening of the organization? Thanks so much.
To confirm, the question was about regional distribution and positions, correct?
I'm speaking to this is taking in account the history of lack of adhesion in SCORP positions in the past. Do you have any plan to prevent that from happening with the opening of the new SCORP assistant position?
Thank you so much for your question. And again, sorry. Again, I would like to bring you back to my candidature about transparency, seamless communication, and importance of mental health with work update sheets and minutes shared and accountability for every single meeting that we have in SCORA. I think that's how we can bring adhesion in the IT. It's all about accountability. It's all about transparency, and it's all about creating safer spaces.
Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to the next section, SCORI directors. We have 3 candidates. The first one to present will be Sharif Mohammed Sadat from BMSS Bangladesh. The second one to present will be Ahmed Abdel Rahman Roop from PMSA Palestine. And the third one to present will be Gülçe Ergün from Turkey. So So Sharif is present with us on site. The other 2 will be present online. So I'm confirming that they are present online. They are. Are they in a separate room with John? Okay, so what is going to happen is the candidates from the SCORA D, they can become back in. The SCORA D candidates, we can only have one of them in the room. Okay, then we have one on-site candidate. He's the first to present. We have 2 online candidates. They are in a breaking room with John from the CCC. They're being placed now with the returning officer, Johanan. So we are ready. If you are ready and you're not, because you're not silent, so please get seated and silent. And Sharif, can you come to the front? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so please be silent and seated. Can the returning officer are people silent in the back? Can you confirm? Yes. Okay. So Sharif, you can start whenever you're ready.
Hello. Okay. Start. Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself, a guy from Bangladesh who lives for his dreams. And today, with a dream again, here I am, Sharif Mohammed Sadat, a passionate research medical student and a devoted researcher. And it is with my great honor to aspire to become your SCORP director for the next term and serve you. As I was trying to think of this very moment and wanted to prepare my words, I was afraid I won't be able to, because the 3 minutes is never enough to convey what I'm feeling right now. Only 3 years back, I couldn't even think of joining the GA, and now I'm running an election in the GA with, and it feels surreal. Next slide, please. After attending 3 GAs, 3 regional meetings, 4 NGAs, and 7 workshops, I'm here today, standing in front of you, presenting the better version of myself. Starting from the local level to working in 2 extent standing committees in national level, simultaneously being in the SCORP IT, I could finally discover my true feelings. That being said, my plan of action is, next slide, please. SCORP for SCORP. Next slide. On sustainability, I will focus on empowering Noris and enhancing member engagement. Speaking from my first-hand experience, I would like to address 3 challenges, and that I will be working on: visa issues, database, and late CS and sudden cancellations. Next slide, please. Being a CB enthusiast, I believe that there is no alternative to capacity building in exchanges. I'll work on re-evaluation of TNET, promotion of TNRT in Ready, manuals on Ready and research camps, and having more specific agendas for PRET. I'll work on SCORP CB Weekend to promote CB initiatives in SCORP and update the online training platform with basic SCORP topics. Next slide, please. In exchanges, we tend to overlook programs, but I feel it requires more attention from us. I will also work on optimizing research excellence using IFMSA programs and activities, updating activities database, and working on enrollment and program weeks. I'll be working on closely with the RAs to have tailored strategies for each region according to their priorities on developing the qualities of regional CB initiatives. All that I have mentioned is not enough. It's not possible to accomplish without the proper communication and collaboration from my beloved family of TOs and SCORP IT, and also as well as my Noris. Let's dive together into the blue sea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will take questions from the floor and online. And Mexico and Abem Burundi. So Mexico, you can go first.
Laisha Shihar from Math Mexico. Congratulations on your candidature. Sharif, I wanted to ask you, what strategy do you have to compensate the impact assessment that has been lost due to the ginormous exchange database issues? Thank you.
Thank you. Abem Burundi.
Sorry, can you repeat the question again, please?
Can you repeat Mexico? Slowly.
Yeah, sorry. What strategies do you have to improve or to compensate the impact assessment that has been lost because of the exchange database issues in the post-evaluation forms specifically?
Thank you, Mexico. Burundi. Thank you. You can answer when you're ready.
All right. Thank you. For Mexico, well, you said you improve the impact of database. For databases, it's one of my priorities for this term because we have been facing these database issues for a long time. And from my first experience as the regional assistant, I can say notaries are having everyday issues with database. And for these, I will try to work on the database request form, and I will try on a training that the notaries can request to have a hands-on training for database so that this will improve their experiences in using database as well. And apart from that, I will work on updating the manuals with more visualizations so that, like when it case comes to visualizations, it helps us to understand it in a better way than the words. So that's how we can enhance database experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have 1 minute and 12 seconds left. I see a question from IMCC Denmark and can you all turn your flag around? IFMSA Poland? Yes, IMCC Denmark.
Hi, Shirley. This is Borison from Denmark. Thank you so much. In your plan of action, you write you want to recognize excellence and give awards out to the best laureate, for example, laureate hymns. Do you not believe that you should be motivated by collaboration rather than competition? And do you not fear the competition could also be unhealthy for laureates?
Yes. To
Oh,
that.
no, wait. I take questions in terms of two. And we have IFMSA Poland.
Hi, Anna, IFMSA Poland, she, her. So the same question was just asked, so we don't want to ask the same one. Thank you.
So I'll take another question from the floor. Thank you. I saw other people wanting to ask a question. I saw other voting cards that I didn't choose. Is it Colombia? Venezuela? Venezuela. Yes.
Hello, Linda Prata, she, her speaking. Thank you very much for your candidature and your presentation. So my question is related to the gap exchanges in SCOP. How do you plan to promote the creation, the establishment of these exchanges in the NMOs?
You can answer.
Okay, for the first question, I would like to say I've experienced a notary training camp on myself 2 times this year. And in the notary training camp, I personally felt that the notaries, they lost their motivation on day 2 and day 3 and day 4. Because on the first day, the participation seems to decrease. And to give an incentive to them and to give a reward to their participation, I want to have an excellence for notaries training camp, that the most persevering notaries is going to get a notary of the camp reward. And we want the best of everyone to flourish their potential. At the end of the day, it's not a competition, it's a incentive. Thank you. And for the second question, can you repeat it once again?
Can you repeat it? Venezuela.
Hola. Close. Okay. Yeah, it's related about the gap exchanges. How do you plan to promote those exchanges in NMOs that haven't established yet?
Thank you so much. I want to work on gap exchanges with the SCORP director, probably with promotion of gap exchanges in different NMOs, and also as well as we can have a gap exchange week, which will promote gap exchanges, and have a CB weekend as well, where gap exchanges will be promoted and how activating them in different NMOs. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 13 seconds left for a question. I see none. So I will thank you for your candidature.
Thank you.
Okay. So we will ask Sharif to leave the room, Gucci to stay with Johanan, and Ahmed to come to the Zoom. And meanwhile, we will make the video ready. Okay, is Ahmed there? He is there. Can someone confirm that Sharif left the room? Okay, can Bangladesh or someone else ensure that he meets with Lucy? With Arya? Can you confirm when they are together? They have found each other. Okay, we are going to share the video of Ahmed.
Dear IFMSA family, my name is from Palestine. I'm proudly presenting my candidature for the IFMSA SCORP Director 23-24. Before filming this video, I asked myself a question. What else can I do for IFMSA Exchange? During the previous 4 years, I was a national assistant, local and national officer, exchange student, contact person, exchange trainer, and now an international team member as the general assistant for the standing committee I admire. What else can I do for IFMSA Exchange? Then I remembered what a dear friend of mine told me on the first day of the pre-AM 22 when he read on my badge that I was a TNET participant. What? A participant? When will you give back to IFMSA? He said. Without IFMSA and SCORP, I couldn't be the person I am today. And I want to lead the standing committee, build its international team, and bring it to a whole new era of progress and achievement. I want to improve the academic quality of the research exchange program and ensure implementation of high standards of the academic quality. I want to empower our officers through a set of exchange-related workshops, online courses, awareness campaigns, sessions, and empower our members and equip them with the basic research skills through a set of high-quality research-related workshops. I want to manage and improve the IFMSA Exchange database, fix its functionalities, and train our officers on how to properly use it. I want to ensure that our resources are updated and enriched in order for our officers to use it to improve the exchange program on their animals. I want to be accessible to all the knowledge. I want to be close to the international team. I want to actively engage with the AP and TO. I want to collaborate with other standing committees on the common focus areas. I want to implement the goals of the strategy and work on the sustainability and financial stability of SCORP worldwide. I want to collaborate with the LSR on improving the external affairs worldwide. I want to empower our knowledge and to provide them with all the resources that they need to work on external affairs with their animals. I want to support them to obtain academic recognition for their programs. I want to enhance the image of our SCORP worldwide and make it a favorite standing committee for all of our members. I want to empower our knowledge, be close to them, support them with each step, not just to manage exchange, but also to fulfill all their tasks, improve the exchange program of their animals, and plan for their strategy. I want to address their needs in our plans. I want their preparedness to fulfill their tasks and their mental health to be constantly assessed and supported. I want to build a team of highly motivated, well-equipped, oriented, and highly motivated members, and ensure a set of preventative measures and watch their mental health to maintain a healthy team that is ready to empower our students and serve SCORPians worldwide to research exchange, research education, and beyond.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, we will move to questions. Oh, you're quicker than I am. I was just checking if the candidate could hear us. Ahmed, can you confirm that you can hear us? And can you say something?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can hear you. That's amazing. A lot of people are raising their hands. So, Switzerland. Czech Republic? Swimza? Swimza first.
Hi, Swimsa here. Swimsa. So you clearly have a strong background in facilitating research exchanges. But do you think that not having a strong background in conducting research yourself has an influence on your ability to fulfill the of the SCORE director.
Okay, I think it was a clear question. Can you confirm that you heard it? Ahmed,
Yeah,
can
I
you,
couldn't hear it properly, but I hit the last part of it, so it's fine.
can you repeat it one more time?
Do you think that not having a strong background in conducting research experience has an influence on your ability to fulfill the task of the SCORE director?
Thank you. IFMSA Czech Republic.
IFMSA Czech Republic, Joseph speaking. Thank you very much for your candidature. My question is that now that you have almost a year in the position of SCORE GA, what is one area of work or an issue that you've been working on that you would like to expand on as a SCORE director should be?
Thank you.
Okay, can you repeat the question again? The voice wasn't clear. I didn't hear it.
Now that you have almost a year in the position of SCORE general assistant, what can you identify as an area of your work or an issue that you have been working on recently that you would like to expand on as SCORE director?
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Can I start?
You can start.
Okay, thank you. So regarding the first question, regarding my background in research, I have a strong background in research, including publications. Currently, I have one published research and another 3 research that are under the publication process. And I also was a trainer and the workshop coordinator in the International Research Camp in Jordan in July. So I have a strong background in research and how to conduct research and research experiments. And I can implement them as a SCORE director and improving the research camps and the research related workshops as well. For the second question, an area that I want to expand based on my background as a SCORE GA during my term as a director, the first thing that I want to expand is addressing the no-risk need, because as a GA, I learned how to learn and how to explore the no-risk needs through our NORI reports, and how to build them and transfer them into action points, and how to address the no-risk needs. And I also learned how to handle the internal work of SCORE and how to manage the SCORE international team. So I will be working on that as stated in my plan of action.
Thank you so much. We have 50 seconds left for more questions. Wow, a lot of the same active NFMOs. Congrats on that. IFMSA Quebec and AMSB Bulgaria. IFMSA Quebec.
Thank you, Sophie. IFMSA Quebec. She, her. We would like to know, how would you improve capacity building in SCORE? Thank you.
Yes.
Hello. Thank you so much, Ahmed. So, do you think that there are any major differences between SCORP and SCORE? And if yes, what is your approach towards them? Thank you so much.
Okay, you have 50 seconds to answer.
Can I just type the second question because I didn't hear it well?
So, do you think there are any major differences between SCORP and SCORE? And if yes, what your approach towards them would be?
Thank you. Also typed in the chat. Okay.
Perfect, thank you. So for the first question, how I would like to improve the capacity building workshops in SCORE. First of all, I will collect the recommendations from the previous workshops like TNET and TNRTs and try to implement it in the future proposed workshops like TNRTs and TNET projects as well. For the research camps and readies, I will also implement as I implemented in the previous international research camp. I include a different approach. I include different topics that clearly and directly improve the basic research skills for our members. I will also ensure that we will follow up directly with the workshop coordinators and ensure their preparedness and provide them with the full support and preparing for the workshops and also in the following up after the workshops as well. For the second question, yes, there are many major differences between SCORP and SCORE because we don't also manage and operate exchange. We also work on building a capacity building and research education. And we want to
answer further when the time allows us. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, PMSA Palestine and the candidates. Okay, so we will continue with the third candidate. I'll ask Ahmed to go back in the breakout room with our returning officer, Johanan, and Gulce can come to the general Zoom. Meanwhile, point of information. Okay, can Zoom participants confirm if they heard the intervention? Can you say once more? Do No. Good observation. Thank you for that. Okay. Meanwhile, is Ahmed back in the breakout? So Ahmed, please go back to the breakout room because then we can continue. Gulce, you can come out of the breakout room back to the regular Zoom. And then wave at us or put your camera on so that we know you're there. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Okay. Hello. So we will put on your video candidature. That is at the moment.
Hello, dear
Oh,
IFMSA family.
Yes, I'll say when we can start. Please be silent for the candidature that is going to be presented.
Hello, dear
You can start.
IFMSA family. I am Gülce Argün, a fourth-year medicine student from Turkey. I have been working as SCORP regional assistant for Europe for 2 terms now, and I am a candidate for SCORP Director 2023-2024. Currently, I'm recording this candidature en route to my research exchange in Romania. I would like you to join me and walk through my point of view in my candidature with me. So why am I motivated to be candidating for this position? Since the very first day in medical school, SCORP has its own place in my heart. While advocating for science, exchanging people's life, fostering global collaboration together was something that I was immediately attached. I knew that I wanted to be a part of that community, so I jumped on the road quite quickly. Rory, Nori assistant, Tina trainer, SCORP regional assistant for Europe for 2 terms, and now a candidate for SCORP director. As a candidate director, I want to assure that I will always prioritize the growth of my dark blue family. I will strive to make SCORP reachable worldwide, to ensure our works have a lasting impact and to touch people's lives. I aspire to lead while embracing my motto, research the world till we change the globe. Now let's get through my motto. Research is undeniably one of the main priorities of SCORP. So I will be trying to underline the importance of SCORP journal clubs, research while one series, while trying or Nori to encourage and share with each other. And as SCORP, of course, we will help them as much as possible. The world, our world in SCORP has some strong bases that we need to be pursuing. So ensuring our Nori has the necessary information and an open space to contact SCORP and each other improve together is the main responsibility from our part, that in case. Navigating them through the whole process, being there for them, being reachable for them is the most important topic that we will be trying to represent. If we change symbolizes the things we can change, the opportunities we can find to improve more, such as enhancing SCORP workshops to capacitate our members, promoting SCORP worldwide, pursuing our campaigns to get us connected with the people all around the globe, making SCORP more visible, making it more reachable for us to connect with medical students is the main goal. The globe. But it wouldn't make any sense if we haven't tried to do all of these as standing as a family. I promise to look after always the well-being of the Noris, the SCORP volunteers, dear SCORP members, working together and trying to create the best opportunity for all of them, while making everything real with the executive board and team of official family together. Because we all are people and students who are trying to improve more and learn more through the whole road. So we would be able to stand as a family and do all of these together. By the way, I arrived to my destination. That's the main aim for the next year if elected as SCORP director. Thank you so much for listening to me. For the questions, I will be connected in a short while.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, so as I just explained, we have 2 minutes for questions. They will be taken in 2 at a time. So do we have questions for Gulce? A lot. I love those active NMOs that keep raising their voting cards. Thank you, IFMSA Kyrgyzstan and IFMSA Poland. You deserve it. IFMSA Kyrgyzstan, please, if you can get the mic.
Yeah, I'm Kyrgyzstan speaking. I like your candidature. My question is, what is your vision in activating for a new SCORE active national member organization as an environment with the limited research facilities, and how you do plan to overcome the challenges to achieve this goal? Thank you.
IFMSA Poland.
Hello, so IFMSA Poland, Anna Shiher. Thank you for your candidature. So we have a question. In your candidature, you mentioned establishing a buddy system for NORIs. What are your plans for dividing people among buddies to ensure they will benefit from the system? Thank you.
Thank you. You can start, Gulce.
Can I first confirm from the Kyrgyzstan that if they want me to answer more on the research background part of the NMOs, and how would I improve this?
Is that the question you asked?
It's about the activation of SCORE in.
Okay.
Okay, so you can start when you're ready.
So for the first one, I have been thinking about having sessions with like the NMO management boards, and then the volunteers for the SCORE, either online, either regional meetings, trying to promote it through manuals on the servers, and of course, one-on-one dialogues at this point, and trying to promote this through the servers, and like pursuing the communication is the main idea I have currently on the mind. For the second question, I will be following up a database system to track what is going on, how we could improve this stuff. So it will be visible on the last years how the NMOs were acting. So we will be visible for us to what are the strong bases of the some NMOs, and what are the cons of the some NMOs that could help each other and learn from each other.
Thank you. You have 1 minute and 10 seconds left, so we can take more questions for the MMOs that keep on asking questions. IFMSA Denmark and IFMSA Czech Republic. And other NMOs, please feel free. You can raise your voting cards as well. I'll take your questions.
Hi, Gulce. This is Clarissa from Denmark. We miss you. My question is about the fact that in our European meetings this year, we've been experiencing low participation. And I believe part of the reason for that is that we as NORIs have so many opportunities. We can simply not come to all the meetings that exist. There's too many. How will you help NORIs prioritize their time?
Thank you. IFMSA Poland, Czech Republic, sorry.
IFMSA Czech Republic, Joseph speaking. Thank you. So thank you very much for your candidature. I want to ask about the expansion of neo-NORI weekends to other regions of IFMSA that you mentioned in your candidature. Doing this in Europe is fairly easy due to the continent being rather small, but this might pose a problem in other continents, for example, Asia Pacific, which by area is very huge. How do you plan on addressing or resolving this issue?
Thank you. Gulce, you can answer when you're ready.
Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for the question so far. In order to help NORIs prioritize their meetings, as a regional assistant, I have been organizing one-on-one meetings and monthly meetings in case our NORIs needed that. And I have been pursuing these support through the whole year. So for the next year, we will be underlining each importance of the meetings, and you would choose yourself. What do you need? How would you get the most of these meetings for yourself? Because each need is individual for your animal, for your NORI experience. So the choice depends on you, but we need to pursue these opportunities to providing to you. And as for expanding Neonary Weekend, as I was already preparing this Neonary Weekend with SCORP for Europe for this year, we have already gone through the process. So we are able to have regional assistants next term if we want to expand these, and the regional assistants want to expand these. When the host animals submit the host form, we see that the visa issues, how would the people gather? So we would be able to criticize the situation and how would it go for the region, because it is Neonary Weekend. We get Neos and Noris together to share their ideas and improve together, yes, but at the same time, there is an open space for the exchange volunteers in that region. So I think that would attract participation and still would be an open space for region to improve more, because this is where we get together.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, and time was also up.
Oh, okay.
So thank you for your presentation, Candidature.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will continue to the next section, and I will also announce that after this we will have a 15 minutes break, and I will also announce that the time schedule is going quite well, and that I expect, including this break and another break, to end around 1:30. If things continue to go relatively well. If they don't, it will be a longer sit. So the break is not now. Be seated and silent, otherwise it will be a long night and my time schedule will be ruined. So please be seated and silent. I'm going to continue with the SCORP D candidatures 2023-2024. Be silent. We have two candidates. The first one to present will be Mia Selovic from Quorum, Croatia. The second one will be Enas Amr Mohamed El Sidi from IFMSA Egypt. I will ask Enas to leave the room with a TO member. Can someone? Yeah, VPM is following the candidates. Thank you so much. VPM is getting her phone and then following the candidates. Thank you so much. Okay, and if someone can confirm when, I don't know what to say without making you laugh. You found each other. I'm so happy for you. Okay, so Mia, yes, you can come to. Okay, so you can start whenever you are ready. It doesn't work. Test it.
Well, good evening, everyone. Dear EB-elect, TO Plenary team, and all the NMO representatives. My name is Mia Selovic, coming from Quorum, Croatia. I'm a recently graduated medical doctor, passionate horse rider, and aspiring human rights advocate. And it's my great pride and joy to present you my candidature for SCORP Director for the term 2023-2024. My journey in SCORP has been quite a roller coaster for now, starting by exiting my comfort zone while applying for the international team, gaining a lot of experience through attending workshops, delivering sessions, and meeting inspiring people, and now striving to give more to IFMSA and SCORP as a future SCORP director. In my term, I would mainly focus on 3 areas of the work. That would be SCORP members, work with SCORP IT, and as part of EBTO. Firstly, I believe that SCORP members should be and must be included more into overall work. I would like to facilitate communication and approach to SCORP IT and SCORP director in order to more easily communicate directly with members and overall include them into decision-making and also overall work. Secondly, by planning in advance and collecting different opportunities, such as small working groups, capacity building, regional campaigns, international ones, and also external opportunities, I would like to create SCORP calendar that will be shared in advance, and hopefully it will facilitate and ease applications of the members. Lastly, I will actively work with respective regional directors in activation of underrepresented regions and collaborate with them more. When it comes to SCORP IT, I mostly see it as a group of hardworking, supportive, and collaborative individuals from all over the world. Especially, I would like to have members from underrepresented regions who will work accountably, transparently, and responsibly in further development of SCORP. Keeping in mind mental health, I will introduce Mental Health Watch to SCORP International team, and be mindful about time zones when it comes to meeting, and also strive to creating a fruitful and positive working environment. Lastly, our main task for the term will be modernizing capacity building when it comes to SCORP to make it fit for our members' needs, and working actively into engaging more NMOs being SCORP active. And lastly, as member of EBTO, I would firstly like to have open, honest, and clear relation with my LRP in order to give best we can to SCORP and TO as partners. Secondly, with my EBTO fellow colleagues, I would like to work on making IFMSA greener in all the areas when it comes to both ecology, sustainability, and also diversity and inclusivity. And for the last, I believe that as new EBTO, we can start on shared grounds of mutual support, respect, and as new people, we can bring on many new ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So we will take questions. I will take questions per 2. So do we have questions from the floor or online? I can't believe it. You are so awake just now. Yes, and in Portugal. And no other questions?
Hello, Elio Pires, IFMSA Portugal, EIM. Thank you so much for your candidature. My question is, what specific measures have you considered to provide equal training opportunities for participants from all regions? Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you for your question. Well, during this term, we had one slot of online ITHRE and TNHRT, which have proven to be quite a good opportunity for members from all the regions to participate. In my term, I would like to firstly work with NORCs and RAs to try to have more SRTs, or at least to introduce SCORP workshops on all pre-regional meetings. If that actually won't work as I planned, I will aim to introduce specific online workshops that are going to cover each region. So there aren't problems with time zones and similar things, in order to at least give all the regions opportunity to gain more trainers. More or less, this is my plan for now. And also I will take into account that GAs are covering most of the NMOs from all around the world. I will also work really hard on having maybe multiple SCORP workshops on pre-GAs.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other question from the floor or online? Yes. Can you raise your voting card? Kamza Cameroon? And IFMSA Sweden. Sorry for making you stretch. Yes, Kamza Cameroon.
Thank you very much for your candidature.
Speak up.
Kelvin Kenfu, she, her, Kamsa Cameroon. Thank you very much for your candidature. My question would be, what's your plan on to activating many more NMOs in terms of SCORP? Thank you.
IFMSA Sweden.
Hello, IFMSA Sweden, Lisa speaking. First of all, thank you so much for your presentation. We would like to ask, how do you plan on widening your perspective within global SCORP work, having only worked within the European region previously? Thank you.
Thank you. You can answer the questions.
For the first question, well, I think the SCORP offers a lot more than some regions are aware of. And firstly, I would like to choose, I would say, motivated and hardworking RAs for certain regions that are going to work with NMOs. And also I'd like to have introductory meetings with different NMOs that might be interested into becoming SCORP active in order to help them with procedure, in order to show them what we are doing, what can they do if they become SCORP active, and show them like quite wide range of activities that SCORP active NMOs are doing in order to bring up their motivation to encourage it. And I also hope that I will have support of regional directors while doing so. For the second question, well, is it true that I don't have many global experience, as most candidates don't do? But I have been learning a lot during this term and attending different events, different workshops, and I believe that I have some ideas that might be well implemented. And I think that, yeah, despite not having a lot of global experience, I believe I still can do it very quality.
Thank you so much, and in time. So that was it. Thank you. Okay, I will ask Mia to leave the room to find the VPM and for Enas to come back. And Enas, when you're here, you can come to me for very short instructions. Okay, we have confirmation that the other candidate has left.
Technical team?
Yeah. Okay, so Enas, when you are ready.
Is it working?
Yes.
Whenever I ask someone to present me or say who I am, they always say that I'm an energetic, outgoing person. And I think that this picture describes it all. I'm Ines Amr, an energetic and, as I like to describe myself, a hyperactive, multitasking human being. I've been part of IFMSA for 4 years now. And during those years, I've had a lot of opportunities to improve myself and be part of the development of the organization through positions, small working groups, events, and training. I'm currently serving as SCORP Capacity Building Assistant and I've previously held several positions on local and national levels. I've also been part of 10 small working groups,
and I've attended 4 General Assemblies, 2 EMR regional meetings, and 12 National General Assemblies. And when it comes to training, I love to say that this is my specialty. I've attended 3 workshops, delivered 6, and delivered over 200 training hours to members from all 5 regions. I think a lot of you might know me from training. Okay, that was the past. What about the future? I do have 3 key principles to guide my plan of action and my vision, starting with reprioritization, focusing on what makes us credible being medical students, so health-oriented SCORP. Second is mutualism, viewing the NMO's IT relationship as a 2-way relationship in which we try to benefit from each other the most. Third, collaboration, promoting collaboration between everyone because we are all here to complete the big picture of IFMSA. My plan of action consists of 5 pillars. I will walk you through the highlights or my personal favorites of the plan of action. First, SCORP sustainability, the key pillar or the cornerstone of having sustainable IFMSA through having vision-oriented plans or focusing more on the long-term planning rather than the short-term sporadic actions. Second is aligning internal and external efforts with the help of the LRP. And third, by having planned transitioning and making sure that we always have people who can carry on the flame. Moving on to capacity building, and most importantly, having an innovative CV culture in which people are more interested and engaged in whatever we are doing through SCORP cohorts, IT shadowing, and NMO sparing. Third, activities. 2 words, gamification and upscaling. Having more interesting approach to the activities and giving the opportunity to the NMOs to globalize their actions rather than keeping them only on national levels. Next, showcasing. What gives the magic to anything is showing it through SCORP brand, SCORP hub, work visualization, and NMO's journey. Last but not least, the teams. My core responsibility will be guiding the international team and making sure that they thrive through the entire term and that their mental health is prioritized. And of course, committing to my TO responsibilities, attending GAs, TOMs, contribute to the decision-making, and support my fellow TO members all the time. That was my plan of action and vision for SCORP, because I believe that human rights have the ability to change the world, and I want to be part of this and contribute to making the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? 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 It worked? I don't think it works. Does it work? Hello? Okay, it works kind of, I guess. Okay, so thank you for your presentation. We'll go to the questions. Do you have any questions? IFMSA Sweden, IFMSA Spain. IFMSA Sweden?
Hello, IFMSA Sweden, Lisa speaking. Thank you so much for your presentation. We're wondering, what do you mean by comprehensive onboarding and highly tailored competency module regarding CV in the IT? Could you please elaborate?
Thank you, IFMSA Spain.
IFMSA Spain, thank you, Jorge, him. Thank you for your candidature. We would like to ask if you have any more specific proposals aiming to augment member engagement at a local level for NMOs, lacking from it in the standing committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Regarding the first question, the onboarding process is part of the talent management cycle or the human resources cycle, in which we have people enter a team. They should go through an onboarding phase. This onboarding phase, they learn how to work with the team, how to perform their tasks, and make sure that they are actually getting oriented to what they are going to do instead of throwing them in the sea and hoping that they can swim. So for the onboarding of the SCORP team or the SCORP international team, I plan to have consultations with the previous ITs, previous TOs, in order to know the necessary competencies for each of the positions and develop like a competency module covering these aspects through not only online sessions, but also asynchronous materials, planned handover with previous ITs, in order to make sure that they are actually ready to start their terms. For the second question regarding members' engagement, I plan to have members' engagement more or better through the capacity building aspect, the innovative capacity building part, because it's more exciting and interesting for the participants to interact when it's something new being introduced. I plan to also have the regional assistants contribute more to their regional campaigns as the AP Academia, for example. So trying to attract more people or have more talent acquisition and have more opportunities for the members to engage with the national and international levels, so they are motivated to learn. And also through the NMO sparing, because international opportunities are usually hard to get for the participants, and this might cause demotivation and lack of members' engagement. So through having regional opportunities or inter-NMOs collaborations, this will try to bring the motivation of the participants up and contribute to the members' engagement. I hope this covered that.
Thank you. We have 9 seconds for a question. And please, people at the back, remain seated and silent for these last 30 seconds or so. So I see one question, but by whom? IFMSA Thailand.
IFMSA Thailand, thank her here. So my question to you is that you mentioned in your application form that you want SCORP Camp to be more than just an SRT. Can I have some elaboration on this, please? Thank you.
Thank you. You have 9 seconds.
Thank you so much. And the SCORP regulations, in the SCORP Camp regulations, we do have this idea of having a theme for SCORP Camp and the theme event that
Thank you.
depends on it.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so as promised, we will have a break, 15 minutes. That's quite a lot, but please, I give you this because you have been sitting for a long time, but please, please, please do not make it longer. Okay, so we're back at 33, right? 23, 33. Please be back in time.
I can do them in alphabetical if you have them for me. Okay. Or do you want to do it?
If you leave the room, you need to give your voting card to the CCC, otherwise you may lose your voting rights during this GA. with the LSR, for which we have one candidate, Lucia Perez Gomez from IFMSA Spain. You can come towards me. I'll give you short instructions. And before I do that, I will tell people to sit down and be silent now. Or do you want me to? Maybe that's what you want. Order. Okay, thank you. We still have connected. You have a mic there. You can use also the standing mic. It's better for the team, but you can also use the one that everyone uses. And that's the Sarah, they like try or should I do slides? If you want to try and do it, you can. Okay, so you can. What is the mic? It's there. And we need some assistance for Wi-Fi. Can someone who can log into the IFMSA? We're logging into the Zoom. Also want to check that there are people at every door so that no one leaves during candidatures. And also to the people with a mic and or returning officers. If at any point it's too much, just let me know and I'll ask for other people to come and help us. We're still logging into the Zoom.
I don't do, and if you can make me comments.
Okay, it seems to work. Almost there. Yes. Yeah. So much. You can on your phone. You can on my phone. We are logging in still. Can you log in? Can you send presentation? No, you have to down. You have the PDF. Huh? No, she's logging in. Almost done. Okay. Yes, I think that's all right. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we are going to share the presentation through Zoom. Yes. And if you can let, what's your name? And make her co-host. Yeah? Okay, so whenever you are ready, you can start.
Resilience, hard work, and passion. The last few years, this has been the values that have sustained me. I discovered IFMSA in one of the lowest moments of my life, and the passion that I have for this federation, for IFMSA Spain, for SCOPI, SCORI, its members, and NMOs is what have sustained me. Dear IFMSA, dear NMOs, I am Lucía Pérez Gómez, a fifth-year medical student based in Madrid, Spain, and it is my almost pleasure to stand here in front of you again to present my candidature for IFMSA Liaison Officer for Medical Sciences and Research Issues 23-24. 1 year ago, I was standing in front of you for a candidature for a position that absolutely took my heart. It was not an easy term. It was very full of excitement, joy, a lot of challenges, and also a little bit of tears, but I can assure you that I'm still motivated and I'm still ready to take the position and to keep working for medical sciences and research worldwide. Next slide. Regarding my experience, my journey started in exchanges, and after some changes, my NMO, they were needing me, so I took the position for NMO President and Vice President for External Affairs, and here is when I discovered my love for external affairs. Next slide. Let's go to the point of my plan of action, and here we have the 6 key principles. Next slide. First, no, back. First of all, let's start with sustainability of the LSR position. You will be wondering why I'm talking about sustainability again, and the reality is that for a new position, we really need to keep working on the transition if we want to keep the position in the IFMSA structure. Some very important points here. I would like to talk about dedication and commitment, continuity and follow-up together with the next teams. And I will be committed to be approachable, available, and to be transparent at any point, at all the points. Next slide. Next, not working. Okay, so I'm going to continue no matter what. Okay, it's very important to align internal and external efforts. That's why, apart from sustaining, expanding, and strengthening the current relations that we have, it's going to be like a key point in order to empower NMOs members, SCOPI and SCORI members to capacitate them and to empower them in external affairs. Next slide. I'm going to, okay, sorry. Regarding the LSR position, it will be implemented in external meetings and the relations that we have. I will try to ensure the FMSA representation within medical sciences and research worldwide. I will also highlight the importance of the LSR position between the World Health Assembly, and I will keep working in policy documents. Last but not least, IFMSA LSR is involved in different teams and as a SCOPI, SCORI, ITs, and also like more teams. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Work. I'm really sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lucia. So we will have 2 minutes of questions time. Do you have any questions for Lucia? Yes. So IFMSA now and Colombia? Yeah. Okay, IFMSA now.
Hi, Laura Shide, IFMSA NL. As somebody who is also like currently doing this as you're also like currently doing this function, Where do you think lie the biggest yet unused opportunities for IFMSA and specifically for SCOPE and SCORI?
Asemco Colombia. Hi, I'm Liana from Asemco Colombia. And the question is, what strategies do you plan to implement it to active external fair or implement the same in each region?
You can start when you're ready.
Can IFMSA and I'll repeat the question, please? And specify if you are referring to external or externally or internally, sorry?
What's that? Could you please repeat that? Your question to me?
Can you specify the question, and is it about external or internal work?
Specifically external work, where you still think lie the biggest yet unused opportunities for IFMSA, but specifically for SCOPE and SCORI.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay, super. So regarding about the opportunities of the regions and how the strategy that I'm going to work on, since the beginning of the term and this term, I'm really trying to make sure that this happens. We will discuss together with the VP-elect and the regional directors-elect to see what are the expectations and also what are the needs regarding their strategies. There are some regions that are more developed in terms of medical sciences and they have more relations with, for example, with medical sciences societies and with other ones that are related to research rather than others. So I will also try to work on something more equitable between the regions. But also always in collaboration with BP and with the regional directors, because maybe it's not a priority for them. They don't find it as a priority for the regions. Regional work is done by regional directors. And regarding the question, actually is very difficult to answer that question. There are a lot of opportunities in regards to external affairs for SCOPE and SCORI. But the current situation is that we don't have so formal relation with our partners, the partners that we are currently working on, and the opportunities that we have, maybe we don't have enough fundraising in terms of share them with members, or they just invite one representative. So my idea is to also keep working on that, keep working on having official relations, show them that they can believe and trust IFMSA in order to really create more and more opportunities. This is something that is not easy. It seems more easy when you are outside. Last year, when I was thinking about this, I thought that it was going to be something very easy. It needs work. Maybe it is not shown next term, but it will be shown in the following years.
Thank you. We have 16 seconds for questions, so I'll take one. IFMSA Poland.
Hi, it's Veronica, IFMSA Poland, she, her. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. What are your plans to expand the idea of journals that you could benefit IFMSA members that you mentioned in your candidature?
Thank you. You have 16 seconds, Lucia.
Thank you very much for your question. First of all, discuss with VP what are the expectations from IFMSA side. We have already received some opportunities from different sides, and in the SCORI there are also some points that could be very interesting for members. So first of all, discuss the expectations, and then also
thank you so much.
Approach me later. Cloud.
Okay, thank you, Lucia. And we will move on to the next liaison officer candidatures, the candidatures for LWHO 2023-2024, for which we have 3 candidates. First, be presenting Beth Eleanor Stinchcombe from SFGH UK. Second, Arwa Hani Mahmoud Mohamed Sharabi from IFMSA Egypt. Third will be Mohamed Sefardin Osama Hassan Abdelrahman from Medicine Sudan. So I'll be asking Arwa, please leave the room with a TO member. Oh, she left with someone or not? That will be checked. And from Mohamed. Yeah. Who do I ask? What? Okay, so instead of a TO member, we will have CCC joining Arwa. Thank you, Simeng.
Mohammed, are you here? You are here. Can you please accept the invitation to go in a breakout room with the returning officer, Johanan? And can people please confirm if Simeng found Arwa and if Mohammed is in the breakout room with our returning officer? So Mohammed, you need to accept that invitation. Yes, so Mohammed is in the breakout room. Can CCC confirm for Arwa via Simeng? I ask you. Can you confirm? Or can someone? Beth, you can come. Very small instruction, just the things are not important. You have the mic, don't you walk? And you want to Sarah to the slide. If you really want to try yourself again, but unfortunately, so we'll do it next time. Okay. Yeah, and I'll get you silent. Can we confirm that Simeng and Arwa? They are okay, amazing. So we can start. Beth, you can start whenever you are ready. Just a second. Yes, whenever you're ready. And please, yeah, also that there's someone at each doors. It's a bit slow, but let's wait. Yeah. And then just wait a second and then try.
Okay. Dear IFMSA family, 3 years ago, I attended my first General Assembly, and 3 months ago, I attended the World Health Assembly as IFMSA's Youth Pre-WHA Academic Coordinator for Meaningful Youth Engagement. Next slide, please. 5 General Assemblies, 7 small working groups, 8 external meetings, and 4 policies played a significant role in my experience. My name is Beth Eleanor Stinchcombe, a medical student from the UK, and today I stand before you to present my candidature for Liaison Officer to the WHO with a relentless motivation to have the opportunity to serve our federation. IFMSA has taught me that together we can do so much more. Next slide. My plan of action is on the 3 main pillars. To ensure inclusive and impactful meaningful youth engagement, I will enhance the Youth Pre-WHA to include more advanced skill-based sessions, opportunities for delegates to attend meetings with WHO departments alongside the relevant LO, improve the hybrid experience, and offer more visa and financial support to delegates. We must also capitalize on advocacy opportunities like Walk the Talk and to integrate our efforts with other youth and come up with new ideas such as a youth booth inside the Palais to maximize our influence with member states. I will work with the NMOs to support youth delegate programs and relations with WHO country offices, as well as strengthen our presence in the WHO Youth Council and support the development and execution of the youth engagement strategy. Regarding sustainability and innovation, next slide. I will work with the VP, LOs, and RDs to streamline our advocacy efforts at all high-level WHO meetings, provide regular updates to members on the work of the LWHO office, and identify new opportunities and work towards our global priority. As for collaborations and capacity building, I will maintain and strengthen high-level relationships with WHO departments and our civil society partners. I will formulate a strategic plan to overcome obstacles for IFMSA members wishing to participate in WHO external meetings. I will keep members informed of relevant WHO activities and opportunities and increase members' capacity through webinars, WHO research and education opportunities, post-WHO projects, training sessions during the GAs, and WHO networking and mentoring sessions. If elected, I will dedicate my full time and commitment to this position, spreading the final year of my studies over a 2-year period. Next slide, please. Together, the work we do collectively creates waves of positive change. Together, we have a unique opportunity, and I'm excited to work with you all to elevate and amplify the voices of youth. Please read my candidature, which is available in English, French, and Spanish via the QR code, and contact me at any time with your questions. Together, let's be the change we wish to see in the world. Sorry, next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now have 2 minutes of question time for Beth. Do you have any questions? Anne France and IFMSA Egypt. Anne France. And Egypt, please raise your card so that people can provide you with a mic. Yes, France, you can.
Yeah, okay, working, perfect. So Raphael Cannon speaking for INM France. Thank you very much for your presentation and your candidature. So reading your curriculum vitae, we can see that you have a lot of experience in high-level external meetings, but also that you have never been in the IFMSA IT before. So do you consider the fact that you have never been part of an external affair international team as a challenge to work as LWHO?
IFMSA Egypt.
Okay, we would like to start by thanking Beth for her candidature and wish her good luck. We would like to ask, how will you provide more financial support to delegates? Thank you.
You can start when you're ready. No, we cannot.
Okay, thank you very much, IFMSA France, for your question. Regarding the fact that I do have experience in external affairs, but not in the EAIT. I think regarding that, it isn't seen as a weakness. For example, I think having experience during high-level meetings, for example, being involved in advocacy writing, statement writing, advocacy, creating PRC campaigns, and is experience that I've had from previous experiences. So, for example, I've worked with my NMO, for example, as affiliates coordinator. So that's being involved in working with other student organizations, working together with them to develop strategic campaigns and projects, which I think is relevant because part of the LWHO position is kind of working with other student organizations. And regarding my experience, I think that I've had various experiences. So, for example, working and that's it, yeah. Secondly, regarding Egypt's question about financial support. So, for example, I think looking and working with the VPE and VPF to come up with a financial package and create different opportunities, different like financial options such as like gold, platinum, bronze, work with the relationships we've already had this year during the Youth Pre-WHA and to develop them further to see if there's further opportunities we can for support. I also think that working, so for example, seeing if there's any sponsorships and grants as well that we can kind of get access to. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 15 seconds left for one more question. I see SWIMSA Switzerland.
Hi, Sven, SWIMSA Switzerland here. Where do you see the importance of a good working relationship with SWIMSA and the IFMSA, and how do you plan on ensuring that the function of the relationship remains good?
I didn't hear you, so I suppose Beth didn't.
Okay, I will repeat. So where do you see the importance of a good working relationship between SWIMSA and the IFMSA, and how do you plan to contribute to the good functioning of such a relationship?
Okay, you have 15 seconds.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, SWIMSA, for your question. I think having a good working relationship is essential. I think by having constant communication, understanding kind of expectations from the outset and discussing about kind of what SWIMSA expects and also what we could provide as the LWHO.
Thank
and
you
working.
so much for your answers. Thank you for your candidature. Okay, thank you, Beth. I will ask you to leave the room and find Simeng, and to bring an Arwa can come back to us, and Mohammed is still in the breakout room with Johanan. So that's all covered. So please give me confirmation when Beth left the room, and Arwa, you can come to the front, and then I'll give you very short instructions. Confirmation that Beth left the room. Arwa, are you here? Please come to the front. Arwa is here, and Simeng, Beth is looking for you. So any confirmation on Beth finding Simeng is appreciated. Meanwhile, Arwa, you can come to me very shortly. You can try it. So now it hasn't worked for other things. And if it doesn't work, you can yeah. Internet's being slow. We're loading the candidature. Can you, technical support, make the presentation bigger? Okay. You have to point to the computer. The computer. To the computer. If you have to point towards it. Yeah. Okay. So can you test your mic?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So whenever you are ready.
Okay, let's start. Hi, IFMSA family. My name is Arwa, and I'm here to present to you my candidature for LWHO for the term 23-24. Let me ask you a question. What does meaningful youth engagement mean to you? To me, it means to speak youth to power, to influence decisions that shape the health of our communities and the health of our planet. It is passionate, it is passionate, it is powerful, it is pure, and it is passionate, it is powerful, it is pure. Okay.
You can take your time.
Sure. Okay. Don't know. Can you send it again? Okay, that's it. Okay, taking it from the start.
Okay, from the start?
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. It is passionate, it is pure, it is powerful, and it amounts to small changes that can make small waves and positive changes within our future. And that is exactly what I want to do, because change is incremental. And I aim to show you small waves that can yield into strategic and systemic action that achieves meaningful youth engagement. In order to do that, I aim to start by having a diverse and competent team that is going to diverse and competent team with an enabling environment. I aim to collaborate effectively and efficiently with the liaison offices in order to ensure that IFMSA stands and position is strong within global health arenas, as well as work collaboratively with other team of officials in order to contribute to the IFMSA development on all levels. That being said, as a liaison officer, I'll be representing more than 1.4 million medical students globally. In order to ensure our representation is effective and efficient, in order to ensure our representation is effective and efficient, I aim to work on specific areas, starting with collaborating with RTs and having bilateral communications and engagements. Can you say next on because I think it now stopped working. Yes. Perfect. Collaborating with RDs and having bilateral communications with member states, as well as having a cohesive, informed, and empowered delegation through adequate preparation that is able to ensure that IFMSA is visible upon online and personal spaces. When it comes to advocacy, do I stop?
Yeah, but it's not showing.
Okay.
Okay. Back again. When it comes to advocacy, I have 4 main pillars that will be guiding all our work in IFMSA. Starting with clarity of purpose, our advocacy will be consistent, coherent, unified, and always evidence-based. It's going to be based on member-centered. It's going to have empowerment elements as well as alignment across all levels, aka across all country levels. In addition to that, if we untangle this puzzle onto the next slide, which is going to show now, you will see that specific actions tell you exactly what type of advocacy I'll be doing, starting with analysis of policy environment, having an advocacy planner, as well as working on policy monitoring and dialogue and member state-based advocacy. Now, in order to have effective advocacy, we need allies, and that comes with networking. I'll be working on strengthening our relationship with the WHO, as well as mobilizing our stance within the Youth Council in order to ensure that the youth program is going to be moved and contextualized on the regional level and even beyond the national levels. That being said, I'm going to also be working on capacity building, sustainability, and empowerment to ensure the continuity moves across generation and we have empowered NMOs. Speaking of NMOs, I'm also going to be working on nationalization, starting by supporting NMOs within their youth delegate programs and continuous following up on its maintenance, as well as supporting NMOs within country representation and in establishing collaboration with country offices. Finally, I'm going to work on the youth PWHE delegate program. I aim to have a program that ensures that our delegates are equipped for the 77th World Health Assembly.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
you so much.
Arwa. Thank you. So we will have 2 minutes of question time. IFMSA Morocco and Kamza Cameroon. IFMSA Morocco would like to have a mic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mahdi IFMSA Cohen, thank you for the candidature.
I can't hear you, so please, your mic closer to your mouth.
Yes, Mahdi IFMSA Morocco, hey him. We would like to start by thanking Arwa for the candidature. Arwa, you have been the RD for the AMR and you have faced the visa issues and you know about them. We would like to know how do you plan to tackle the visa issues for potential EMR OC members or general delegates? Thank you.
So I'll repeat also for people on the Zoom how to tackle the visa issues. Then Kamza Cameroon.
Kelvin, Kamsa Cameroon. Thank you very much, Awa, for your presentation.
Also, please speak up.
How do you intend to support members apply for WHO internships across all regions, given that these opportunities are not equally benefited in all regions? Thank you.
Okay. I'll answer your questions now regarding the question posed by Morocco. When it comes to visa issues, I have two different strategies. The first one is most mapping out where the issues are coming from. There's a wide known fact that usually the issues are accompanied from a background of wrong applications, submitting wrong documents, having incorrect support documentations, or lack of specific documentation that is required. In order to make sure that is evaded, we already, or the previous OC already has worked on having a visa booklet that specify different pitfalls that everybody falls when applying to a visa. Another strategy would be to garnering external support from outside. So I'm aiming this year to be contacting specific organization in order to garner from them a welcome letter or invitation letter that allows you to apply for the visa in order to attend the World Health Assembly or the Youth Delegate, Youth Pre-WHA program and so on. So I hope that answers your question. In order for the question of Macron when it comes to WHO internship, it's important to acknowledge that WHO internship at the moment are centralized. So there isn't much that IFMSA can do because WHO is aiming to move within their own transformative agenda or transformation agenda toward a centralized platform to ensure more transparency and accountability to the organization. Regardless of that, within the platform that is created within the WHO, what we aim to do or what can be done to support members is to circulate these available internships and provide guidance on proper mechanisms on how to submit your internship applications correctly in a way that could be attractive to the possible suitor. That is, I believe, what only can be done to IFMSA at the moment in terms of like WHO internship. I hope that also answered your question.
Thank you so much. We have 25 seconds for a question. I see IFMSA Thailand and Helmsick Greece. That's ambitious, but let's go for it. IFMSA Thailand.
IFMSA Thailand, Ting Shi, her here. So my question is that you said that you have plans to be working on building links between NMOs and their country office. So what is your concrete plan exactly on doing this, especially since that locals might already have some contact? How do you plan on helping them from your stance as LHU? Thank you.
Thank you, Helmsick Greece.
I actually had the same question. So.
Sorry? Okay. Oh, she had the same question. Well, it's, I think, fine because it would be very, do you want two questions for 25 seconds or one? Okay, so we will do that question.
So to answer that question in 25 seconds is difficult, but I'll try to do my best. So the link to country offices, in order to do that, the idea here is to understand how is your relationship with the country office. That starts with baseline assessment that I aim to launch at the beginning of the term to understand what is your relationship with the country offices. After that, I'll be contacting your regional director who have close relationship to your regional offices, who directly is the body or the umbrella that works and operates on the country offices. Through that, we can map out possible contributions and collaborations you can have.
Thank you, Arwa. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. So I'm going to talk because we have a tight schedule, but I appreciate the chance. Arwa, I'm going to ask you to leave the room. Thank you so much for your candidature, and I will check how the online participants are doing. So I need, oh no, Beth is also not in the room. I will need confirmation of Arwa having found Simeng still, I guess. And then we can invite Mohammed over from the Zoom. Mohammed, you can leave the breakout room and come to us and wave at us and maybe say hi so that we know that we can hear you and that you can hear us.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. So we will show the video that has been prepared.
Hello, I'm saying my name is Ahmed Abdurrahman.
Wait. Okay. So I have confirmation that Arwa, Beth, and Simeng are together, and the room is silent. So please keep it that way, and then we will start the video now.
Hello, I'm saying my name is Ahmed Abdurrahman, more commonly known as Nisala. I'm a medical student from Sudan, and I've been part of IFMSA for about 4 years now. Ever since I chose to pursue a career in the medical field, healthcare accessibility and global governance have been my areas of passion. But as an African young person from a low-income and poverty-stricken country, global advocacy have always seemed like a place designed to address issues that affect people like me, but not exactly empowering for us to be part of the solution. Getting to be part of IFMSA has shown me that without diversity and inclusion, global health equity will not be achieved, and that is why exactly I'm candidating for this position. For the past 4 years, I have served IFMSA and my NMO in various capacities, including coordinating national external affairs for 2 terms as my NMO's VPE, getting to be part of the SCORP and programs IT as a general assistant and program coordinator for health systems respectively, being part of numerous small groups, commission and reviewing committees, and getting to voice out those stances as an IFMSA delegate to external meetings, including the WHO, WHO regional committee sessions, and the Global Youth Summit to name a few. For the past 2 years, I've also served in the WHO as an academic coordinator for universal health coverage and a subsequent chairperson. Those experiences have led me to develop my plan of action in 3 main areas, starting with IFMSA in global health governance spaces. I plan to build and streamline our advocacy efforts through strategically linking between our presence at the WHO regional committee sessions and the WHO EBM through proper involvement of LOs, better engagement of NMOs, standardizing our advocacy plan development processes, and further involving WHO externals by inviting them to our own IFMSA events. That will be coupled with active involvement with the WHO Youth Council to develop regional engagement mechanisms and further champion youth delegate programs. With regards to meaningful youth engagement, I plan to center NMOs through aiding them in their involvement with their country offices by introducing advocacy that yields documented partnerships, as well as providing resources on the establishment of youth delegate programs and other forms of collaboration. I also plan to utilize the LWH for many avenues of interaction with student-run organizations in developing NMO relations with national chapters through providing areas and spaces for communication, as well as developing joint priorities and actions with IFMSA. With regards to the Federation, I plan to develop pre-existing concepts such as the UPWHA by redefining its purpose and leaning more towards the advocacy aspect of it, involving alumni in the development and implementation of our advocacy efforts, addressing the limitations of the hybrid setting, as well as diversifying our pool of Philippines by offering resources on financial and travel processes. I also plan to focus on capacity building on global governance and diplomacy by introducing online courses, developing our own WHO database, and reintroducing WHO-centered simulations. Also, as part of teams, I plan to actively engage with fellows, both the TO and the EP, and my own LWHO IT and the UPWHA OC through active communication. For details on how I plan to implement everything that I've mentioned, please refer to my plan of action. Lastly, considering my background, my current situation, and the overall reality that the world attempts to condition me to aspire to, getting to present this candidature alone is something that I'm extremely proud of, and I hope that you would let me to further advocate for these values by electing me as your LWHO for the next term. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. So we will move to the questions. Yes. I will take the questions by 2. So do we have any questions? I see 2, Anne France and Swinza Switzerland.
Just before my question, I have a point of information.
Point of information by Anne France.
Can we know if the quality of the sound was linked just because of the video or because of the sound setup that we have? Because it was almost inaudible and that's not fair for the candidate.
That's a good question. It was because of the video. Maybe the NMO can share the video
on the NMO server, and it's better, you can hear it better if it's not in this room. So that's a suggestion for the candidate and their NMO. Okay, so the question from Alain France.
Yeah, Raphael Canon speaking from INM France. So hello, thank you very much for your candidature and your presentation. So in your plan of action, you say that you want to highlight the way through which NMOs can be engaged in the Youth Council through the term, sorry. Basically that NMO can be engaged in the WHO Youth Council. So my question is, do you think that it is relevant to have NMO engaged in the WHO Youth Council? And if yes, what kind of engagement do you expect of NMO?
Thank you. SWIMSA Switzerland.
Yes, Sven Sims of Switzerland, him speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you state in your candidature that you want to provide appropriate incentives for SWIMSA to give efforts into the working relationship between SWIMSA and IFMSA. Can you just elaborate on the kind of incentives that you want to provide?
Thank you. Did you hear the questions, Mohammed? Yes.
Perfect.
So just a second, because I need to get the timing. Yes, so you can answer whenever you are ready.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much. With regards to the question from Anam France, I do believe it's important for NMOs to engage with the WHO Youth Council, because I believe moving forward, it will be, if not the sole, then the main way through which the WHO interacts with the youth demographic. So for now, for this particular term, I believe the main form of engagement is just for NMOs to stay informed on what the Youth Council is, its constituencies, the main aims of it, and what they're doing, and moving along further to help IFMSA shape its stance as part of the Youth Council in terms of how do they envision the regional and national engagement mechanisms for the WHO Youth Council. With regards to SWIMSA's question, at the time of writing the candidature, I was unaware of the mediations that were taking place between the IFMSA TO and SWIMSA, but I do believe that my first step, if elected, would be to follow up on the outcomes of those meetings. I do have particular ideas on what those incentives could be, but I refrain from putting them in the candidature, as I believe that should be first discussed before putting it out there for the rest of IFMSA to know, in order for all parties involved to be on the same page on what the relationship would look like moving forward.
Thank you so much. So we have 36 seconds left for questions. Do we have more questions? I'm willing to take two, but I see only one card. So I'll first say IFMSA Spain and IFMSA Thailand. Okay, IFMSA Spain.
Hi, Pedro from IFMSA Spain, him. We would like to ask you if you have any ideas on how to capacitate the standing committee members on the WHO and the work related to it.
Thank you. IFMSA Thailand.
IFMSA Thailand, Tingtishi here speaking. So this is a follow-up on your answer of SWIMSA Switzerland's question. So since transparency is one of the values that the Federation respects, isn't it okay to just put out your ideas, or is there any specific concerns why you don't think it should be going through discussions before you share it? Thank you.
Okay, so sorry, Mohammed, just a second. Did you hear the questions? Can you confirm that? Can you confirm that you heard the questions?
Yeah, I can.
Then you can start your answer whenever you're ready.
Okay. For IFMSA Thailand's question, as it's a follow-up, I believe that putting that any ideas in the candidature prior to discussing it with SWIMSA themselves would be unfair to them, as it would put unrealistic expectations on something that I plan to do, while again, it's a very collaborative nature of the relationship that I aspire to have. With regards to capacitating different standing committees, I aim to outline my relationship with different standing committee TOs in order to see how my involvement could be, whether it's in capacity building or their different events, as I believe it would be very crucial for them to understand how.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So the candidates that were not in the room can come back to the room again, and we will move forward to the next section of candidatures from liaison officers, which is the LME candidatures for the term 23-24. For those, we also have 3. And they will be presenting in the following order. 1, Martin Duranik from SLOMSA, Slovakia. 2, Michelle Chilyan Lam from AMSA, China, Hong Kong. And 3, Kana Halikodic from Kromzik, Croatia. So I will ask those, Martin can come up to the front, and the other candidates, please leave the room and find a TO person to be with. Michelle, can you find someone from the TO? Okay. That's fine. So Michelle, the VPA is looking for you, and can please accept the invitation to the breakout room, as well as the returning officer, please accept the invitation to the breakout room. What? No one? Because it's not TO, so you can just chill. So can someone confirm to me if Michelle and the VPA? Yes, that's good. So we're just waiting for Kana and the returning officers to be in the breakout room. They are 2. So please be seated and silent. Come on, guys. I don't want to last this forever. As sad as that sounds. Yes. Yes. So, okay. You can test the mic and then start whenever you are ready. Please be silent and seated. Can the returning officer in the back confirm that the back of the room is also silent and seated and respecting the candidatures? Thank you.
Dear animals, my name is Martin Duranik from SLOMSA, Slovakia. I'm 5th year medical student and currently serving as regional assistant for external affairs for Europe. You might notice from my candidature that it's largely based on the quality assurance and accreditation. This might come as a surprise, as I didn't include all of LME duties in my candidature. There is a reason for this. LME, year 2024 is the year of many things. We thought we're gonna have flying cars, but instead we have microplastics in our lungs. But for medical education, this means a huge breakthrough. From upcoming year 2024, only the students who graduated from the universities recognized from WFME can apply for USMLE. This might sound as a very easy statement, but it's not. Please do not take it easy, because it has 2 implications, at least 2 implications. First one is very practical. It means if USA done it, now every country can do this, and every country can demand medical professional to be from the university that is WFME accredited. However, there is a second implication of this, and this is much more serious and much more philosophical. It changes the perspective of what it means to be a medical professional. You are no longer a graduate from a medical faculty. You're a graduate from a WFME recognized medical faculty. However, this might sound very challenging, but it's not. WFME honors the student and considers him as the vital point in decision-making and curriculum development. This means, for the positive side, you're not only graduate from the WFME recognized faculty. This means you're a graduate from the university that engages students on every level. This, however, provokes also another thing. 2024 might see a peak in seeking of accreditation from WFME from many accreditation agencies. This has to be thoroughly monitored, reviewed, and there should be a lot of data considered and handed over to next LME, who will, in a more calmer environment, process this to policy towards WFME and understand what it actually means for medical students and what this means for being a medical professional in upcoming years. Thank you very much. I will be brief, but I will leave more time for the presentation, for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we will have 2 minutes for questions. Do you have any questions for Martin? Do you have any questions for the candidate? Really? I see Anne France. Can someone give Anne France a mic?
Raphael Canon speaking for INM France. Thank you very much, Martin, for your presentation. This is a small question to know more about your availability to the term if you're elected as LME. We know that LME is a demanding position with a lot of displacement and a lot of meetings. So will you be available for that if you're elected?
I'll see if there's a second question. Is there a second question already? No? Okay, you can answer.
What concerns availability, it's great because I'm from Slovakia, which is practically in the middle of Europe. There is 3 major airports. Also, I enter my 5th year, which means all my studies I based on a block form. So it means I'm very flexible with my curriculum. And also, I suppose no visa issues as I am from Slovakia, which is very strong passport. I think it's ranked 10 or 11. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Are there any other questions for the candidates? From online? Okay, so no other questions? Thank you. So I'll ask Martin to leave the room, find Mohammed, the VPA, and then Michelle, you can come up to us. Point of information by IFMSA Brazil. Okay.
Vitor Reham, IFMSA Brazil. This is a question for the CCC. I've just seen that they mentioned that both Nigeria and Ecuador candidature were deemed invalid 1 hour ago. Like, is this correct or?
I will. Okay, if you would, I would prefer if you answer that question after the LME candidatures. Thank you for the questions. So, is Michelle here? Can you come to us? Okay. I have confirmation that the other candidates are in their breakout room. The clicker doesn't work very well, so either you can say next slide. Yeah. Put it on. Put it on.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Whenever you are ready.
Good evening, IFMSA. That's loud. I'm Michelle Lam, candidating to be your next LME. Next slide. Since high school, sitting in the hallway calling conference externals to working in AMSA Hong Kong, and now as the SCOME External Affairs Assistant, I have dedicated my time to connecting externals with student initiatives. Next slide. And the goal is to harness their expertise and generosities of externals to fuel the students and youth leaders of today and tomorrow, such as the Panda rocket ship here. My plan of action, next slide, is to develop EA competencies using Scholar RX bricks to do capacity building, having resources, increasing visibility of externals at GAs and RMs through sessions, activities, fairs, and also side events, standardizing the pre-conference capacity building, as well as supporting abstract submission. Next slide. Furthermore, I want to increase member representation, especially for advocating for increased delegate spots, funding, and the development of student task forces, as well as having timely baseline assessment, evaluation, and feedback. Next slide. Of course, effective teamwork is very important. So I want to have a good working relationship with VPE, SCOME-D, SCOME-EAA, as well as the LSR. Next slide. Especially within LME, strong partnerships is very important, especially for developing MOUs, TORs, endorsements, and mentorships. With WFME, we want to continue conversations on the internship program. With Amy, we want to develop the MOU coming up, especially with Scholar RX, we want to continue funding as well. In terms of YAMSA, we sent our first delegation this term, and we want to look into the possibility of developing a student task force. We also want to send a delegation to Ottawa, as well as ICAM in the coming year. With the NETs, we want to have a close working relationship with them to support our school kits, and APMEC for increased student involvement. Of course, we have our internship with Mess Mastery that is happening right now, and we want to make this into a long-term partnership. And finally, we want to increase SCOME representation within WHA and pre-WHA with the possibility of having a side event with WFME when we're there. Next slide, please. Furthermore, we want to make sure that my plan of action aligns with the global priorities, regional priorities, as well as the SCOME strategy. Next slide. So as the current SCOME External Affairs Assistant, I am the one in the IT who works most closely with the LME, and this puts me in a special position. This puts me in a special position of ensuring continuity and sustainability of external affairs development within SCOME. And I have attended AME SDF, pre-WHA, WHA. I have experience in policy, as well as in GAs, APRM, and pre-GAs. Next slide.
Thank you so much for your candidature
Thank you
presentation.
for your listening.
Okay, so we have 2 minutes for questions. Do you have any questions for the candidates? I see one from AMEM Burundi and one from AMEM France.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Jerry Carneza from ABEM Burundi. From what we have seen, you talk about like increasing representation for medical education grants, especially in EMEE. I would like to elaborate more how you can increase like delegates per region in AMEE. Thank you.
Did you understand that question? Yeah. Okay. And in France?
Yeah, Raphael Cannon speaking for NM France. Thank you very much for your presentation. So my question is, what relation do you plan to develop with the SCOME IT if you're elected, and especially with the LME External Affairs Assistant, the SCOME External Affairs Assistant, sorry, which may be the one of your closest collaborators? Thank you.
Sorry, what was the first part of the question?
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much for the question. Just for clarification, when I said increased funding, it was in general, not specific to Amy. However, in line with previous LMEs, we do try to find funding for Amy participants. As you know, with the SCF this year, there are partial coverage, for example, for accommodation and also flights. And so that will be maintained throughout the term. Something new this year was the IFMSA delegation, in which we did get Scholar RX to support the funding for that as well. And that's something that we will look into as we develop more delegations and perhaps looking into the possibility of developing student task forces. And with that, we hope to have more support from externals to support our students, especially those who need it the most and from regions who may not be able to afford them, to be able to access these opportunities that may be farther away from the region. Regarding the second question, a relationship with SCOME IT and SCOME EAA. So I am the current SCOME EAA, and I have had a really good relationship with our LME. And I think I can learn from the example of having this close working relationship by having weekly meetings, making sure that we have clear communication, checking in on each other, making sure that we report on what has been done on both ends so that it is synergistic. With the SCOME director, it's important to complement the internal and external work of SCOME. And with that, I also attend to have bi-weekly meetings with the SCOME director to make sure that whatever communication we are having with externals aligns with whatever is being done internally, so that communications with externals can be smooth and ensure what is needed within the SCOME team. With RAs, we also want to develop regional opportunities. And so we will be consulting them in terms of the regional database to make sure that those in the regions are able to access the opportunities we offer within SCOME. Especially the CBDA, there is, I am looking into incorporating more external affairs within our team and AMET workshops, especially with advocacy. And so we will be working closely with the CBDA as well.
Thank you. And time is up. Thank you so much. So I will be asking Michelle to leave the room, and for Kana. Okay, and can someone confirm to me when Michelle has found Mohammed? Kana, you can come to the Zoom. You are in the Zoom. Can you say hi to us? So that
Hello.
Hello, welcome. So I'm waiting for confirmation that Martin, Michelle, and Mohammed have found each other. Okay, we have received point of information by IFMSA Thailand.
Not working.
Sorry?
Point of personal comfort, is the aircon not working?
So point of information is the airco not working. We can see as plenary team that it's working too well on this side of the room, but oh, now it seems to be off. Okay, so I don't know. So how are people at the back? Do you need more airco? Can you like wave your cards? I see some waving. So if it could be a little bit, but not too much, so that we don't get sicker, but that you don't get too hot for the presentations. I don't know if that's possible, OC. It's not possible. Is it either on or off? Or is it not possible at all? Okay, so you can put it on and we'll just cover ourselves, I guess, or not? Are you okay if the airco is on? Yes. Okay, so the question is, can the airco be put on? Meanwhile, I think everyone on the other side of the room has found each other, and we will share the video of Ghana. And please be silent for that video. Yes, can you play it?
Hello, my IFMSA and fantastic SCOME family. My name is Gana Halic-Gordic. I'm a third-year medical student from Croatia, and you may know me as the current SCOME Regional Assistant for Europe. My journey in advocacy began in 2014, teaching me the importance of meaningful youth engagement. But it was IFMSA that later sparked my passion for medical education, molding me into the person and advocate I am today. Having a comprehensive background with nearly 10 years of external affairs experience, I also participated in various roles and projects within and beyond IFMSA and SCOME. Therefore, I believe I can contribute even further to this committee by bringing the best of both worlds. My vision is simple, putting NMOs, their needs and interests at the central point of the external affairs work, ensuring their active engagement and representation in external and internal objectives. As your LME, I assure you of my commitment to accountability, transparency, and availability, and my flexible schedule allows me to attend external and IFMSA events. I would start my term with a SWOT analysis of the SCOME's external affair work and incorporate NMO's input through baseline assessment. Based on that, and after aligning external and internal goals, I would develop external affairs part of the working strategy. As part of my internal work, I would highlight the competencies development through various opportunities and personalized competency modules addressing not only knowledge, but practical skills development. Also, I would provide valuable resources and develop new ones, such as an online competency module on our online training platform. I will closely collaborate with NMOs and AIMED advocates to support their initiatives. Additionally, I am to create a comprehensive resource hub, which will include stakeholder lists and opportunities updates, involving NMOs in its development. Moreover, I envision offering more internal and external opportunities and involving external partners in their development. In my external work, my main priority is strengthening and developing our current partnerships while seeking new opportunities to enhance our network. The list of our external partners is extensive, but I would highlight WFME, AMI, ScholarRx, the network, IMC. Other focus areas I would like to collaborate on are medical education-related research, career support in medical education, global and regional priorities. For renewal, I would propose 3 policy documents and add technology in medical education as a new one. As your LME, it is my priority to ensure visibility and meaningful participation of the Federation by engaging actively in partners organizations' work and promoting IFMSA's work at the external events and beyond. WFME, AMI, Ottawa, IMC, and other conferences are on my list for IFMSA delegations to be present. Moreover, I would like to explore how we can better support our delegates when it comes to the visa application process and funding, making this experience more accessible for all our members. So today, I'm not just your LME candidate, but an advocate with a vision who sees each medical student around the world as a relevant stakeholder and equal partner in addressing the status quo of medical education. Thank you so much for your time, and feel free to approach me in case you have any questions.
Thank you so much. Okay, so Ghana, we will have 2 minutes for you to answer questions, and I will take them 2 at a time. So do you have questions for Ghana? I see Anna in Portugal. Any other delegate that wants to ask questions? Yeah, Anna in France, Anna in Portugal.
Inês Guerreiro, Anna in Portugal, he, her. Thank you, Kenny, for your presentation. I would like to know, taking into account your very ambitious plan of action, how do you plan to delegate functions and manage your time in order to conciliate with medical school and then still maintain your mental health?
Did you hear that question, Kana?
Yes.
Okay. And in France?
Not working? Yeah, it is. Raphael Cannon speaking for INM France. Thank you very much. So as we can see in your presentation and candidature, you have a lot of experience in external affairs and in SCOME in general. So what all your experience in external affairs would bring you if you were elected as LME? What's the most important thing that your experience will be useful for in your next term? Thank you.
Can I just ask for clarification?
Yes.
So what my external affairs experience will bring to the position, if I got it right?
What have you learned, the most important lesson that you've learned that will be useful for you in the next terms?
Most important lesson that you can use for the next term.
Only for the external affairs experience or both experiences?
External affairs experiences mainly.
Okay. So whenever you are ready.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. I will start with the unimportant one. When it comes to maintaining my mental health and also executing really ambitious, I would say, action plan, I was realistic as much as possible. I'm very hardworking, but I'm also aware that it's really important to find good balance when it comes to med school, private life, and also IFMSA duties. So when it comes to my med school life, my next year will be really flexible because I'm starting my clinical rotations, and also my exam schedule will be flexible. My school is also very supportive when it comes to these types of involvements, and they will make sure that I reach my full potential as a medical student and also as IFMSA advocate. For sure, in this case, I would say organization and task delegation is very important, also time management. So I would delegate tasks to the SCOME IT, for example, the capacity building ones. Also, I would like to collaborate with externals on different initiatives and also involve different SCOME external affairs alumni that have experience in that area. I hope that answered your question. When it comes to second question, most important lessons that I have learned, I would say I learned 2 lessons. First one would be that individual approach is really important. No matter what position or function we have, as RA, I noticed that there is no like one size fits all. So as LME, when supporting LMOs, NMOs, I will make sure that they get individual approach when it comes to supporting their advocacy initiatives, and also that it's really important to assess their needs and interests in order to reflect that in our work, in order to also represent them meaningfully. And another one would be how important external affairs competencies are. I feel that we mostly focus on knowledge, medical education knowledge. And for example, for delegations preparations, I would love to increase the ratio of sessions that relate to development of practical competencies such as policy making, diplomacy, and strategic advocacy.
Thank you so much. The time is up. Yes. So we are done with the LME candidatures, and as I have promised the CCC, they can have a point of information.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC. So to NIMSA Nigeria, thank you for the question. So it's about the validity. Oh, what's it? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was okay. Thank you, IFMSA Brazil, for the question. So we communicated first to the candidates as a reminder that 3.87 mentions very clearly that there are certain requirements for the presentations. And this is not an interpretation. It has been the same in the past. And yes, the candidatures are invalid for now. One of the NMOs has communicated with us, and we are working on to see if there's anything to be done, something be done about it. Is that an answer to your question? Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that question has been cleared. So while the LME candidates can come back to the room, I will read that we are going to the next section of the TO candidatures, which is the LPH candidatures for the term 23-24. We have 2 candidates. The first one that will be presented is Saman Fitrat Khan. from MSI India. And the second one that will be presenting is Anouk Nusselder from IFMSA, the Netherlands. I would like to ask Anouk to find a TO person, most likely Mohammed, and to leave the room. And please someone confirm us that Anouk has left the room. And then secondly, Salman, you can come up to, oh, you are here, you're super quick.
I haven't done the PDF. Can you just try? Okay, so there are two things. One, you can just take the mic that's there, you take it open, and wait to get the test, and then when the sound's on, go. Second is that, as we have seen, I think the safety is one I yeah, so and we won't find it there because we have secretary, you know, we have to find it so actually I should say that the instant connection is good now, like you know, I cannot predict that but it does look good that I think like but can you in the Zoom? Is it in the Zoom? No. Can you try from the Zoom? Sure. And we have confirmed that
Have we confirmed that Anouk is not here? And with the TO person, yeah. Can we?
So Anouk is outside, but can we have someone who's not a TO member with her outside?
Okay, so John will come from the CCC.
Okay, do you mind send it to her now?
Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, for real. Maybe they downloaded it. Depends. Yeah. Yeah, so far I will pick and start whenever you're ready. And suggest to say next night or something.
Which mic?
There. There's a hand mic there. Give me a second, I will open the presentation. Take it on, and then wait a bit.
Hello? Can you hear me well? Okay, perfect.
So we are setting up the slides and sharing them into Zoom. Yes. So, Saman, whenever you are ready.
All right. Namaste, IFMSA. A year ago, I was standing in front of you, sharing my orange passion with you. A lot has changed since then. Ups and downs, highs and lows. The stakes were high, the water was rough, but this love for public health has always been ours. With the same love and caffeine deprivation, I'm presenting to you my candidature to be your next liaison officer for public health issues. Next slide, please. I was privileged to walk the path of SCORP on almost all internal levels, be it helping activity volunteers locally to leading an 18-member SCORP international team this term. Next slide, please. In this journey, I was also able to explore the external aspects of SCORP through delegations, policies, and collaboration with externals. So the question is, why me? And why LPH this time? So for this, I will take you once again through my golden circle, which you might be very familiar with in the next slide. Next slide, please. My why. I believe in the alignment of internal and external efforts of our work in public health to tackle the health inequities together. Next slide, please. How? Next slide. I aim to continue my values of transparency, accountability, inclusivity, and commitment. And the next slide will show what will I do. Next slide. I plan to execute my plans through 3 main pillars of my plan of action, which are aligned with the relevant strategic plans and the baseline work of the LPH. For building bridges for a sustainable future, I would focus on handover and sustainability of the position with current efforts, along with working on the way forward on the environment sustainability of a federation. Moving on, my next pillar would focus on advocacy efforts, policy making, and implementation. Last but not least, we can only go stronger while we are together tackling these inequities with external partners, relevant international teams, including the SCOF IT, liaison officers, IFMSA team of officials, and most importantly, you. Next slide, please. That being said, I hope to be a part of this impact created by IFMSA one more time. So let's speak now against these health inequities together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for your presentation, Salman. We will now be taking questions. You have 2 minutes to answer them. And I will ask the floor if you have any questions, and also have a look at online participants if they want to ask any. I see 2. I see IFMSA Spain and then Portugal. So IFMSA Spain, you have the floor.
Pedro from IFMSA Spain, him. We would like to ask you how are you aiming to continue giving equitable focus to the different public health issues as has been happening for this year and not just prioritizing one issue?
Thank you. And then Portugal.
Hello, Antonio Pinho, him, and in Portugal.
Please speak up.
Thank you so much for your presentation. In your report, SCOFD stated that there was too much bureaucracy within FMSA, and that could keep one person from innovating the way they intended to. Do you think that that could be a problem in this new role, and how do you plan on tackling it?
Thank you. You can answer whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you so much for both the questions. With respect to equitable work with respect to the focus areas, for this, I would plan to have a handover with the outgoing LPH to understand what are the current needs with respect to the public health external affairs, as it is also in the SCOP strategy that at least one initiative should be done with respect to each public health focus areas throughout the term. This will be followed by, in the initial months of the term, brainstorming on the relevant events, I would say, and actions that we would have to do with respect to these focus areas together, based on the budget we have, based on the global priorities we'll be working on, and based on the current health-related priorities in the global health arena. As far as the second question is concerned, I do see this being a challenge that I would be facing next term if elected as well. For this, the best I can try is to ensure that I communicate well within the teams that I'll be working with, in order to ensure that there are certain ground rules established, and there's only so much that we can do in order to change or have systemic changes, but we are also trying to work on them through the IFMSA strategic plan, through some initiatives which I was a part of, like the small working group on prioritization in IFMSA. So I believe this isn't going to change a lot next term, but I believe my small yet concrete efforts as the LPH, if elected, would help us build better internal procedures, hopefully.
Thank you. We have 17 seconds left. Do we have any other question? Yes, Helmsick Greece.
Hi, Helmsick Greece, IFMSA here. Thank you very much for your candidature and your presentation. I would like to ask you, how do you envision the LPH Advisory Board working?
All right, thank you so much. I see it as a very, a very strong role in supporting the LPH and the upcoming LPHs after me if I'm elected, because of the fact that according to bylaws, the outgoing official is supposed to be advising the current official as well. And
thank you so much for your answers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So someone will join John, and we will ask Anouk to come back to us. And if any confirmation that Salman and John found each other also could be given, that would be nice. And we will wait for Anouk. In the meantime, estimated end time is within 1 hour and 20 minutes. So just giving you some expectations here. If all goes well. Yes, so I have I see Anouk coming back in the room, and I have a confirmation that Salman is out and with John. So Anouk can come forward to the chair. So, just you can use the mic there, pick it on, wait a bit, then test if it's working, and you can go. Presentations, you have a clicker, it doesn't work. I wouldn't advise you to use it because it didn't go well once people did. So Sarah can pick to your slide. Yeah. Okay. So you can go, and whenever you're ready, you start. I'll tell you. And can we have silence in the room? Okay. You can test the mic. Okay. Whenever you are ready and for the room, please be silent.
Dear fellow health advocates, if I have to summarize why I'm standing here in front of you, I would say the answer is in this quote.
Speak up.
Speak up? Okay. If I have to summarize why I'm standing here in front of you, I would say the answer is in this quote. Although we live in a time of climate crisis and deepening health inequalities, I'm hopeful and inspired by my fellow advocates who I see advocating for... Can you hear me now? Now? Okay. Should I continue or start over?
Start over.
Okay.
Start over and be loud. Yep.
Okay. Dear fellow health advocates, qualities, I'm hopeful and inspired by the change I see my fellow advocates fight for every day. Over the years, my advocacy journey spans different levels and topics, from integrated planetary health in medical curricula, national climate advocacy, and advocating for public health at various high-level meetings such as WHA and COP. Throughout these experiences, I've witnessed the immense impact that youth and civil society can make when advocating for change, and I'm motivated as ever to contribute to this. My name is Anouk Nusselder, and I'm proudly presenting my candidature for Liaison Officer for Liaison Officer for Public Health Issues 2023-2024. Next slide, please. I will briefly explain a few of my plans, which are shaped by my various advocacy experience at different levels. Next slide, please. First of all, I strongly believe in the power of national advocacy and grassroots activism in strengthening our international efforts, since this is where real change happens and where its effects are felt. I wish to make sure that your national work is a driving force of our international efforts by aligning our internal and external work through using program enrollment data, NMO needs assessment, and engaging you in our annual working plan. I wish to carry out our international advocacy messages at the national level, for example, through hosting online consultations and follow-up meetings for external meetings, and offering you concrete tools to contribute to delegations advocacy. And I wish to promote the visibility and transparency of SCOF's external affairs, for example, through creating an overview of our external partners and a yearly calendar of our external meetings. Next. Second, change is not something that happens overnight, nor something that you can change on your own. It takes a strong network of civil society, long-term commitment, and careful planning to effect change. Therefore, I plan to take the following actions to make this happen. With your input, work on targeted advocacy strategies that align with the advocacy strategies of wider civil society. Engage delegations in engage delegations in the preparations and advocacy meetings.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. We will have 2 minutes for questions. I will take questions by 2. So I see one question by IFMSA Thailand and one by IFMSA Peru. IFMSA Thailand.
IFMSA Thailand, Ting Shi, her here. So there is one specific point in your candidature that intrigues my curiosity. So basically, in your section for inclusive intersection and value-driven advocacy, you mentioned frequently accessing your own expertise.
Sorry, IFMSA Thailand, can you speak up so mouth closer?
Yep, kind of concerned about the infecting.
I understand.
I'm slightly sick, sorry. Okay, so basically it's about your point on frequently accessing your own expertise and positionality when advocating for certain issues. So I think it requires quite some mindfulness and self-awareness. So how is your plan on concretely accessing this? Thank you.
Thank you. IFMSA Peru.
Mabel Rios, IFMSA Peru, she here. Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is, can you elaborate more about the work between external affairs and the SCOP related programs that can be made for extern, related to one of the main pillars that was aligning the external to the external issues?
Thank you. Just a moment. Whenever you are ready.
Can you quickly repeat the last question for me?
Can IFMSA Peru repeat the question?
Yes, of course. Can you elaborate more about the work between external affairs and the SCOP-related programs that can be made for this term?
Yes, I understand it. Thank you. So I'll start with IFMSA Thailand's question first on positionality. That's a very good question, also a very difficult one to answer. In my candidature, I mentioned that I find it important to focus on intersectionality, value-based advocacy. And I think there are some topics that at IFMSA are very important to address, and they relate to health, but sometimes we should wonder are those ours to address, taking our own privileges into account. Luckily, we are a very diverse organization, which enables us to have these conversations and to speak with people from all over the world. I think that helps. And I'm always open to discussion, and I look forward to input on this as well. I hope this makes sense. And for Peru, on the collaboration between external affairs and SCOF programs, I do see a lot of opportunities there. I think we can use our programs to get a clear insight on what kind of activities and advocacy is being done on a national level. And if you can read through my candidature, I really hope to incorporate that on my international advocacy efforts. I think the international advocacy should be an elongation of what we're doing on a national level. So if I see that there's specific expertise somewhere, or if there's an MO that's really vocal on a certain issue, I would wish to incorporate them when I go to an external meeting that relates to that issue, so we can collaborate and I can carry out their advocacy message internationally, and they can carry out my advocacy messages on a national level.
Thank you. We have 36 seconds left for questions. Are there any more questions for Anouk? I see one. IFMSA Spain. I'm willing to take one other one if there are any. I see none. So IFMSA Spain.
Pedro, IFMSA Spain, him. We would like to ask you, how are you aiming to continue giving equitable focus to the different health issues, public health issues, as has happened in this year, and not just prioritizing one issue?
Okay, whenever you're ready, Anouk.
That's a good question. SCOP has a lot of different topics that they work on. I plan to work closely together with my predecessor to gain a good insight in all the different topics that he has worked on over the past year, and to ask for his input. What should be priorities for the next year? Where are the big opportunities? Where can we make the biggest impact, and prioritize based on his input? And of course, also based on IFMSA's policy documents, global priorities and focus areas.
Thank you. We have 8 seconds left. Previously, I've taken questions for that. If there are any from the floor. Do we have any questions left? Venezuela. It's very difficult for me, but I'll keep trying.
Thanks, Anouk. Linda Prato, she here from Venezuela. My question is related to how do you think should be the work of the LPH and the international team of SCOP?
Okay, 8 seconds.
I hope to work closely together with SCOF IT, because a lot of my work entails bringing my international advocacy to the national level, and I hope to work together on
Thank you so much for your answer. That was it. The time is up.
I'll take a break.
Then we continue. The LPH candidates are welcome back in. We have one LRA candidate. That is Yahan Xu from AMSA Australia. You can come to the floor. And for the people leaving and entering the room, please take your seats as soon as possible so that we can end at well, it's not anymore a very acceptable time, but not a disastrous time. Yahan? Oh, you are online. Are you there? Can you open your camera, wave, say hi?
Hi, everyone.
Hey, welcome. So I'm waiting until everyone is quiet here, and then we will show your video. So please be quiet, take your seats. Take your seats. Okay, So we can show the video.
Dear IFMSA family, my name is Yaham Pranashihar, and it's my almost pleasure to present to you my candidature for the role LLA for the term 2023-2024. My past experience of working as a SCORP External Affairs Assistant and NORA of MS Australia allowed me to gain new insights into SRHR issues, their stakeholders, and how we can empower our members to have a say in them. My vision for the next year, centered around these 6 main pillars, is to involve you, our NMOs, in every step of the external affairs of SCORA. External affairs shouldn't be only carried by a selective few. It should be rooted in our members, driven by our members, and executed by our members. What FMSA needs to do is to empower and support, and we can make it happen. The full potential of FMSA lies within our members, and acting locally, nationally, and regionally should be the star of ourselves. First and foremost, I would like to address the lack of SCORP policy documents and SCORP partners for many NMOs through initiatives such as a SCORP policy manual to provide NORAs with clear guidance on how to assemble SCORP policy small working groups and policy commissions from scratch. I'd like to optimize our referral system to direct external partners to you based on our needs assessment and regional priorities. Secondly, FMSA policies. I will ensure the policies our members put their heart and soul into writing are actually utilized. We need policy task forces after the passing of each policy to create their own advocacy project, where again, your members should be the driving force of. We want input from NMOs on what new policy documents we should have and what we're missing in our current ones. Thirdly, we need meaningful and sustainable partnerships that can be directly referred to our NORAs to help foster your NMO's own external partnerships. I want to establish regular newsletters to share with partners what wins have been happening amongst our members. And another of my goal is to leverage NMO and external meeting delegates to directly expand our partnership base. Additionally, I want to ensure FMSA visibility in the advocacy front of SRHR issues. To combat the difficulty influencing the discussion agenda at external affairs, we need to reach out directly to our member states and be loud and clear with what we at youth demand. I would also like to explore new possibilities with VPPRC and SCORA DAPRC on social media and campaign strategies. Last but not least, I want to prioritize accessibility to external affairs opportunities, no matter your background, through providing all necessary visa support and proactively seeking sponsorship and grant. The external affairs of SCORA speaks of a revolution with unlimited potential in terms of youth engagement, where we as a driving force. And I cannot wait to see what the future holds. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. And as always, hugs.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we will have 2 minutes for questions. They will be taken in 2. So I see MSA India and IFMSA Egypt. IFMSA India, you can ask your question.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. You have mentioned in your plan of action that in external meetings, you wish to leverage the national connections of attending delegates as a part of the IFMSA advocacy plan. How will you ensure that this remains ethical and in line with IFMSA's values?
Yes, IFMSA Egypt.
Okay, we would like to start by thanking you for your candidature and wishing you good luck. Our question is, how would you facilitate the communication between the NMOs and the externals during external meetings? Thank you.
Thank you. You can start answering whenever you are ready. Jahan.
Thank you for the questions. So first of all, to be able to better align the delegates with FMSA values, doesn't matter whether it's when they are reaching out to their own member states or when they are doing advocacy on the floor. It's very important to be able to capacitate them before. So arranging those capacity building sessions, having discussions, going over the relevant FMSA policies with them will also be very important, and ensuring them having like a guide on what kind of language to use when engaging with member states would be the key. So capacity building. And then the second question, The second question around how to communicate directly with NMOs. So being able to utilize RAs as a very crucial bridge between external affairs and NORAs. So having direct sessions with them and also sharing directly referring to when having like needs assessment directly targeted for NORAs and also NMOs would all be the two key things I want to do.
Thank you so much. So we have 50 seconds left for questions. Are there any questions? SUMSA Switzerland, any other questions? Turkey. SUMSA, you have the floor.
Yes, hello, it's Kevin from Switzerland speaking. In your candidature, you mentioned your plan of implementing a policy mentorship system to support NMOs in writing SCORA policy documents. Could you please elaborate on how you are planning on going on about this?
Thank you. Turkey, yeah.
Turkish Melike Şiher speaking. You have mentioned in your plan of action as
Please speak up, I can't hear you.
okay, you plan to explore the possibility to develop an independent SCORA social media page. So we were wondering if you can elaborate more on how you envision this independent SCORA social media page. Thank you.
So Yahan, you have 50 seconds.
First of all, thank you for the question. So in terms of policy mentorship, so what we notice is many of the NMOs actually have very similar situation when it comes to the SCORA, their SCORA policy system. So what's going to happen is I'll try to open after consultation with, of course, relevant officials within IFMSA. So what I want to do is I want to open a call out for mentor and also mentees, and also trying to match for example, the social background, the situation with med schools between mentor and mentees. So the mentors will be NMOs with a more developed SCORA, more extensive, more fleshed out SCORA policy system, whereas mentees are those who are looking for more insights on how they can better develop their policy guide, and then they can arrange regular meetings that can involve RAs if they're willing to consult.
Longer because we only have 2 minutes as per bylaws. Thank you for your answers.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will move on to the next section of the liaison officer candidatures. The last one. After that, I've received the request to open a speakers list. But we will go now to the LRP position candidates for the term 2023-2024, for which we have one candidate, that is Ana Maria Dragu from Romania. So you can come to us. We'll give you very short instructions. Oh, hello, you're already there. So whenever you are ready, and let me silence the room for you, or maybe the room will silence itself. It looks like it. So please close the doors and have someone at each of the doors, and please seat yourself if now a bit quicker if you're not seated yet, and remain silent. This is not seating yourself. We have one candidature left. Yes, thank you. Okay, you can go.
Dear NMOs and dear human rights enthusiasts, 3 years ago, I was attending my first ever General Assembly in Rwanda. Back then, I was a first-year medical student with big aspirations and genuine intentions that would be so proud of the person standing in front of you today. Hello, everyone. I'm Ana Maria Dragu, a fifth-year medical student from Romania, and I'm very excited to present to you my candidature for IFMSA Liaison Officer for Human Rights and Peace Issues. Next slide, please. So I would like to talk to you today about two things, my journey in IFMSA and my vision for SCORP External Affairs. Next slide, please. My journey is full of experiences that you could have read in my CV, but I'm very grateful for everything that this past year has brought me, from unique experiences to meeting people that shaped me and made me a more mature version of myself that made me motivated to stand in front of you today again. Next slide, please. When it comes to my vision, this aligns with the IFMSA strategy and the SCORP strategy, and it has 4 pillars. The first one is leadership in IFMSA structure. And here I would like to talk about 2 things. First of all, as a SCORP TO member, I would like to implement the human rights-based approach within all my work. And another thing that I would like to mention here is availability. I promise to be available to support my colleagues, to support the IT members, to support the SCORP director, and to attend the meetings and to take meaningfully engage in all decision-making processes. The next pillar is implementing our vision and building on the momentum. Here, I would like at the beginning of the term to work with the VPE on creating a SWOT analysis for the SCORP External Affairs. Moreover, I would like to encourage evidence-based policy papers, and I would like to also implement the Human Rights and Peace Advisory Board. One of the most important pillars, in my opinion, is aligning external opportunities with internal work. Here, I would like to develop more the concept that was created this year, and it's also in the SCORP strategy about the SCORP focus areas. I would like to develop more after consulting with the current LRP. And also, I would like to implement the work on the external affairs competency module that is to be introduced within our workshops. Now, the most important event of our external affairs is World Health Assembly. Here, I would like to support LWHO, the OC, in coordinating all the advocacy working groups, and also collaborating and seeking more external stakeholders within other programs within WHO, sorry. My NMO's motto, next slide, please. My NMO's motto is Împreună facem diferența. Together we can make a difference.
Thank you so much for your candidature presentation. So 2 minutes for questions. You know the drill. Do you want to ask any questions to Anna? Please raise your voting cards or your hand in the Zoom. And then Portugal and MSI India. And then Portugal.
First, I want to thank you for your candidature and your presentation.
And please speak up.
Sorry. How do you plan to leverage the inter-NMO projects in the area of external relations, like you mentioned in the candidature? Thank you.
Thank you so much for this question.
Wait, I take questions for 2. So MSA India.
Thank you so much for your candidature presentation. Currently around the world, we are facing several human rights violations and situations of escalated conflict. How will you ensure that IFMSA is internationally visible, our voices are represented, and we meaningfully engage with relevant stakeholders in the wake of such incidences? Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I will go to the to Anem's Portugal question. Actually, can you repeat the question?
MSI India, can you repeat, or MNM Portugal?
MNM Portugal.
How do you plan to leverage the inter-NMO projects in the area of external relations? You mentioned that in your candidature. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry. So first of all, I think the role of the RAs is very important in this, and also the role of the regional directors. I plan to work on certain campaigns in order to contextualize our calls to action in the policies. And basically through different collaborations, such as campaigns on social media, I think we can really make and we can really develop the external affairs and also the knowledge of the people in different NMOs and the motivation for them to work on external affairs more. And for the questions regarding the issues around the world from MSI India, thank you so much for the question. Also in the SCORP strategy, it mentions that we need to revise and assess if we need to implement to create any more policy papers regarding issues happening around the world. First of all, I would like to discuss with the current LRP during our handover if she feels that more things needs to be addressed. Moreover, in the regional committee for Europe that will happen very soon, they will adopt a strategy for refugees and migrants. I also plan to work on this with the future regional director for Europe to seek more about this, because this is a very big problem within Europe. And I would also like to encourage the future regional directors to approach us and to let us know about the issues and see exactly how we can develop and raise awareness about them.
Thank you. So we have 24 seconds left for a question. I see IFMSA Thailand. Does anyone else want to ask a question? No, so IFMSA Thailand.
IFMSA Thailand, Ting Shi, her here. So on advocacy efforts, you have issuing press releases whenever deemed necessary. So I was wondering, like, which situations, how would you deem which situation necessary for a press release? Thank you.
So in IFMSA, thank you so much for the question. In IFMSA, we advocate about youth and medical education and also human rights related issues. So after consulting, of course, with the VPE, I would, for situations that might occur in the future, and also within, if they happen within a region or with the regional directors, I would like to consult with them and see whenever.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you. So we are done with the candidatures for the team of officials. Almost there. I obtained a request for a speakers list from IFMSA Australia. So IFMSA Australia will be on the speakers list. Does anyone else want to be on a speakers list? Gromzik, Croatia. Is that, do you want to be on the speakers list? Can you
Yes,
confirm?
please.
Okay. Anyone else that wants to be added on the speakers list? None. So you will each have 2-minute statement, and please do not go over the time because I will have to cut you off. And please send a statement to the secretary team so that they can use it for the minutes. Okay. Can I have silence again in the room? Yes. IFMSA Australia.
This statement from IFMSA Australia is to inform NMOs of a procedural motion that is being planned for Plenary 5 to suspend bylaw 9.4 in order to make Anouk's candidature valid. Just recently, Anouk Nusselder from IFMSA NL presented her candidature for the position of Liaison Officer for Public Health Issues for the term 2023-2024. However, due to unfortunate circumstances, her candidature was submitted late and thus deemed invalid. Half an hour prior to the 23:59 GMT deadline on July 1st, Anouk's laptop crashed, which resulted in her being unable to save her candidature and submit it on time. When her laptop unfroze, she went to submit her candidature at 0:00 GMT, but the form was already closed. She did not alter her candidature after this and sent it to the General Secretariat explaining the situation directly after the deadline. Therefore, she had no extra time to work on her candidature. Unfortunately, this situation, which was out of her control, resulted in her candidature being deemed invalid. Due to the nature of the circumstances surrounding the invalidity, we believe that such a force majeure should not be a reason one misses out on such an opportunity. We ask NMOs to treat this situation similarly to those of previous GAs who had previous GA candidates who had bylaws suspended to overcome technical difficulties to validate their candidature. We wish both Anouk and Salman the best of luck in their candidatures for Liaison Officer for Human Rights and Peace Issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we will go to Kromsik, Croatia. You can have the floor.
Thank you. Mati Hihim.
Sorry, Kromsik. Can you please be silent because I just gave the floor to Kromsik, and can you also seat yourself out of respect for their intervention? Okay. People,
Okay.
you are silent. Thank you. Okay, again, I give you the floor.
Thank you. Mati Hihim speaking. So the statement I will be reading is on the behalf of ANEM Portugal, from Croatia, FMS Taiwan, IFMSA Czech Republic, and IFMSA Spain. Dear IFMSA, dear TO candidates, we want to sincerely thank you for the time, effort, and dedication you've devoted to the growth of our federation. We understand that this journey can be overwhelming and the challenges you face are significant. We'd like to express our gratitude to those who embraced the suggested template and adhered to the word count. Your willingness to do so has greatly advanced a more equitable decision-making process within the IFMSA. We also want to stress that shaping candidature templates is an ongoing effort that involves NMO engagement. We encourage NMOs to play a role in ensuring fairness in the decision-making processes of our federation. As you continue on your journey, we extend our best wishes for what lies ahead. Additionally, we take this opportunity to show our appreciation to all those who contributed to creating templates, formulating recommendations, participating in surveys and open space discussions, and to the EB for their guidance in this process. We sincerely value your commitment. Once again, thank you for your dedication and contribution.
Thank you, Kromsik. Okay, I need 20 seconds discussion or a little bit longer. So before we go to the next Okay, so before we go to the next agenda item, or as we go to the next agenda item, which is agenda item number 27, presentation of candidates for the Supervising Council for the term 2023-2025. As you've seen what I've shared with you for candidates and over the NMO server, I have wrongly put the last two candidates under the wrong, no, the first two candidates under the wrong term. So I would propose, we have done a lottery to keep the order as is stated in the email, but under the right agenda item. I assumed that was also what you would assume, but if it was unclear, or if you want me to redo the lottery, we can do that. So what I'm going to do moving forward is going with the order of candidates as is sent in the email. If any of the candidates wants to oppose it because it was not clear, I will give you one minute to come to me and we will redo the lottery. Okay? I'll time it now. In the meantime, Vidal, you can come just in case people do not oppose this idea. Yeah, just say. I will not say things that no, that's nice. You don't lie. You take a lot that on. That's okay. The slide. If you do it yourself, there will be a delay at your semester candidates. Sarah can
can do it for you if you tell me.
What would be a delay of
Less, much less.
Much less, and also I think the connection with this computer
okay.
is not so good.
Sarah can do it. So when I keep
Yeah.
going next slide.
Exactly, yeah, I can only say that that's like this.
So you can, you wait just like 5 seconds. And then...
Okay. Wait.
Also want to do- It was after we, that is not.
Okay, so Vedant is here.
Okay, did you want to oppose the procedure as before? Okay, so I will leave. We'll ask the other candidates to leave the room. Yeah.
So Mohammed, Farishte, Kazi, can you please leave the room with an official? With. So I will read it again. Mohammed, Farishte, Kazi, can you please leave the room? Yes. And while those 3 candidates are leaving the room, I'll take a point of information of IFMSA.
Thank you very much, Raphael Cannon speaking for NM France. Just a point of information, as we have candidate for the subco for the term 21-23 and candidate for the subco for the term 23-25. Just wanted to make sure how much spot do we have in the subco in total? How much candidate can we elect in total in the subco?
Can I, while the CC is discussing that, can I get a confirmation that Mohammed, Farishte, and Kazi are with the official outside?
Yes. Okay, it's for after anyway.
Okay, I received the confirmation. Point of information will be, is it okay to be answered after the candidatures or do you want it to be, okay. No. So I have not explained myself well. They are all 23-25 candidates. We have no 21-23 candidates, and the point of information will be answered if that's okay with you after the candidatures. Yes? Okay, so now I need you to be quiet again, seated and quiet, so that Vedant can present his candidature on the stage. No, there's a free mic. There should be. Oh, then the last candidate took that mic away. What you prefer, but I would like to have a mic there, just so you can choose. And if you use this mic, you have to put off that mic. So make sure it's off.
Can I do a sound check first?
Yeah.
Am I audible? Okay,
Yes.
not too loud.
Can we share the presentation? Wi-Fi issues.
Can we, we have support by the amazing OC. Thank you so, so much. Okay, we'll try to present it via another laptop. Okay, I think the screen is being shared. Yeah, oh, I get also getting kicked out somehow. Okay, so what you want? Yes. So whenever you're ready, we don't.
Good morning, dear IFMSA family. Today, I stand in front of you, not just as a candidate for the IFMSA Supervising Council, but as a passionate advocate for change, empathy, and compassion within our ranks. We are a beautiful woven federation of cultures, experience, and dreams that are united by a common purpose for the pursuit of better healthcare for all and meaningful youth engagement. Next slide. And thus, I would like to center my 2 years in the IFMSA Supervising Council with the following values. Next slide. As a member of SUBCO, I will ensure good handover, creating a self-checklist of pending tasks, challenges, recommendations, and the role of SUBCO as a TO, as an advisory body to the TO. Early on in the term, I would like to set communication guidelines and expectations with the other SUBCO members to ensure a smooth term. I will contribute in reviewing and updating the current IUGs during a handover, set up systems for monitoring and evaluation of the SUBCO as the supervising council, all while prioritizing mental health and well-being of each other. With the EB and TO, I would like to do framework setting early on during terms and OLMs of functioning and capacity of the SUBCO, review EBM minutes as per IFMSA constitution and bylaws. Having worked with various TO groups such as EBs, RDs, LOs, and SCDs, I would like to bring their insights to be a pillar of support and create a safe space to address the concerns of the following officials. My 2 terms in the ID has shown me the importance of an annual working plan and sustainable efforts, and will support the TO in developing a smart annual working plan and monitoring it. Lastly, I will help the president when required in addressing performance reviews of the TO. My 2 years as the finance sub-team of the International Student Surgical Network will aid in ensuring transparency and sustainability of all finances of IFMSA. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. In IFMSA GAs, I'll provide inputs and agendas, provide recommendations on based on the IFMSA constitution and bylaws, previous CCC interpretations, and past GA decisions during plenaries. As being part of the intersectional IFMSA, SWG, and COC, I will support the COC, TO, and OC in creating a safe space for all. Having been an observer to Tom, I'll use the learnings to create a safe and inclusive space for discussion and deliberation. Next slide. Coming to investigation and conflicts, I will use mediation and conflict management as the first tool and consider mental health and well-being of all. Concise methodologies will be developed, which will include perspectives of all during investigation to make sure it is as comprehensive as possible. Lastly, my vast and diverse experience in external affairs will help support the VPE, LOs, and RDs in their advocacy. Together, we shall foster an environment that is conducive for empathy, inclusivity, and mental well-being within our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perfect. Okay, so we will move to questions. 2 minutes. Who has questions for Vedant? Please raise your voting card or hand in the Zoom if you have any questions. IFMSA Thailand. Anyone else who has questions for Vedant? See none, so IFMSA Thailand, you can proceed.
IFMSA Thailand, Ting Ting She, Her. So, you mentioned on
Please
conflict.
speak up.
You mentioned on conflict mediation, so I would like to know your stance on how to approach conflicts and how to make mediations successful and efficient. Thank you.
Are there any other delegates that want to raise a question to Vedant? No? Okay, then you can answer. Yes.
Thank you so much for the question. That is a very important question that you're asking. I think conflict management is especially important in IFMSA when you have such diverse groups of people from different cultures. I would firstly like to hear and understand the concerns of all officials and members involved, understand and ally the anxiety about different things, take that into consideration and see a common point or a compromise that both the concerned parties can come to. Lastly, I would like to use different kind of frameworks to see that where we can build team dynamics to help foster a collaborative environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Online questions? I see none. Okay, so thank you for your candidature presentation and answers. Okay, so Vedant will leave the room and the next candidate, namely Mohammed, will come back. I would like to have confirmation when Vedant has found the other candidates that are together with an official. Okay, thank you so much. Confirmation received. Mohammed is coming towards us for very short instructions. Thank you for the confirmation.
Very short things. One, simple mic, put it on, wait a little, and then press the audible. Two, your slides. We had a pointer, doesn't work well. If you do that, there will be made delays. I think the other candidates as well. Press this Sarah, click to slide and now. You can actually next slide, please. Yeah, okay. Start when you're ready.
And I will ask you again to be silent and seated. Almost everyone is silent and seated. Okay, whenever you are ready, Mohammed. Please be silent, please be silent. Shh.
A boy from the land of rivers, a country from Southeast Asia, standing tall to give a shot to the dream that he saw into reality. Hello everyone, this is Rahitul Al Nahian, presenting my candidature for the position of IFMSA Supervising Council 2023-25. When I talk about my candidature, next slide please. It's a vision that I saw, and the vision includes four different pointers. Team engagement, transparency, inclusiveness, and commitment. In order to reach the vision, I have my activities planned in 5 different pillars. Next slide, please. The pillars include communication, extending support, financial overview, investigations, and accountability. Yeah, so communication. Communication is the key to any engagement. When I talk about communication, it starts with subco team communication. I'll establish initial communication through online and offline meetings among the members of the Supervising Council to ensure proper team development and also to share the working plans as per team dynamics. I'll have additional time involved to establish an effective team dynamic, appreciate each other's autonomy and limitations of their respective tasks. Next. The next thing is EBTO communication. When I talk about EBTO communication, I'll be there to establish a formal and non-formal communication channels as a part of the team building efforts among the officials. I'll keep a check on their mental health time and again so that I can ensure that they have their maximum capacity and capabilities ensured for the betterment of the federation. Next is create a dedicated virtual team space using both official and unofficial platforms that reflects the team's identity, where members can share updates, brainstorm ideas, and celebrate achievements. Last but not the least, about NMO, ensure effective ways of communication for all NMOs, which would actually take us to proper approachability and accountability in order to prevent issues which are unwanted and from happening. Next slide, please. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, no, the last one. Yeah, extending support. While extending support, I'll be a good advisor, provide feedback and support to my EB and TOs in any of their work in resolving any disputes. I'll be open to newer methods and ideas suggested by the EB with an aim to ensure smooth functioning of the federation. Next slide, yeah. And about financial, about the financial overviews. When I talk about financial overviews, I have a cycle: review, evaluate, supervise. Be it a report, be it anything related to financial committees working for an IFMSA meetings. The whole cycle repeats. Next slide, please. Yeah, investigations. Investigations are a part of the entire work, which is not welcoming, but yeah, it's needed. When it's needed, I'll be proactive in my approach. I'll ensure it follows the constitution and bylaws. And last, establish due diligence, before taking any decisions for both the parties. Next slide, please. Which takes me to my last and final pillar, accountability. I'll ensure abiding by the constitution and bylaws along with my team and establish self-accountability.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we will have 2 minutes for questions. Does anyone have questions for Mohammed? I see Helmsick Greece and IFMSA Thailand. Helmsick Greece, you have the floor.
Helmsick Greece, Viviana here. Thank you very much for your candidature and your presentation. We would like to ask you, what is your stance regarding the used methods for accountability and transparency assurance, such as investigation? And would you like to apply something different if elected? Thank you.
Thank you. IFMSA Thailand.
IFMSA Thailand, Ting Shi here. My question is that I assume that this is your first General Assembly. Can you reflect on how this might affect your performance as SUBCOs? And do you have any experience that might help your experience as SUBCO to make up for maybe your less experience in General Assemblies? Thank you.
Thank you. So you can start to answer whenever you want.
Thank you so much for both the questions. Can I have the first question repeated if possible?
Helmsick, can you repeat the first question?
Yes. What is your stance regarding the used methods for accountability and transparency assurance, such as investigations? And would you like to apply something different if elected?
Thank you so much. About the first question about transparency and accountability, yeah, definitely the current methods are effective enough because that is how the entire organization and federation is running right now. So yeah, if I have to do something, I'll be adding to the overall situation of the transparency and accountability, which is what's my point about self-accountability, because self-accountability is something where you get to know what you are doing right and what you are doing wrong, which develops your skills personally. And this is something that I'm trying to do because that's the root of all problems. Like if I'm having a self-accountability, I'll know what I'm doing wrong and there might be lesser chances of having any issues. So yeah, I'm trying to get to the root rather than trying to find a problem and then solve it. And yeah, about the next question, yeah, my prior experience of not having a GA, yeah, that could be a thing that we could talk about. But yeah, other than that, I do believe that without the throughout the period of being part of IFMSA, I have had enough knowledges about the things that needed to be done as a team. And yeah, SUBCO is a team. So yeah, I am a team player and I know how to have team building efforts. So with my skills as a team and also with my knowledge about IFMSA and how it works and how it has been working on around, I believe that I can overcome the experience issue that I have faced regarding GAs in general. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 33 seconds left for questions. Does anyone else have a question for Mohammed? Okay, I see none. Thank you so much for your candidature and presentation answers.
Thank you so much, everyone.
So Mohammed will join the other 3 candidates outside, and Ferestesh will join us here. First near the chair table and then on the stage. And we will present her slides already.
So very short section. Can you move the slide?
Yes. Yeah. The only thing I need is that you say next slide.
Yeah. Just check if you're audible. Put the mic on, wait till the check you're audible. Yeah. Okay. Go. No, it's too nice. Those buttons are even with mine or no?
No, I don't either. Okay, so can you make the slides bigger, technical team? Yes, thank you so much.
Am I audible?
Yes, whenever you are ready.
Hello, hello, hello. I want to start with making a confession. If my last 6 years of experience in my NMO and IFMSA was an easy experience, I would never apply for this position. So as an almost recent graduated medical doctor, I thought that maybe I can help it. Next slide, please. Maybe I can help with making this journey easier for the next generation. So that was why I'm applying for this position. In my perspective, every SUBCO member needs to have 5 competencies: experience, passion, dedication, being a team player, and align values with the positions. Next slide, please. So I would start with my values, which is transparency, approachability, confidentiality, availability, and accountability. Next slide, please. Okay, so when it comes to experience, I would just give you a brief summary of what I have done in the last few years. So I hold 9 positions, including NMO presidents and 3 international positions in programs team, EMR regional team, and SCOME international team. I've been part of 13 established task forces and policy commissions. And for capacity building, I developed more than 130 hours of sessions. And for external affairs zone, I attended 7 external meetings and submitted 4 abstracts through IFMSA platforms. And for general assemblies, including this, and IFMSA meetings in general, including this one, I attended 13 IFMSA meetings and been part of Plenary for 9 as either as a head of delegation or Plenary teams. So can I have the next slide? Okay, so as you might have seen in my candidature, I divided the work areas of the SUBCO to the 6 main pillars, which is common, the most common ones, SUBCO as a team, the relation between SUBCO and EBTO, and international teams and program coordinators, NMOs and members, investigations and IFMSA meeting. That as we have 7 members in SUBCO, I believe that specific plans need to be discussed, but I explained my general approach toward each one of these in almost, I can say, detailed version in my candidature that you can read it in the next slide, please. You can read it by scanning this QR code.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So we will have 2 minutes of questions. Do you have questions for candidates? If you have a question, you can raise your voting card or your hand in Zoom. Do you have a question for Ferishte? Helms agrees. You can take the floor, yeah.
Okay. Helms agrees, so Vienna here. Thank you very much for your candidature and your presentation. Taking into consideration your 7 different experiences, I wanted to ask you, what do you want to bring in the team of SAPCO regarding work ethics and the work timeline?
Thank you. Does any other delegate want to ask a question? I see none, so you can answer it.
So can I ask a question from them?
You can ask for clarification.
So is it like team dynamic within the subco?
Sorry.
What was, the question was about team dynamic within the subco?
Yes.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. So I understand that when it comes to subco, people based on different backgrounds, they can have different opinions on the topic, and this might be challenging to come with one voice. So the best thing we can do is having active listening there, and going through meetings, exploring each idea from different aspects. Each one of us are coming from different backgrounds. So we should value all the experiences over there. We can discuss, comments, and then even if we not come with one idea, we can vote for that within the software. So I think this is the way that we can approach the not having all people having same idea there.
Thank you so much. We have 1 minute and 7 seconds left. Does any other delegate want to answer, ask a question? No? So thank you very much for your candidature and the answers.
Thank you.
So Ferishte will leave the room, find the other candidates, and Kazi will come to us. Can someone confirm when she has found the other candidates and the TO member? Meanwhile, we're awaiting Kazi, who is on his way. And we will give very short instructions. And please confirm when we know that Ferishte has found the group that is confirmed. Okay. That's it. Okay. So I want someone at the door so that no one leaves the room during the candidature or comes in the room. And please be seated and silent during the candidature. And then, so I don't think you are silent. Please be silent. Yes. Can you test?
Yeah, it does.
Yes. Okay, whenever you are ready.
Hello, everyone. Esteemed colleagues.
Speak up.
I have to, okay, thank you. Esteemed colleagues, fellow IFMSA family members, and future leaders of healthcare professions.
I'm sorry, I'll stop you. You really have to speak up like this.
Like this?
Like that, yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
I'll restart your time. Yeah.
Esteemed colleagues, fellow IFMSA members, and future leaders of healthcare professionals,
I stand before you today to present my candidature for the position of IFMSA Supervising Council 23-25. Hi, my name is Kaji Saminur Rahman. You can just call me Samin. I am from Bangladesh and I have recently graduated this year, currently working as an intern doctor in Bangladesh. If I want to introduce myself and talk about my experience, can you just go to the next slide? So I started my journey 7 years ago in my NMO as a general member, and I have got the opportunity to work as a local officer for 2 standing committees for SCOP and SCORA. Then I had the opportunity to work as a co-director for training and support division. After training and support division, I got into exchanges. So I had 2 years in SCOPE national teams and ended as vice president for capacity building in my NMO. Can we go to the next slide? I feel extremely lucky. I consider myself lucky to be a part of 2 standing committees, working as a general assistant for 2 consecutive terms, which is one of the reasons I am standing here applying as SUBCO. Can we go to the next slide? If I talk about some of the points of my plan of action, I wish to plan to have a clear framework so that a fair and lucid distribution work is being divided between the SUBCO, and there is an internal review system with an autonomy of work so that everyone's boundary is respected. I also plan to work on the SUBCO IOGs for 23-24. For investigation, it's a vital role to play as a SUBCO, so my plan would be to have early intervention to prevent future investigations, maintaining with the constitutional binders before, during, and after the investigations with follow-up and review of the investigations. For finance, I plan to review all the finance reports that are pending right now, like, for example, 19, 20, 2021 terms, tracking all the transactions and hoping to get the finance adoption reports at the end of the AM. Accountability, I prefer to be accountable to myself so that it pushes me to work harder. Can we go to the next slide? For communication, I have mentioned like it will be in 3 levels with SUBCO, with EBTO, and with NMO. For with SUBCO, I'll try to attend every SUBCO meetings, and for VBTO, I'll make sure that the EBTO SUBCO buddy system is working and the expected outcome is being made, both vice versa for SUBCO with EBTO and EBTO with SUBCO. The communication with
Thank you so much for your candidature presentation. Okay, we will have 2 minutes for questions. So do you have questions for Kazi? I see IFMSA Thailand. Do we have any other delegates that want to ask a question? No? Then IFMSA Thailand, you have the floor.
IFMSA Thailand, Ting Shi, her here. So in your plan of action, you did mention transparency and confidentiality. So I'm wondering on how you plan on balancing these supposedly maybe could contradict points in your plan of action.
Yes. Are there any other delegates who want to answer a question? Ask a question, sorry. No, then you can answer the question.
Confidential and for maintaining transparency, I believe it's a 2 thing. It has a fine line difference between being confidential and being transparent. So confidentiality is something that should be maintained within the SUBCO and every officials that are involved. And transparency is, we cannot expect anything to happen without being transparent. And as I've mentioned in my plan of actions, like if a valid reason is there to show what transparency reasons are to be shown, we should show it to, and I'm planning to show it to whoever the person is asking for it.
Thank you so much. Are there any more questions for Kazi? Checking online, and I see none. So that was it. Thank you.
Okay. So before we celebrate or not, I didn't receive any requests for a speakers list, so I assume there is none. Okay. So then I just would like to say quite shortly that I'm very grateful for those who have helped out us last minute. So I'll say your names again: Sefali from IFMSA Egypt, Jose from ANEM Portugal, Anina from IFMSA Sweden, Francisco from ANEM Portugal, and Mark from Switzerland. I don't know if you helped out in the end, probably, but you gave us the opportunity to ask you to help out. Secondly, I'm really sorry for those candidates that the technical issues and some problems with the presentation that it impacted your candidature. I think you can be really proud of yourself, each of you. It's a very, very big thing to candidates. It takes a lot of courage, and I think every one of that has seen that. So, and imperfection is also human. So I wish we could have done more for you and a better job. And we also had some people missing on our team. But I hope in the end that whatever the outcome will be, that you can reflect on something that you are proud of and know that we are proud of you. So that's something I just wanted to say. And then we can enjoy that plenary 3 is adjourned.
I could have been like, but you know, like, so.
Thank you.
I can go. I'll go and talk to Adam about it.
ANEM? So most of you are doing it, but please return your voting cards to the CCC.
Never allowed to have notes because my sister is alert.
Okay, small announcement. The hall needs to be cleared. So when you have left your voting cards with the CCC, take your stuff and go outside. So please help the OC who are working very hard as well.
Add on about the socials. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. We're going to have the socials in the Ab Mahal. They've already begun about a minute back. So you can run off